Okay, gamers, we're back. Audio mixing is going to be a little bit different on the stream. I have dropped the volume of the game and myself because I listened to it on the replay and I didn't really like it. It may only stay like this for this episode. We may bump everything back up again. It's hard to say. I don't know, but we're going to rock with it at this level right now that I have it set up. Just because I don't want to be blowing people's ears out, and the stream is a lot louder than I thought it was in the last time. But let me get this game open and we're going to start right away. It's funny, I actually... the end of the last stream, I was like, oh, I don't know if I'll be on because I have to like go back home. I have to go to my parents' place and blah, blah, blah. And I found out quite quickly that I had the day wrong. And, okay, first of all, what is going on with my game right now? I gotta restart my game. I know you can't see it yet, but it's acting very funky. Don't know why the Windows taskbar is not disappearing. Interesting. Let me start this shit up. There we go. Worked that time. Get my notes open as well. I don't know why it defaulted back to this episode, but we will go back to here. And now let me find my notes that I have saved somewhere here. Here they are. And if I press this key, do they show up? They do. Perfect. Okay. Well, without further ado, let's get right after it. I don't think there's any time to stall, delay, or anything of the kind. So, in the last stream, at the very end, we saw Erika, or Burncastle, however you want to refer to her. We saw her interaction with, Natsui and with Battler. Technically not so much with Natsui, but you know what I mean, like talking about the specific condition that Natsui was under. And yeah, we got some good tech, some good knowledge about what was going on. It's kind of as we thought, that perception or perceiving is believing kind of meme. Yeah. But we didn't really... I don't want to say that we learned a whole lot of insanely new knowledge. What do I want to put here? And why do I have a notification? I'm telling you, man, it's one of those things, you start streaming, all of a sudden you get some... sorry. Okay. So let me first... I want to look up the Nox's 10 Commandments. So... when we were looking at it last time, to be fair, this is some old English shit, you know, so it's a little bit odd, some of these, because one of them just seems kind of racist straight off the top, but if we want to know them, number 1 through 10, we already learned 3 and 4 over the course of the game or over the course of the last stream, but number 1, the criminal must be someone mentioned in the early part of the story, but must not be anyone whose thoughts the reader has been allowed to follow. Okay, makes sense. Number 2, all supernatural or preternatural, don't know what that means, agencies are ruled out as a matter of course. No more than 1 secret room or passage is allowable. No hitherto undiscovered potions poisons, nor any appliance which needs a long scientific explanation at the end. This one's a little bit sus, and I would say a little bit, you know, from the times. It says, no Chinaman must figure in the story. Interesting. Number 6, no accident must ever help the detective, nor must he have an unaccountable intuition which proves to be right. Okay. Number 7, the detective himself must not commit the crime. Number 8, the detective must not light on any clues, which are not instantly produced for the inspection of the reader. I can't read, holy fuck. This is old English shit too, so I'm gonna talk my shit. Early part of the 20th century, bro, this was like 120 years ago. The detective must not light on any clues which are not instantly produced for the inspection of the reader. Number 9, the stupid friend of the detective, the Watson, must not conceal any thoughts which pass through his mind. His intelligence must be slightly, but very slightly below that of the average reader. 10, twin brothers and doubles generally must not appear unless we have been duly prepared for them. Interesting, given Higurashi, but okay. Those are the 10 rules. I don't think too much of that is really too effective. A lot of this, I would say, is just like general good practice for mystery stuff. But let's get this shit rolling, okay? I have my drink already. I think we're good. I don't think we have anything to worry about. My glasses are here. I'll throw my glasses on now before I forget. They are clean too already, it seems. I don't know how on earth glasses get dirty despite me like setting them down on my desk and not touching them, but interesting nonetheless. Okay. After dashing to her bedroom, Jessica answered the phone call that had been transferred there. Hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. Battler? What do you think you're doing not contacting us for 6 years? How's it going? Oh, really? How the hell would I know? Kermit, you jackass. Ah, ha ha ha. So you'll be coming to this year's family conference? It's been 6 years. Five businessmen in expensive suits were visiting in the parlor, giving Kraus and Natsuhi a progress report on their business. Spread out on the table were the blueprints and designs for a building, as well as documents related to expenditures and the like. So packed that even a teacup would have gotten in the way. Officially, they were here to give Kraus a progress report, but in actuality, Kraus had called them all the way over to Rockingjimmy so that Natsuhi could hear from them directly. This was because Natsuhi needed to hear someone other than her husband explain what condition their business was in. Damn, so she doesn't trust Kraus, okay. To be fair, I wouldn't either. This guy seems like a dunce. In short, even though another family conference without Kinzo was approaching, their business had not yet earned them any money. After telling the guests to wait for a short while and make themselves at home, Kraus took Natsuhi out into the hall and once again summarized the situation. In short, they are saying that the business is proceeding much better than we imagined it would. This is where the personal connection between me and the governor is really starting to pay off. There is no possible way for this catch to get away from us now. To the contrary, it's growing so big that in one go we'll be able to regain not just that power of attorney, but everything we've lost up to this point as well. Okay, so interesting. Because the way that Kraus had described it, I'm going to put this in the notes here. Prior to 86 conference, Kraus's businesses are on track for him to be able to reacquire all that he has lost, or all that he has signed away to his creditors. Just put that in the notes there if you want to see it. You know, I'll pop it up for you, but not really much point. So it's interesting that we already knew this from the earlier chapters, that Kraus hadn't got to the point where he had turned a profit yet, but he was starting to broach on that point, that he was getting close. He said that in I think it was in the second episode, because I don't think it happened, or no, maybe it was in the first one. I don't exactly remember. It was in the first or the second, but it was basically the scene where it was like, they all need money now, so he needed money now, so they needed money now, so she needed money now, like that scene. And Kraus was saying, like, look, bro, like, I'm dead fucking flat broke, I'm just like you guys, but I have no debt, really, like, I'm just waiting for my money to roll in. So Kraus was actually in the most advantageous position of the siblings. One second, I'm gonna blow my nose real quick, let me mute. Okay, so, we knew from the end of the last, or not from the end, we knew from the prior episodes that Kraus was kind of already in an okay position as far as his personal finances were going. Obviously, he was still in the hole, but he was, you know, if you were to take the derivative of his earnings, you know, he has a positive slope. The others were not so much, okay? He was on the up, they were on the down. So it sort of makes sense. But it does still mean that at the point of the conference, Kraus is still in debt, but he's not in as urgent a position, you know? Okay. Kraus spoke passionately. This made things seem all the more suspicious to Natsuhi, but this time, at least, she had to admit that everything really did seem to be going well. Certainly this business Kraus boasted of had expanded in scope over the last year, and was promising an even greater payoff than had been anticipated in the beginning. Investors were gathering, jumping on the bandwagon of their own accord, and the business was rapidly gathering funds. It was a perfect example of the saying, money makes money. This was probably the greatest success of Kraus's life so far. No, it probably would become his greatest success yet. That point was where Natsuhi's misgivings lay. True, it was certain, and as Kraus had said, they wouldn't lose this catch now. However, the fish on the line had gotten too big. Are you saying that you don't think that he's capable enough to reel it in? We'll definitely be able to reel this fish in, ho ho ho. There's no need to rush. It's such a success that I wish I could show it to Dad to be praised if he were still alive. Yes, I know. However, I believe you made me a promise last year. You said you were sure you could manage something within a year. A pained look rose to Krause's face. They certainly had hooked a fat fish that guaranteed a great success. However, it would require an appropriate amount of time to reel it in. So the reason why this is important is for the whole story we already know that they are concealing Kinzo's death, but they're willing to reveal that Kinzo has died, but they're waiting until Krause's business ventures have got to a point where they're financially stable enough that they can, how do I word this? So that they can reveal that Kinzo is dead and there not be any weird thoughts about them having, basically the whole thing about Krause funneling and, embezzling Kinzo's fortune for his own business ventures. They wanted to get to a spot where they were at a stable financial standpoint to be able to say something, but we'll see. And it seems that even though they are on track to do that, it would probably take another year to be able to say you're at that point. So Natsuhi pressed Krause, asking if there was any way for them to make money before this year's family conference, but Krause kept saying that he needed just one more. See, there it is, just one more year, just one more. Bro, he sounds like me. I'm a fucking Buffalo Sabres fan, okay? And with us Buffalo Sabres fans, okay? We've been saying just one more year for 14 years, okay? And it still hasn't happened, so that's all I'm saying. The one more year shit, the one more year, you can't, man. Krause planned to use this unprecedented success as a springboard to future endeavors. Because of this, he didn't want to do anything that would raise suspicions by making it seem like they were rushing to get money. Certainly, fortune tends to turn against people who take it for granted even in the slightest. There's a saying about hasty anglers. On many occasions before now, Krause had gotten cold feet and sold businesses that would surely have brought in a profit had he just waited, and had, in effect, given away his winning picks. Natsuhi also knew this. She knew that guts were the thing her husband lacked the most. Damn, bro, okay. So he's gotta go, fuck, I'm trying to think of what it is in Persona 5. But it's lacking on my brain right now. He's gotta go do the Big Bang Burger Challenge to get his guts up. That was why she was unable to refuse when Krause said he wanted to prudently wait just one more year. Okay. So of course this is the vision of Kinzo. This like image that they have presented about him still being alive, but ha 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 ha. So wonderful things are going well. Oh, so wonderful that things are going well. See, I can't read. And that means it looks like I'll have to sit around here as a ghost for a little longer. You don't look too disappointed. Your life is fated to be chewed to bits by demons as soon as you leave this world. My apologies, Father. For another year you might not be granted peace. It is fine. Do not worry, Natsuhi. I am no longer the Ushirimiya family head. The ghost of the study should obediently follow the current head's commands. I've taken a look at Krause's charts and they aren't bad at all. Even from your perspective, Father? They're pretty good even from my perspective. Everyone is confident in his victory and concentrating a significant quantity of magical power. As a result, that victory is growing ever deeper, gathering more and more people and magical power, and beginning to create gold. A perfect embodiment of the classic method of alchemy. Oh, if you've earned even the Golden Witch's approval, that is very reassuring. Be pleased, Natsuhi. This business of Krause's will save the Ushirimiya family from its crisis without fail. Yeah, so now this also, again, I don't want to stall too much on like theory shit, but it is also very interesting that given that this is, again, we all know this is like an illusion. We know that Kinzo's not actually saying this, but if we were to extrapolate this and assume that the message from all of this is still kind of true, despite the actual conversation not being true, we start to get to an interesting conversation point of why would the person who set up the ritual and everything, why would the person who initiated everything, it's more and more not making sense that it would be Krause and Natsuhi. Like, again, I know we in the theory stream said that I thought that Natsuhi, Krause, Jessica were probably responsible for episode 1 in some fashion, but it's a little bit surprising, I guess. I don't know. There's just something's fishy still. I still don't know the motive of whoever Beatrice is to set up the ritual, and it still has not become any more clear to me. But alas. Thank you very much. And if you would once again, we'll have to overcome one more family conference, won't we? Yes. I think things went well last year, but I imagine some of the relatives will find it suspicious. I think this year's conference will be a critical period. During last year's family conference, you were correct to predict that the same thing might have to happen again. Even for those who aren't witches, preparing for the worst case scenario is one of the basics for getting on in this world. So, what will you do this year? Just like last year, I will see to it that a high concentration of the servants who know Father's secret are there on the day of the conference. Some of the relatives may already suspect that Father isn't around. A careless act might actually put us in more danger of exposure. Sorry, I want to see what my audio sounds like right now on stream, because I did not check. So let me open it up real quick, because to me, like, the music is very loud, and I don't know if it's loud enough to offset. The problem is I need to, like, mute my game audio, because I know you guys can't hear this right now, because I'm hearing double crosstalk. Okay, no, I think it's fine. It sounds fine to me. Sorry, I'm playing a game of telephone with myself that you can't hear. Fuck you, past me, stop talking to me. Okay, hello, I am reading, I am Ushirimi Akinzo, and the music is playing in the background. Okay, sounds fine. It's good enough. I have to go pee really bad. I'm sorry. I should have went before the stream. I'll be right back. It'll be like literally 30 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, my bad. I'm back. Is there no game audio, or did I mute it or did I not unmute it in time? I didn't unmute it. That'll be why. Okay. It is said that too much is as bad as too little. Then what will you do? Unlike last year, I think we'll go with the plan that you are staying inside your study until the end. Or that has you staying in your study. That would be suitable. A barricade is simple, and a final trump card. No matter how much the mansion is filled with the toxin, it will be impossible to deny Kinzo's existence as long as the locked room barrier remains around this room. And see, again, that's where things started to fall apart with Ava with the receipt, because she started to question whether or not Kinzo was actually around, whether he was actually doing anything, you know? I shall guarantee that myself. However, if you choose to make a barricade, it is inevitable that you will be surrounded. I know. Even so, I beg that both of you lend us your power just one more time. I cannot disobey the orders of the new head. Furthermore, a ghost cannot disobey the orders of the living. Okay, I don't know about that. What the fuck? If you tell me not to leave this room, then I will obey. Thank you very much. Now, this is the other thing that's really gross about this, though. If you think about this, with how we know things play out because of the chapters, this means that they're still keeping a hold of his body somewhere. Still means that Kinzo's body is, like, kicking about so that they can produce it at any given time, so that they can pass it off as a Twilight. So, I don't know if that's going to be a part of, like, the Natsui plan, shit like that. To be fair, again, it's probably more of, like, the killer's plan, but we'll see. I, on the other hand, will not. If you want me to lend you my power, I won't listen to a mere request. Yes, you are the family alchemist, so I won't ask you to help. I order you to help. We are relying on your magic alone. Use that power to create an illusion of Father just one more time. Very well. I hear and obey. I hear and obey. What is she, fucking Acolyte? Warcraft 3? I find your dignity quite pleasing. Oh, hello, long-haired Beatrice. Hello. From the shadows of the study, Battler watched the exchange between these three. I see. And then this year's family conference comes around. Grandfather shuts himself in his study because he's in a bad mood and doesn't appear in front of anyone. Natsuhi spoke boldly, saying that she would find a way to overcome this year's crisis and protect the Ushirimiya family honor to the end. Kinzo praised her, saying that he was relieved to hear it and trusted her to succeed. Byato also praised her, saying that Natsui's dignity was even more fitting for the family head than Krause's. However, right now, the true number of people in this room was 1. At the same time, I thought that. No. Just because I thought that, Byato grabbed her chest and moaned. Don't worry, we're still outside the game board, so I won't deny you or grandfather over there. As Byato tried to hold back the pain deep inside her chest, I put my hand on hers. I already told Burncastle. Denying the witch illusions in just the 2-day period of the 1986 family conference is enough. In the last game you said and read that grandfather is dead at the start time for all the games, however you never mentioned whether grandfather was alive or dead before the start time for the games. In short, even if grandfather exists in this place right now, that doesn't create any contradictions. True. We talked about this in the theory stream, that the very fact that Kinzo's body had been burned was to basically disguise the time that he died, and that it would probably only be beneficial if Kinzo had died either a very prolonged time before the game had started or immediately around the time the game had started. That it didn't really, not that it wouldn't matter if it was some part in between, because it would still imply like a conspiracy of some kind, but it's a lot more suspicious in the sense of like a murder if Kinzo were to have died like right on the night of the start of the conference or the day prior to the start of the conference, and it also implies more of a conspiracy had it been like years in advance, you know? So I think that's more so what we're getting at here, but my hand that was touching her let off a faint blue light, which seeped into her chest. That light tenderly wrapped itself around the splinters in Beato's chest. And I also can't deny the existence of the Beatrice in this place. The number of people on this island outside the game board, in other words before October 4th, 1986, has not been declared in red. Therefore, there's nothing strange about Beatrice existing here. Oh, wait, look, her eyes came back. Beato's expression softened slightly. My blue light slowly started to melt the red splinters that denied the witch's illusion. And they're gone again. Beato still wore the same sad expression, but she lifted her face and looked at me right in the eyes. Even though she was silent, her eyes told me that the pain had gone away. The feeling that showed in her eyes were gratitude for taking the pain away. And appreciation. Or was it surprise that I had left even a tiny bit of leeway for witches to exist? Unable to look directly at those pure eyes of hers, I automatically averted my gaze. Don't get the wrong idea, I don't plan on accepting the existence of the witches or surrendering, Jesus, I can't read. I just want to focus solely on that one time period and fight like a stoic so that I can win in this game against you. I have no desire to bully you outside the game board as well. Beato hung her head. I was still facing away from her. However, we waited wordlessly for a while, my hand still on hers. By now, no one would believe that this woman with sad eyes was the same person as that prideful Beato. So, I asked once more. Even though I said it aloud, it wasn't a question to her. I was asking myself. Just, what in the world were you thinking? That's right. Even though this is Lambda Delta's game, I have to find you here. I have to find what you thought and what you were trying to do. Very soon this game will also reach October 4th of 1986. The 5th game will finally begin, and this time I'll reach the end of that journey. I'm not worried about the obvious stuff like murders and tricks. What did you, the Golden Witch Beatrice, think? And why did you do what you did? What were you hoping for? That's what I'm gonna find out. That's right. I already know the method for reaching the end of that journey, and I've been shouting it since the very beginning. This time I really will flip over the chessboard. I'll untangle this tale not from my side, but from yours. And this time, I'll understand you. I'll pick my way to your heart. I won't let you feel pain. Don't worry. I won't let those witches make you their toy anymore. Beato looked up at me again and gave a small nod. That's right. The position of the Game Master might have been snatched up by Lambda Delta. However, as long as I continue this contest with the intent of fighting against Beato, our fight will continue no matter who controls the game board. Very soon the curtain will rise on our game. Okay. It's the guest house. We love the guest house. It's Genji! The guy who's like almost certainly probably in cahoots in a bad way. Sorry, I'm raising my mic if you hear a click or some things. Thank you, welcome. During this year's family conference, we must conceal the master's secret once again. Yes, I understand. I'm a little doubtful that the same trick will work twice. Madam shares your concerns. Because of that, it was decided that this year he will not leave the study even once. In other words, we'll make it seem like he's shut away in the study the whole time. Sorry, I'm moving my pop filter over here creaking. Yes. And the only ones allowed to enter the study will be the three of us, the servants permitted to wear the one-winged eagle. Which means that the three of us will have to perpetuate the lie about the master. Correct. The relatives will probably question you about the master's health and mood. Make sure you answer without hesitation, and see to it that nothing is seen as suspicious. Yes, see, this is the most I've seen Genji involved in something that's kind of interesting. I understand. I'm sure you'll screw up right away, Nason. Maybe it's better to say you have a cold or something so that you can skip that day. That's mean. Kennen wasn't just saying that to make fun of Shannon. He simply wanted to release her from the stresses they would face that day as they took on the critical task of concealing Kinzo's death. Genji, is it really necessary for Shannon to work that day? We can manage things well enough without her. That I cannot do. Madam gave strict orders that the three of us be scheduled to work on that day. Yes, I'm prepared to perform my duties successfully. Don't screw up. I won't. Shannon grew sullen and Kennen shrugged. Then Genji told them that they weren't taking this seriously enough. Shannon, Kennen. The master we serve has already passed away. However, until he has truly passed on, we will continue to serve. That study is not empty. The master is still there, hard at work on his usual research. Make sure you take that to heart. Yes, Genji. Oh shit, wait, we're off the island again. Let's go! It's Ava! Wait, so they knew before even coming to the island? I mean, again, we knew that Ava had suspicions with the whole receipt, so it's interesting that we find out that this wasn't something that they just had a suspicion of. Again, this is the interesting thing that I was saying. I wonder if they're going to get into the more, like, real-world aspect of this, if it comes to, like, death certificates and things of that sort of how they found out. Because, again, I don't really know how you would conceal his death for that long had you not held a funeral. It's also gross to think that they're just, like, keeping his corpse, like, locked up somewhere on ice, but whatever, man. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what it is. Father's already passed away. That's insane. Settle down. It's only a possibility. It's well known that Takeda Shingen said in his will that his death was to be kept a secret for 3 years. Know about that? Is that how it went? And Hideyoshi was obsessed with like war stories, which is also where he got his name from. I just don't remember what Japanese general or historical figure they said that he got it from, but is that how it went? My Japanese history isn't so great. At the time, Takeda was in the middle of a war with Oda and Tokugawa. If his death had become known at a time like that, it would probably have had a negative effect on the war. Because of this, he left a will saying that his death should be kept hidden for 3 years. Hideyoshi did the same thing, right? He completely suppressed information about the death of his master, Oda Nobunaga, so that the enemy wouldn't find out. Quickly made peace with Mori and defeated Akechi. Akechi? Oh my god, what? In the Battle of Yamazaki. Shibata Katsui, on the other hand, that was where he failed. The enemy, Uesugi, learned of Nobuyuki's death, so Shibata had to deal with an unexpected counterattack and was slowed down. That's why, later on, he suffered a great loss against Hideyoshi in the fight for the succession. Hideyoshi, who had a strong fascination with the commanders of the Sengoku period, would always show off his knowledge whenever he got the chance. Wincing slightly, Ava made him get back to his point. Long story short, the whole time since last year's family conference, something's not been feeling right to me about what happened. You mean the time when Rudolph and I were talking about the inheritance and Father overheard us from the hall? That's just it. Natsuhi and the servants kept saying Father was here or there and he seemed to be in a bad mood, but not a single one of us relatives saw Father, right? If what you're thinking is right, what does that mean? Does that mean that Nissan is trying to get all of the inheritance for himself? Of course, hiding someone's death is a very dangerous thing to do, and all things considered, I'm not sure Kraus would be willing to do it just to have the inheritance to himself. But it is possible. Well, it's true that Nissan has always been greedy. He always used to take things that were meant for all the siblings and keep them all for himself. Kraus is meant to be the most affluent of you siblings. For Kraus to scheme to keep the inheritance all to himself to the point of accepting the risk of hiding Father's death, I don't know. It sounds a little unbelievable to me. But last year's family conference was just so strange, it makes me wonder. Ava and the others were painfully aware of how reckless it would be to try and see Kinzo knowing that he was in a bad mood. So, ever since hearing about Kinzo getting into a terrible mood during last year's family conference, they had never actively tried to contact him. That was why, until this very day, it hadn't occurred to them to find it suspicious that Kinzo never showed himself. It definitely is something we should suspect, but I wonder if Nissan really would do something as appalling as hiding father's death. For all his pride, that man has a coward side to him. Would he really make such a once-in-a-lifetime bet? In any event, it'd probably be a good idea to make sure we get a chance to meet with father during this year's conference. Okay, so Hideyoshi, he's got a little bit more up top than I gave him credit to. And okay, here's Rudolph, the guy who I'm still putting a lot of chips on Rudolph having some shit going on that we don't know about. They're extremely bad rumors. It seems that Aniki's businesses are failing even worse than we'd imagined. It looks like he's had massive losses and is giving it everything he's got just to try and cover up that fact. In that case, it would be very difficult to borrow money from Kraus. Yeah, I could almost cry. So, would being in financial distress give Kraus some kind of weakness? A weakness? Well, investors tend to have a keen eye. If they were to hear that Aniki is actually low on funds, no one would give him the time of day. I guess trust is the most important part of that business. Kiri smiled thinly. Rudolph was taken aback by that smile. He'd figured that his plan, which involved raising money to get him out of his current mess by borrowing from the affluent Kraus, would all come to nothing now that they knew Kraus himself was in financial trouble. Kraus's credibility might be something he needs for his future work, but we won't have any use for it. You're suggesting extorting money from Aniki? If I was in your place, I'd hate the idea. Who would want to undermine their own blood sibling like that? Hehehe. Rudolph felt a shiver go up his spine at Kiri's cold smile. Okay, so Kiri, she's got a little bit more of a conniving side to her. We knew that she was smart, but she's willing to get some rough and tumble to get what she wants. At times, Kiri was able to throw away all compassion and think in an extremely ruthless manner. Ruthless businesswoman Kiri. Whenever he felt that, Rudolph thought about how he never wanted to have her as his enemy. I wouldn't want to threaten Onisan if there was any other way to get money. If there were another way, we wouldn't be worrying. Don't you think worrying about a problem when you have no other options is a waste of time? Rudolph stopped talking, folded his arms, and lowered his gaze. Even now, Rudolph had a kind of fear of Kraus due to his violence when they were young. And now Rudolph would be the one to threaten him. That meant Rudolph would also have to fight against his childhood trauma. So, to give her husband a little push, Kiri smiled reassuringly, and perhaps coldly. I never want to do business based on trust. It takes hard work to build up trust, but only in an instant to lose it. But only an instant. There's no profitable investment. You're right. All the trust in the world isn't worth a crisp new banknote. Even though Kraus has been taking huge losses, he should be able to prepare enough money to buy us some time. Of course, this will involve forcing him to exchange all the trust he's built up for cash. This is gonna get rough. We'll have to prepare sufficiently. We haven't been given any time or room for failure. Isn't that right? Among my Kyoto friends, there are a few people who are very good at investigating that sort of thing. I'd rather not be in the debt to these people. I'd rather not be in the debt of these people, but do you want to try meeting them? They don't give receipts, but I'm sure they'll dig up something that makes them worth the investment. Okay. Every time we hear the phone call, it usually indicates like the start of something. Oh, Rosa. Yes. Maria's doing well too. That's none of your concern. Thank you. Huh? I don't know. I'd have to look at my schedule. Or sorry, I'm British. I'd have to look at my schedule. Rosa was talking to Rudolph over the phone. Rosa rarely received calls from her older siblings, so she braced herself for something serious. Well, truth is, I want to have a little talk about the next family conference without Aniki. Between you, me, and Ava? Sounds like a headache. I can't talk about the details over the phone, but you might find that it's worth listening to. Something good? Of course. Aneki is all for it. Ne-san is. We just want your approval. We aren't going to ask you for money or anything like that. The most important thing is that the three of us are united. Understand what I'm saying? You understand what I am saying? Rosa let out a sigh. She did so because, in the past, when Rudolph and Ava got into a fight with Kraus, they often used a tone like this to drag her into it. First, tell me. I stand to gain something from this too, right? Yep. Three of us will each grab 200 million out of this. If things go well, we might be able to squeeze out more. That should be enough to wipe out your debt, right? And when will we be grabbing this by? Within this fiscal year, of course. I need it. Aneki needs it. and you need it too, Rosa. All 3 of our problems will be settled. So, his chances of success are good enough that Naison's agreed to it. Now, do you want to hear? I know it's a bit sudden, but let's meet this Sunday. 1900 at the coffee shop you like in Ginza. That's the only time Aneki's schedule and mine match. Any problems? If it can bring me 200 million, I have no choice but to listen. Then, let's meet at 7 p.m. this Sunday at Leopold's. Say hi to Maria for me. You can bring her too if you want. Don't talk about money in front of that child. She set the receiver down with a clunk, a little violently. Apparently either Ava or Rudolph had gotten a hold of one of Krauss's weak points. They were probably thinking of threatening him with that at the next family conference and forcing him to pay money. Even before hearing the details, she knew full well that it could be nothing good. But even so, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to pay back her large debts. Rosa took a notebook out of her handbag and went to fill in the days she would be meeting with Rudolph and Ava. Then she frowned and smacked herself hard in the forehead, because written there was DZL with Maria. DZL. Is that the day of the movie or something? I know we talked about this in episode 4, but DZL. I don't know what that stands for, but... Diesel. They're going to the gym. They're trying to get 4 plates both sides. Maria was in her room, playing around excitedly with Sakutaro and the others. It was because her mother was going to take her to the amusement park that had just been built, Delsneyland, on Sunday. So that's what it is. Looking at the clock, Rosa saw that it was just past 9 o'clock at night. Maria was breaking the lights out rule. After covering her face and agonizing for a while, Rosa stood up and stomped over to Maria's room. The room was almost certainly a mess as well. At least tonight, that was convenient. As she stood outside the door to Maria's room, listening to the happy laughter seeping through, Rosa's face twisted in anguish once again, and she looked at the floor. Then when she raised her head again, her brow was furrowed, and her face had become an ugly expression of anger. Yeah, you can't spell borderline without Rosa. Not that 2 of the letters in her name have anything to do with it, but you know. The weather wasn't looking very good. The weekend forecast had said there was a high likelihood of a tropical cyclone growing into a large typhoon. I know I said cyclone like that. Cyclone. If it was true that premonitions tended to be right, then this year's family conference would probably take place in absolutely horrible weather. In fact, Natsuhi wished that a typhoon large enough to stop boat travel to the island would seal Rockingjimmy away forever. If that happened, she would be able to keep Kinzo's death hidden as long as she wanted. If only the typhoon would keep them at bay forever. Natsuhi let out a deep sigh. Just doing that made her headache throb. As the day of the family conference approached, the intensity of her headache just kept on increasing. See, this is important. This is an interesting fact to put down, which we knew that Ava, she used to have worse nightmares when she would get closer to the island. When it was around the time for the family conference, she would always feel bad. Now, some of that you could just shuck off on being, stress, that there's a lot that's going on, there's a lot of difficult conversations, especially for many of the prior conferences. They would have thought that Kinzo was dead, or not dead necessarily, but was on the verge of dying, so you have the whole headache of having to talk about the inheritance, and then you also have to talk about business ventures. You have a lot of things that are going on that is not the easiest thing to talk about, but I don't think that that's something that I'm just going to totally discard, so... I really need to buy new springs for these switches. Holy fuck, they are way too light for me. Ah! At that time the phone rang. Natsui turned the television off and picked up the receiver. Hello? I apologize for calling during your rest. It is Genji. Is something the matter? There's a phone call for you from the external line. However, they will not state their name. They aren't saying their name? Yes. The person in question said you would know when you spoke with them. What would you like me to do? It might be a prank. What did they sound like? I believe it was a young man. Do you have any ideas who that might be? Okay, that's interesting. So, phone call to Rockingjimmy to talk to Natsuhi. Prior to the 86 conference, had a boy's voice and refused to give their name. Interesting. I put that in the notes. A young man. The only thing I can think is whatever Natsui's maiden family is. Maybe she has a sibling, maybe it's someone like that. It's hard to say. It could also be that it is one of the people that's like voice concealing themselves. We know Battler was on the phone with Jessica earlier because we saw that at the start of this episode. Or not start of this stream rather, not episode. So, Natsui didn't have a clue who that might be. In the first place, there was no one amongst her acquaintances who would do something as rude as refusing to state their name. And on top of that, a young man? Natsui thought that as a wife, it wasn't right for her to have connections with men other than her husband, much less a young man. It might be considered suspicious. Phone calls suddenly seemed like something dirty. But at the same time, she was more interested than ever in what this person wanted to tell her. Now this could be also interesting, because this also could be the people that we were talking about with Kiri. That these are people that, or that we saw with the Kiri and Rudolph scene. This could be the connections that Kiri has. Could be these people calling. We kind of have a pretty big, a wide cast net so far. Could it be there was some kind of trouble related to Krause's business? What if there was some particular reason they needed to talk to Krause's wife instead of Krause directly? No matter what the message, it was her duty as a wife to hear it and relay it to Krause. If it was some strange kind of extortion attempt, she just had to firmly refuse and inform Krause that she had received a phone call like that. If the call was something irritating, then she just had to tell Genji to never again send her a call if the caller refused to state their name. It's Roko's Basilisk on the other end of the line. They're gonna, like, totally mind destroy her. Thinking this, Natsui told Genji, who was offering to hang up after all, to connect her to this person, and she set the receiver down. After a short while, the phone rang again. Hello. This wasn't the internal line. It was the external phone line, which Genji had transferred to her, so it should already have been connected directly to the mysterious man. However, the person on the other end didn't respond to her. Not liking this at all, Natsui spoke one more time, sounding displeased. Hello? Who is it? Tell me your name. She heard something that sounded like a sigh. She automatically gulped. After remaining silent for a little longer, the man finally answered. It's been a long time. That was the first time the man had spoken. Just how long has it been? How many years, I wonder? What are you talking about? Who are you? The voice certainly did sound like that of a young man, but it was a bit hard to figure out much about a person just by their voice over the phone. He sounded like a young adult, but he might actually have been of middle school age. Jesus, the fuck? Middle school? Or an adult who'd voice... Okay, bro, you don't need to send strays my direction like this, but... In fact, it might have been premature to assume this person was was a male at all. However, one thing was certain. Though this person spoke to Natsui in such a familiar and casual manner, Natsui had absolutely no clue who it was. It also could be someone that's using like a voice jammer or modifier in some way. It'd be easy for me to tell you my name, but that would make me very sad. I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you? And what business do you have with me? If you can't tell me that, I'm not interested. I'm hanging up. What I want is for you to remember. And what is it that you're telling me to remember? I don't know you, so I have nothing to remember. Don't say that. I'm your child, aren't I? What did you say? What are you talking about? Don't say things that'll make me so sad, mother. That unsettling word thrust itself mercilessly into the depths of Natsui's heart and started churning it about. In Natsui's entire life, no one had ever said something so unsettling to her. In her bewilderment, Natsui felt her heart beat so loud that it felt like it would explode. I have no idea why you think you have the right to call me mother. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm hanging up. I came back for revenge. Revenge for your crime of 19 years ago. Interesting. The only thing I can think is this going to be like a Futurama type deal? Like, did Natsui have a kid and then just give it up to the foster care system or something? Of course, if there is like another person that is related to Natsui, it would seem kind of... I don't want to say surprising, but it feels like that would probably be somewhat related to the whole Battler shit. And then that makes me wonder more and more if when we were joking about there being like a crib swap shit with Jessica. Makes me wonder even more. And it could make sense that maybe the reason why Natsui has headaches so much is because she has like memories that she's repressing at all times, so that she can keep up an image that she's living. It's hard to say. We don't really have enough info to guess right now, but I'm trying to remember exactly. We know Battler is 18, going on 19. Crime of 19 years ago could still be in reference to be Kinzo's grandchild. It could still make sense. The only thing that's kind of gross and slimy about that is that we know that Rudolph is still... Ooh, actually, no, we don't. We don't actually know that. What I was going to say is we know for certain that our character right now, Battler, is the grandson of Kinzo. We know this for certain. However, just because he's the grandson, and we know that he's not Asumu's son, we by default assume that that meant that Rudolph, because of his cheating past, was maybe out cheating about. Now, there is some possibility that we could say something like, did Rudolph have like a fling with Natsui that they've like hidden or something? Like, I guess that's possible. It would be a bit odd. But it could also be more so that we still are... The only thing is it would be that we are Krause's kid at that point. There's like two lines that I'm thinking about, because like Battler has to be the grandson of Kinzo, right? Which means that he has to be directly from one of Kinzo's children. Which means that it's either that Rudolph and Natsui had a fling or something and it was hidden, or the possibility is that there was like a crib swap or there was like a baby swap or something at some point, and in reality we are actually Krause's kid. Because then it would still be with Natsui, and then maybe they gave up the kid or something because they like were too young or something. They didn't think they could take care of the kid properly. But then it also doesn't really make sense because they come from such a rich family. There's some... I'm gonna put this in the notes, but there's some like fuckery going about. And again, this person might not necessarily be connected to Battler, but it just seems... I don't think you would have like a red herring like this, unless this is just blackmail in some way. But even still, blackmail only works if you're hitting on something. Like for instance, right now, if somebody called me and they were like, well, first of all, I'm 25, so if I had a kid 19 years ago, we really got some real things to answer. But the real question is, blackmail only works if you have leverage to blackmail someone with, right? It sounds sort of stupid, but like, if somebody said like, oh, you know, I'm your kid, I'm gonna come out and say that, you know, you gave me up at birth and blah blah, but it's like, okay, but if it didn't happen, then it doesn't really do anything, which means that even if this person isn't actually like the bastard child or like the hidden child of Natsui, it would still mean that Natsui has that past that she's trying to conceal. It would also make sense that maybe the reason why Natsui has these headaches and shit is because she has like repressed so many memories that continue living like the life that she lives. She has to repress so much about her past because she might be messed up. Now, the only thing that is weird about all of this... I'm trying to think of the... We know Battler. Okay. The only thing is that I wonder about this is I'm trying, because the way that I'm thinking about this is we know these people enter the family register when they get married, right? But does that count the same as though being like blood related, you know? Because no matter what, like let's assume that George and Jessica and everything, that we think they actually are the children as they've been stated so far to this point in the game. They still have some blood relation because one of their parents is still in the direct line. But if this was like a bastard child that was born from a man that was outside of the Ushirimiya family, even though Natsui is in the Ushirimiya family now, would that even count? Because the only other way that it would count is like what we were saying earlier, that like, oh, like Rudolph is the dad. Fuck, this is so confusing. You are right, Angie did say that she's Battler's sister. Which that would imply Rudolph. Because she would still have... but this is the thing, though. You could be like... I don't know. The problem is there's so many like word games. I'm trying to think of like ways that you could get around this. Can't fucking type with this keyboard right now. Holy fuck, I can't type. Fuck, I'm just trying to see how this would... We could also just have the third possibility that whoever is just lying. Would they just introduce a random character, like a random kid, that had no connection? Like, I almost feel like they wouldn't. So I'm gonna put here... We also could just say that... I apologize for the pause here. I'm just like, this is a big revelation, and I'm trying to think of like the possibilities that would make sense here. Oh god, this is so odd. It also could explain that... Wasn't in episode 1 that... I'd have to go back. It was in the very first dinner scene that happened in episode 1, but there was some comment that was made... Oops, I just knocked my pop filter. There was some comment that was made by Battler that, like, Natsui was always kind of... I don't want to say rude to him, but she was always kind of, like, odd to him. So I also wonder if that has something to do with anything. Fuck. It makes me lean towards option 2. The other thing, too... It was during the very first family dinner scene that they had, because Natsui sits next to where Battler is. And I remember he said something about how Natsui was always, like, cold or weird to him. But, like, the way that the game has described it, I feel like Natsui wouldn't know. Like, I feel like she would not remember, I guess. I don't know, this is all very confusing. Okay, and now we're going to unpause champ, and we're going to see that I stalled for so long, and this was, like, entirely pointless, and it was all blackmail, and it was actually the people that Kiri sent, and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I will say the crime, the thing of 19 years ago makes me heavily think that this is related to Battler. It just seems too odd to mention that, because if you think about it too, right? If Battler is 18, right? He's 18 and change. We don't know exactly how old, but he's 18 and some change years old. That would still mean that the crime of 19 years ago, if you put 9 months prior, assuming that his birthday was like... Well, we know it's July. This is October. So yeah, no. So yeah. So if we assume that his birthday was July 15th, we know that from the code. That would mean that he is 18 years and what? August, September, October. Like 2 and something months, like... Basically, 9 months prior would have been before his 18th birthday. So you could have still said it was... Oh, fuck, I don't know. This is tough. Regardless. Okay, no more pause champing. We're gonna continue. But there's some fuckery afoot with that. I came back for revenge. Revenge for your crime of 19 years ago. Natsui's mind went blank. And beyond the sound of the wind howling outside the window, she most certainly heard the roar of the sea from that day. You remember, actually, don't you? I told you I don't know what you're talking about. Never call here again. I haven't forgotten what you did to me 19 years ago, so I will call you mother despite what you did. No, because of what you did, to curse you. It'll be the family conference very soon, won't it? I am your son, mother, after all. I'll come on the day of the conference, after 19 years, so that I can have my revenge on you. Now, this is weird, too, to say after 19 years, meaning that this person hasn't shown up in that time. Ooh, but wait, okay, no, I'm convinced more and more, although this could just be total bait, like, it could be the I'm being baited to think this, but I'm, like, more and more convinced that our Battler is actually Natsui's kid. Because even more, the only thing is that would mean that this is Battler that was also calling. Which is odd. But I guess we don't really know about any of Battler's anything prior to the start of the game. Because when he says, I'll come after 19 years, you might say, oh, well, Battler went 6 years prior, but not actually. Because that could have been the real battler that showed up, and they were talking about how he's so different, you know? So it could be that this isn't actually. But it depends who the child situation is between, right? We don't know if she was married to Kraus at this point. That's why I was saying, like, for instance, to say that if Natsui had a bastard kid at some point when she was already a part of the Ushirimiya family register, let's say that she cheated or something, right? Or maybe she had a kid, like, prior to getting married to Kraus. This is what I say when I'm not sure what they mean by grandchild of Kinzo, right? Because it actually does, this part here, when I say, this part doesn't even matter. I don't even know why I put this. I don't need brackets on this. You would have to imagine that it would be before joining the family register, because if she was constantly around, it's not like you can hide that you're pregnant. Like, it's pretty fucking obvious. But they don't necessarily have to be that's what I'm saying. This is the thing that's confusing, is that, well, George isn't their kid. That's Ava and Hideyoshi. The only thing that is confusing about this all this is going to come down to is what they mean when they say grandchild. If we assume that this is actually Battler, yeah. What I'm wondering in all of this, though, because we know that what you're saying makes sense. I'm just trying to see how I can make this make sense as well. Because you're not wrong. That was a plot point that they made about how Ava was trying to rush to have a kid because she wanted to beat Kraus and Natsui to the punch. And we can't say that Natsui would have already had a kid that she had hidden at that point. So she definitely had to be a part of the family register. She had to already be a part of the family register at that point. Because Kraus and Natsui were already married. This was only 19 years ago. But then the better question would be, how the fuck did Natsui keep it secret? How did Natsui hide being pregnant? The only other thing that you could imagine is that they had twins. But then that would also mean that Natsui isn't, or that Jessica isn't. I mean, some women don't, but I mean, when you get late, it's still gonna show. And I think most of the time, when women that don't show, it's usually women that are, I don't want to say that are, it's either that they're like hyper skinny or they're like very athletic. I don't know. You're right. There are some people that don't. I'm not gonna pretend that I'm an expert to know what it is. I'm just trying to think, is there some way that you could make this make sense? Because then Angie becomes such a weird topic of all of this. God, this is gonna be like a family fucking tree meme. I'm just trying to think how this makes any fucking sense at all in my head. If Natsui had twins, and one of the kids was taken, but we know Jessica's like 16, so it doesn't really make sense. The only option could be this. They had a kid, and for whatever reason... Okay, this is what my thinking is. My thinking is that... the problem is I don't even want to put forward a theory because it's going to sound really bad. Because it sounds... My thinking right now... But, see, this is the thing that doesn't make sense to me, okay? And I don't think okay, look. I have a theory that that could potentially make sense. The only problem with this theory is that there would have to be like a very likely coincidence that I just don't think the coincidence would make sense. Assuming we take this, because what the coincidence would have to be, right? I can think of a thing that would all make sense here. But then this is so confusing. Okay, there's some part of my theory that doesn't make sense, okay? I have an idea of how this would work, because the problem that I have with my theory right now is I have to not only make it make sense how Angie is still Battler's sister, but also that Battler would be the bastard child from this marriage. Or not from this marriage, from whatever this person is talking about. And what I'm thinking in my head is that if Battler, but then the age described, something doesn't make sense here. What I'm trying to say is that this person could be a twin. Let's say the Battler was born as a twin. Natsui had twins. For whatever reason, she covers up this somehow. Her and Kraus cover it up because I don't, look, I can make this make sense, but it feels so far-fetched and bullshit that it's like I don't even want to try and make it work. The theory would go like this. I'm just going to say it front to back. I'm going to close my eyes and I'm going to say it, even though as I'm thinking through it, it feels more and more bullshit, but this is like a square peg round hole situation. The thinking is, so we already know that there was some problems with Kraus and Natsui because Kraus and Natsui were having trouble having a kid. So we already know that George was born before Natsui ever got pregnant, which also tells us that Natsui and Kraus were already married and Natsui was already a part of the family register. Okay, perfect. So, 19 years ago, George is like 23 going on 24, I think they said in the game. And Battler is 18. I believe Jessica is 16, is the story. I might have the ages off a tiny bit, but go with me for a second. So we know that there's a little bit of a gap. There's a 2-year gap between when Battler was born and when Jessica was born. My thinking here is Natsuhi cheated, okay? For whatever reason she cheated. She got pregnant, okay? She had to pass off the fact that whoever this was, that this kid was Kraus's, because otherwise it would be revealed that she had cheated, right? Now, the only thing that I can think of, right, is that there was either, oh my god, the thinking of this would be that the kids were either put into like foster care or they were given to one of the other parts. I don't know, they had to be pushed off in some way, because this is the thing that doesn't make sense. There's I don't even know how to, my fucking brain is like melting, because like I feel like what I'm thinking in my head makes sense, but I don't know how to verbalize it to make it make sense. Natsui somehow, if we assume that she cheated, right? She gives birth. Somehow it is either, I don't want to say that she either lies to Kraus to keep it hidden. Let's say this is sort of fucked up, but let's say that she miscarried. She lies and says that she miscarried or the kid died at birth so that Kraus and nobody else in the family is suspicious. The kids get sent away to a foster home of some kind or something, right? This kid is actually the Battler that we know, okay? Everything follows to this point. 2 years later, Natsui gets pregnant. She has Jessica. All is well in the world. Natsui forgets that this kid exists. Whatever. This kid comes back. But see, the only thing that starts to get weird, there's two parts of this theory that don't make sense, is that one, how is it? He said at some point that he was like 18. I don't remember exactly when it was. I'm pretty sure it's around the same as, I think it was in the first episode. So the only thing that is confusing to me about this is we almost know for certain, again, unless there is some total bullshit going on, because Angie and Battler have a, what was it, 12-year age gap between them? So because Angie was 6 when everything started, on the day she wasn't present. The thing that makes me wonder here, that would be the coincidence, is how would it make sense that Angie is Kyrian Rudolph's kid, and that she has like the same hair color, she looks similar to Battler that we play as. We're talking about our Battler. I don't know about the true Battler, but that they look similar, right? How would it be that they look similar? Because they were born in separate marriages or from separate people, because at the very least, assuming that we take what the story has told us to this point as being true, that Angie is Kyrian Rudolph's kid, it doesn't really make any sense. It would be like a very, very, very big coincidence that if this bastard kid that Natsui had that was hidden away from the family that is now coming back actually is Battler, why the fuck would it look similar to Angie, who is born out of a totally separate marriage? The only way, red feather, yellow feather, I almost read that wrong, thank you for the follow. The only way that this would make sense would be, I'm going to put this in bullet points, okay? And we're going to reason through this together. I'm turning the game audio down too, because the game audio I think is also making me go a little bit delirious right now. So how can we make the puzzle pieces fit? So, this is where things start to get odd. So number 1. These are things that we know have to be true to satisfy this, right? I don't know if this was declared in red at some point. I would have to go back at the end of episode 4. Whenever Angie, like, dissolves into meat or whatever, I would have to find... Okay. And again, this is like theorizing territory. I'm sorry for pausing and not saying anything for this, so I apologize for the dead air. We are operating under these assumptions. I'm not saying that these are necessarily true, just as an aside. Because if these are the 3 things that we have to make it fit together, that Battler's Kinzo's grandchild, well, this is a weird one. We could say that it makes sense because Natsui was already a part of the family register at this point. And so because Natsui was already a part of the family, again, this is the weird thing where I don't know when they say a part of, like, because he's the grandchild, do they just mean that in name? Because in theory, that means that they could, like, any family right now in the course of this game could go adopt any kid from any orphanage anywhere and say, like, oh, well, this is Kinzo's grandchild. But not really, because you would think that to be a grandchild means you would have to have a direct line. So if I say that there's a direct line, you would have to think that it would be Rudolph. We know Rudolph has a cheating problem, so, like, the theory that I have in my mind is that Rudolph would be the one that cheated with Natsui, and for whatever reason, Natsui had to keep it hidden because it was bad. So then my thinking is that whenever Natsui carries the kid to term, she lies to Krause at some point and says, like, that, like, the kid died at birth, that it was, like, a stillbirth, that she miscarried or something, when in reality she actually delivers the baby to term and she sends the kid off to an orphanage. Kid's gone. 2 years later, Krause and Thing actually have a kid, which is Jessica, which also is sort of sussed a little bit depending on how you want to look at it. I think that would make sense, I think. Because then Angie would still be Battler's half-sister, because she would still share one parent. Then Battler would also still have a direct line to Kinzo, so it would still follow. I think everything fits here. The only thing that we don't have an explanation for is we would have to have some explanation as to how Natsuhi kept this hidden and for what reason she doesn't remember. So because we already know that he wasn't, like, Rudolph, we already know that Rudolph wasn't in Battler's life. The question is, when did our Battler replace the real one that was Asumu's Battler? Because at some point that happens. Because we know that it would have to... Because even more so than this could be... Fuck, let me think. I think this fits, right? Piece with the following. Rudolph and Natsu had an affair. Natsu... He gets pregnant, carries a child to term somehow, and for some reason she lies to Kraus, says she miscarried, child was stillborn, something of this sort. The kid gets sent away and effectively doesn't live as a part of the family. Everyone a part of the family, save Natsuhi and maybe Rudolph, don't think this kid is alive anymore / exists. Natsui gets pregnant later by Kraus and has Jessica, carries on living as though she only has one kid. We assume this kid that Natsui sent away is our battler, and at some point he replaces the true battler, which was Asumu and Rudolph's kid. This way, our battler still has a direct line to Kinzo via blood with Rudolph, and also can still be Angie's half-sister, assuming that now the only question that we would have to add to this, which would be a pretty big coincidence, is how is it that Battler, that we know, why does he look so similar to Angie? Down to like hair color and everything mainly, because this is the classic anime trope. You know, if they have the same hair color, they're probably related. If we grant that, why do they look similar enough that they could pass as siblings, you know? Yeah, they share one parent, but like Rudolph doesn't have that hair color, right? To be fair, we don't know what Asumu looks like. We also have no guarantee that this part is even true, because our initial theory stated that we thought that Jessica was a bastard child as well. So this part maybe is not necessarily true, but it doesn't, for all intents and purposes, it makes it fit for this story. I think this follows so far. The better question that we then need to know that is true, he did say that. The other thing too that we also know is we still have that theory. You know what it is? I think we're right. And I think the reason why is when we think about that code that was written, it was a message to our battler that was supposed to talk about his sin. And that's why the sin of people dying is when he says, I can come and have my revenge on you. It also makes sense that that's why Natsuhi dies in every single episode. Relatively early. Well, I guess with the exception of the first and the last. Or sorry, the first and the third. Or which one is it that it's the third that she gets strangled in. The only thing that... sorry, my mind is like overheating. I think that the code is the birthday of both battlers. That's my current thinking. I think that the code that was sent, I think I said this at some point in our theory stream. If I go up and I find it. I think I might have put it under Rudolph's note. I believe Battler's sin may be related to Rudolph in a sin to the father, sin to the son type deal. Oh, right here. I feel very confident the coded message was directed to him. So in reality, this could also be directed to Battler. And I think the reason why behind this is I think this is the birthday of both battlers. Our current battler says that his birthday is 0715. The only thing is our battler could also have been like, I don't know how to word this. He could be convinced that he's the real battler. But maybe for whatever reason, he doesn't know that he's not. This is where we start to get into shit that I can't really speculate on because it's stuff that we don't know about. We don't know how or why. We don't know how or why the swap happened. Because the thing is, if the swap happened, at the very least, it feels like Rudolph would have had to have known about it. Well, I think what happened is that at some point the real battler died for some reason, right? We don't know what reason he died. Like, we could attribute this to some malicious reasoning, like the other battler killed him, or we could attribute it to anything, really. But for whatever reason, the other battler dies. The real, true battler that is Asumu and Rudolph's kid, right? And then, for whatever reason, our battler takes the real battler's place, right? We don't know for what reason. The only thing that's really odd about this, that sort of confuses me in some way, is I feel like Kiri would also have to know about this. But to be fair, Kiri's kind of conniving. I can see that she would keep that secret. It also could be very true, because this is the weird thing too with Kiri, is we know that Kiri was around the entire time. Normally what I would say is like, oh, maybe Kiri wasn't around for the real battler, and the real battler dies, and then the new one comes in and replaces him, and Rudolph's like, hey, Kiri, this is my kid from the other marriage. But we already know that Rudolph was fucking around with Asumu when he was already with Kiri, because Kiri was actually the original girl, and Asumu, according to how Kiri states the story, at least in episode 4, or I think it was 3 actually, yeah, it was 3, that he cheated with Asumu while they were together, and that it was made to seem like, you know, yada yada, regardless. All that to say is that Kiri at the very least probably knows about this. However, she might not know about this kid. She might not know about this battler. It depends how much she interacted with real battler versus old battler. And again, then the other question would be like, how are they so similar that they could pass for each other? Is it enough that you could say because there was a 6-year time gap from when they were with each other that they looked different enough that the kid would have grown up in enough time that you would be like, oh, you know, you kind of look similar, because you know, it's still half of Rudolph's genetics. I guess that's the only thing that I would have to say, which again, I'm not saying this is the explanation, but there's a relatively big coincidence that our current battler looks enough like the other battler that he could replace him. Unless, of course, Kiri already knew about it. At the very least, Rudolph has to know about this. It seems like Natsui has purged this from her mind. I don't think Natsui was involved past the birth of the kid. That's my current belief. I don't think that Natsui had anything to do with this kid. I think most of this was probably stuff that Rudolph was doing behind the scenes. I don't want to waste too much more time on this, but because with Natsui, it kind of makes sense, right? Let's say she parted with the kid at birth and she never saw it since. Well, you wouldn't know what that kid looked like, right? Let me put this down on one thing, too. Okay, we're gonna leave it at this for now. That we can make the pieces fit with the following. Rudolph and Natsui had an affair. Natsui gets pregnant, carries a child to term somehow, and for some reason she lies to Kraus, I should say / everyone else, saying that she miscarried, that the child was stillborn, something of this sort. The kid gets sent away and effectively doesn't live as a part of the family. This should just be a period. Everyone a part of the family, save Natsui and maybe Rudolph, don't think that this kid is alive anymore / exists. Natsui gets pregnant later by Kraus. Again, I'm going to put an asterisk on this, that we're not guaranteeing that this is true, because again, with our whole theory of Jessica being Beatrice, that this might not be true, but regardless, we'll throw that to the side. We won't worry about that. Carries on living as though she only has one kid. We assume this kid that Natsui has that was sent away is our battler, and at some point he replaces the true battler, which was Asumu plus Rudolph's kid. This way, our battler still has a direct line to Kinzo via blood with Rudolph, but can still also be Angie's half-sister, assuming that Rudolph is the parent of both. Questions to be answered regarding this is 1. How/why did Natsui forget that this happened? She forced herself to forget, hence the headaches maybe? Question mark. Number 2, how did Rudolph perform the battler switch at some point such that nobody else could notice us get suspicious when he replaced the true battler, we'll call. And 3, why is there such a discrepancy in the behavior between this person calling Natsui and our battler that we know, assuming that they are the same person? Person seems much more conniving. I think I spelled conniving wrong. It might just be one. I'm Googling it. No, I spelled it right. What a weird looking word. Okay. Fucking short pit stop in the theory stream. Okay. My apologies for that long ass break. Let's get back to this. Click. Breathing so hard her shoulders heaved, Natsui slammed the receiver down and hung up. Then she hit the phone violently, knocking the receiver off, so that there was no chance of that man calling back. I can hear the roar of the sea. The voice I'm hearing from beyond the howling wind must be, no matter how I cover my ears. No matter how I cover my ears. The headache won't. Completely pale, Natsui kept shivering as though cold. Lambda, are you there? Yes, I'm here. I'm anywhere you want me to be, Burn. Then crawl into the cupboard under the kitchen floor, or in a jar of rice bran paste if you want. Oh, you're gonna dip me in bean paste and bite me, but in that case I prefer to be dipped in honey. And in return I'll cook you in sugar water. At least make it sweet soy sauce with sweet sake. So what's up? You wanna play with repetition requests? That's right. Is Natsui's phone conversation here a fact? Oh my god, they're actually gonna red question. Lambda Delta grinned unpleasantly as though sizing Burncastle up. She was probably trying to tease Burncastle by taking her time on the repetition request. Declining to repeat. I don't know. Let me see. Should I decline or should I respond? As the game master, that's up to me to decide, and I get to make the decision anytime I want. Unless I state it in the blue text, you aren't obligated to respond. Exactly. Hehehehe. For now, the best you can do is be all like, Natsui has a secret from 19 years ago, what could it be? Make sure you're sitting on the edge of your seat, alright? Hehehehe. Of course, this fishy telephone call occurs before October 4th, 1986. This is still before the start time of the game, so it's not necessary to question whether it's true or false in the first place. Since you, the game master, went out of your way to show me this, I'm just going to assume you're setting up something for later. It might be a trick, but I'll at least keep this move of yours in my memory. I place this card face down onto the field. Okay, fucking Seto Kaiba. Ow, what? Direct attack. After suddenly being conked on the head, Lambda Delta was bewildered. But perhaps this incomprehensible exchange was funny to her because she quickly went back to giggling. Are you done preparing the game board now? Yeah, that's right. Now I'll finally move on to the game. On to October 4th, 1986. I wonder what number October 4th, 1986 this is. The Endless Witch. Beatrice. She really is a frightening child. Taking any actions on your side, Burn? Nope. If you aren't going to respond to my repetition request, I'm done. Turn end then? Start cleanup draw? Come. October 4th, 1986. We're making really good pace, guys. An hour and a half to get through one sub-chapter. You know, in a few hours, we might have passed through 2 chapters. So it looks like we're skipping through past the first twilight. We're gonna go to 8 a.m. probably. Oh, no. Went all the way to 11. Interesting. You're goddamn right. I can read a fucking... I can read an analog clock. I'm 25, goddammit, not 15, even though I sound 15. This rose garden really is a masterpiece. It's gotten even more awesome than it was 6 years ago. You're so lucky to have this as your yard. Are you kidding? For me, it just makes it a longer walk to the harbor, which is a real pain. Ha 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 ha. It's a pretty luxurious worry. Ugh. Getting to say hi to the roses every morning before school? So awesome. You must get late after saying hi to so many roses. Shame about Angie, though. I hear her stomach gets upset easily. Apparently. It's probably her intestines that are weak. She's always getting diarrhea. Okay, bro. Ugh, you shouldn't say something like that. I was literally about to say the exact same thing, but it's okay, Maria. Sorry about that. Yeah, I forgot. Marshmallows are what comes out of a girl's butt, right? Okay, bro. So Angie got sick and the marshmallows turned into syrup. Yeah, that's just too disgusting. George and Jessica slammed a knee and a fist right into either side of Battler's gut. Whack, smack, thud. The smack thud was probably the sound of his knees hitting the ground and him falling over. Normally, Battler possessed the good sense you'd expect of an 18. Okay, so yes, he was 18. Thank you, game, for confirming what I thought I remembered. However, it seemed that the reunion had brought him back to the mental age he had been 6 years ago, and bit by bit, Jessica and George realized that they were also returning to the way they'd been 6 years ago. The other thing, too, is, like, how is our Battler that similar enough in personality to the real Battler? Like, this is some legit, like, identity theft shit. Do we need to run, like, the identity, stolen identity ad? Like, 6 million Americans every year are victims of identity theft. It could be you. This charming chat was being observed by Natsui, gazing through an open window in the hall. Madam, Kraus is searching for you. I'll go in just a bit. It isn't even lunchtime yet and I'm already tired. The sparks had been flying between them and Ava's group only a few moments earlier. The others had pounded on Kraus and Natsui over and over to get Kinzo out of his study. Apparently they hadn't been fully tricked at last year's family conference after all. There are no problems with father, I assume? Correct. Leave it to me. Shannon and Cannon are also fully aware of today's arrangements. Kumasawa is a good liar, so I'm not worried about her, but I am a little concerned about Dr. Nanjo. I get the feeling he's bad at hiding things. Leave that to me. I intend to support Dr. Nanjo from nearby as much as possible. It's very reassuring to have you there. It really helps a lot. Without your strength, we wouldn't be able to succeed. Okay, I already said this earlier when we were doing the theory stream too, that Natsui was in my tier list. She is like eking up higher and higher and higher. I already said that I thought she was a really good character, just that she like didn't get the opportunity to show up enough. Because she got fucking clapped at the start of like 2 episodes, but I am honored by your words. Don't worry, the locked room barrier on the study is perfect. As long as the barrier remains unbroken, no one will be able to expose Kinzo's secret. Yes, I understand. Still, you heard that conversation in the parlor just now, didn't you? It seems that some considerable suspicions were aroused last year. The terrible toxin has accumulated and is being spread all around. It seems this year's conference really will be crucial. We might be able to overcome this year somehow, but there is such a thing as pushing our luck. It's probably best to assume that next year won't be manageable. With this much of the anti-magic toxin filling up the place, it will probably be difficult to preserve Lord Goldsmith's magic for yet another family conference. Who are you? Oh, no need to be surprised. This man serves as my head furniture. Greetings, Madam Natsui. My name is Ronove. I'm actually standing right next to you hello, I'm Ronove. It's a pleasure to meet you. This man's reliable. He's also helping to guard the locked room barrier. And the fact that she said that, again, furthermore, I was already pretty convinced that Ronove was Genji. But, or a representation of, etc., blah blah blah, you know, witch memes, but regardless. Is that so? I am Ushirimiya Natsuhi. I thank you for your cooperation. Of course, madam. I will be aiding you from the magic world. Please rely on me. And oh, my goat. Welcome back. This girl's the hottest voice in the whole game. I'm so sorry, okay? I don't wanna, no gooning, but in that case, I guess I'll introduce myself next. Hi, Arichi. Long time no see. Okay, ready? I'm sorry, okay? A little bit of a gooner pause here. I apologize. Don't tell my girlfriend either. Oh. Oh, she's the goat. Okay, sorry. Let's get back to actually playing the game. Put your pants back on. Okay. Ah, Gab. It's heartening to see that you're here as well. Well, I only came to have some fun. If you need an extra hand, let me know. Nice to meet you, madam. This is the first time I've said hello, but I'm always right by anyone's side. Poo-coo-coo. Gab here is quite the prankster. Remember that headache medicine you dropped on the floor of your room and lost as you were getting dressed? Gap was the one behind that. Whenever you set something small down somewhere but can't find it later, it's always a good idea to suspect that it's one of her pranks. Long ago, she used to tease me all the time. Is that so? In any event, this is the Ushirimiya mansion. As long as you are here, you will obey us. You understand, correct? Of course. We understand. Think of me as a Genji of the magic world, and please give me orders whenever you wish. Wow, you couldn't be more fucking on the nose, could you? I'm pretty sure I know how to be a good guest. I won't let the landlord lose face. You can count on Ronove and Gap. However, the magic world and the human world are two different sides of the same coin. I understand. Of course, I will do all I can in the human world. Let's work together and protect Father's secret. This happens every time. We won't get anywhere until the next day. Well, sure. October 4th is like a preparation turn for me. If you don't feel like doing anything, why don't you just sit around until October 5th? I'll call you after the first 6 die. Of course, that was a very irritating way to say it. The fight wouldn't start until the crime occurred. However, waiting for the crimes to start would mean turning a blind eye towards the murders of the first twilight. In other words, it would be the same as being content with the fact that 6 people would die. Did you know? They say that in chess, the player who moves first is twice as likely to win. I don't know if it's that extreme, but hey man, it's called first mover advantage. Although that can change as the tactics of the match progress, don't they say that the second player has a much better chance at a draw? Even I know what the first to strike wins means. Then what are you trying to say? Pfft, giggle giggle. This is why you're so incompetent. Seriously. Are you listening, Battler? She's saying that you should be the one moving first, bro. Because you're settling more and more to just draw over and over by letting the witch move first every single time, so you need to move before she moves. You want to have the first move advantage. Come on. There's a mystery which can be solved even on October 4th. Or are you listening, Battler? I think I didn't say that. Do you know what that is? You don't mean... No, but... Well, watch and see, Battler the Incompetent. I have a general idea what these witches are talking about. I've tried solving it several times myself in the past, but I still haven't found anything resembling an answer. On the contrary, I still can't even understand why that riddle exists. That's right, the reason it exists. Why did Beato prepare a riddle like that in the first place? We all discussed it together from time to time in the past games. However, I've been avoiding thinking about it under the assumption that there's no point in investigating the riddle unless we can solve it. This time I should change my viewpoint. We already talked about this, about what the motive was behind putting the epitaph forward. We actually talked about it at length in the last episode. That there may have been some possibility that the person that put forward that epitaph made it more visible, because like if we think about it, the epitaph was put forward in Kinzo's will. It's possible, because again, we know that Kinzo died prior to the 85 conference, right? And this is the 86 conference, so we know that the epitaph was put up about 2 years prior, which would have been around the time that Kinzo actually died and it was released to everybody. That the reason why it was put forward was because whoever was in control of the gold, or whoever, you know, Kinzo, Kraus, whoever, they were looking for the gold, but they didn't know where it was. So they put it forward because they wanted more people to be able to find the gold because they couldn't solve the problem themselves. But we still don't... Basically, the epitaph was probably given to Kinzo in some way to try and find the location of all the gold, because he might not have had full control over the gold at any given time. Maybe he could only ask to use some of the gold, and then maybe it was, you know, brought forward towards him. But maybe he didn't have knowledge of exactly where the gold was himself. Now that's a little bit of like a, who knows, maybe press X to doubt situation. You know, I'm not entirely sure in that regard. But, however, we know that the people who came after Kinzo almost certainly don't know where the gold is, meaning Kraus and Natsui. And we know that outside of Kraus's business venture, they were probably banking on finding the gold as a way to be able to buy back and pay off all the debt from their creditors. So, it's very likely that the epitaph was put up, not so much the ritual part. The ritual part may have served as sort of an incentive for people to solve the actual thing. However, the actual riddle itself was put up and visible for everybody because the person who put it up didn't know where the gold was themselves and was trying to help, or not, shouldn't say help, was trying to get somebody to find it for them. But I shouldn't just focus on the obvious parts, like the truth of the riddle and how to solve it. What's more important is why the riddle was set up in the first place and displayed for us. Oh my god, bro, just fucking... That's what I should be thinking about. And the one proposing that riddle is Beatrice. It's probably not. That part was probably written by Beatrice, but it may have been given to Kinzo. And then passed on. Even if I can't solve it, I should be able to try and figure out what Beato was thinking when she showed it to us. There isn't... Because I think we talked about this a little bit. I don't want to waste too much time, because, fuck, I'll never complete the game at this pace if we stop every time there's a moment to theorize about something. But there is, like, questions to be asked about why Beatrice would write an epitaph that would disclose the location of the gold, if disclosing the location of the gold would guarantee that she would not get to keep the headship. Now, we can talk about the whole magic explanation for that, which is that, oh, you know, there has to be some risk, but I think that that's a pretty big ad hoc reason that was given. And we were given this reasoning that, oh, like, there has to be some risk or else Beatrice's magic wouldn't be. So of course she has to have this insane risk that was put forward of her being able to lose her entire succession and lose her entire thing, because that's the only way that she could give it up. In reality, whoever is posing as Beatrice right now in the game might not know where the gold is themselves and wants to know where it is. Possibly. I just don't see any other reason why you would put that up. If the epitaph was written by Kinzo, it could also be that, like we said, that maybe if we follow the original theory that we had talked about, where Jessica is a bastard child and she is the current Beatrice, and, you know, there's a line of succession of Beatrices, etc., etc., etc. I don't want to rehash all old ground, but if we buy into that theory, it could be that whoever the OG original Beatrice was knew where the gold was. She died, right? It gets lost. In her death, when she dies, she gives Kinzo her will, and her will is the location of the gold. Maybe Kinzo does know the location of the gold, doesn't really matter too much then. But then the next situation arises where the new Beatrice that gets crowned, which we'll say is Jessica in this example, that Beatrice might not actually know where the gold is, even if the original one did. We're still kind of at the same spot, just with like a slightly different explanation. I do still think that there was probably a Beatrice that preceded whoever the current person that's acting as Beatrice in this game is, and that was probably the person that lived in Kuwadorian, who died at some point, because we know then, you know, the whole thing about, we know the whole thing about how they stopped delivering packages and like food and things for a woman being delivered to Kuwadorian, so we know there was somebody that was living out there. At the very least, whoever the OG Beatrice was, and Kinzo probably knew where the gold was. They probably wrote the epitaph. The current Beatrice came into some possession or found out about the epitaph, yada yada, in some way. You know, I don't know the whole exact lineage and passing on. They found out, they don't actually know, they only have the epitaph to lead them there. Maybe they aren't as smart or blah blah blah, they don't actually know where the gold is. All of this to say, a very long verbose way to say, that the epitaph was put up because whoever is behind all of this doesn't know where the gold is themselves. Whether it was Kraus and Natsui because they got it from Kinzo's will, or whether it was the Beatrice that is succeeding the original Beatrice and she doesn't know where the gold is, regardless. We'll leave it at that. Even if I can't solve it, I should be able to try and figure out what Beato was thinking when she showed it to us. And I'm not in the game. When she showed it Hawk to us. Alright, this time I'm turning the chessboard over. The witches keep calling me incompetent. Let them laugh. My enemy isn't them. I'm continuing our match, Beato. There was actually a thunderstorm here today. Right around the time this morning and afternoon. It's actually the reason why I didn't start streaming earlier, because I thought our power was going to go out. Oh. Seems like it's finally started raining. Sheesh. I wish I could keep the downpour limited to the inside of my heart. Okay, Rudolph. The people in the parlor noticed that the raindrops had started to drip down the window. So now, we have nowhere to run until the family conference ends. The same thing goes for Nissan and his accomplices. I won't let them escape, you can be certain of that. The cards we're holding aren't bad. Nissan is just bluffing. I'll make certain that he surrenders. Well, the thing about a deal is, you don't go in trying to beat the other guy. You get a pitfall ready, praise him a bit, and convince him to stand on it of his own accord. Hideyoshi is right. You pressed him a little too hard just now, Ava. That was perfectly reasonable considering it's Nissan we're dealing with. Has Rosa fallen asleep? She was complaining about how early she woke up this morning. Well, guess there's nothing wrong with taking a nap. There's a chance we might be forced to spend all night on this. Getting a nap in now is probably a smart idea. Out of consideration for Rosa, who had fallen asleep on a sofa, the others quietly left the parlor. Excuse me. Hiccups. I do feel like the 5th game is kind of a repeat of the first game, in a way. Excuse me. I don't think it's going to be exactly like Higurashi, where we quite literally, like, step in step, shadow in shadow, follow the first episode, because we already saw the victims of the first Twilight, and it didn't match with who the victims were in the first episode. But regardless, we're kind of getting into the Higurashi state of mind here, which I will leave to the reader's discretion if you haven't played the game. But if you have, you understand. Rosa slept unaware. After telling Maria to just stay where she was after that tantrum over not being able to find her rose, Rosa slept unaware that the rain had started to fall. It is kind of funny too, and maybe I'm just being slow, that Maria's like obsessed with her rose, and is that not just like rose in Spanish? I might be wrong, but like, I know these are Western names regardless. I don't know Spanish, okay? Even though my girlfriend speaks Spanish, I don't fucking know any of this shit. Give me a break. Give me a break! The rain poured down as though it had been saving up for this moment. Of course, Maria noticed that the rain had started falling and was soaking her to the bone. However, that just made her even more stubborn. Unable to find the poor, slightly unhealthy rose that she herself had marked, she just couldn't stand having that search be interrupted by something like the rain. So the more the rain fell on Maria, the more stubborn she grew, and she wandered around and around the rose beds. As she did, from behind her back came a patter-patter, the sound of approaching footsteps. Then, whoever it was stepped in a very small puddle, making a light splashing sound, and Maria finally heard. However, even the slight distraction that sound caused made her feel irritated, and Maria ignored it despite having heard it. Hello. Maria turned around bewildered. After all, that voice was one she didn't recognize at all. On this sealed-off rockingjimmy, that voice belonged to no person she knew. Okay. Kraus, madam, I was looking for you. Something important has come up. Kraus and Natsui had been privately discussing what should be done next in a deserted corridor on the 3rd floor. I'm assuming this was after Kraus showed her the gold bar. Genji had searched everywhere for them. What is it? It must be something more urgent than a few sheets getting wet by the rain. Okay, there we go. See? Makes sense. I'm gonna trust that it's the same in Spanish as well, but I don't fucking know. What is it? Has there been some sort of blunder? A short while ago, someone came to the mansion claiming to have drifted here after an accident at sea. What the fuck? Kraus and Natsui couldn't help but go wide-eyed and look at each other. This was the first time they had ever heard of someone coming to this island uninvited. Someone drifted here. Is that true? Poor thing. Treat this person politely like a guest. What is happening now? Dr. Nanjo is performing an examination. He hasn't finished yet, but from what I could tell by looking, the drifter seemed tired but uninjured. That's good. Natsui and I are having an important conversation right now. We will come to check on this person when we are finished. Please tell this drifter that we want him to feel at home. Certainly. Genji bowed deeply and started to leave, but Natsui called him to stop. To a stop. Hawk to a stop. Sorry. Genji stopped walking and Natsui jogged up to him. Genji, is this drifter a man? No. She is a young woman about the same age as Milady. So, late teenage years? A woman. I see. Very well, back to your work. The parlor of the mansion was bustling. The adults gathered, concerned about the well-being of this sudden guest. Well, if she was able to walk all the way to the rose garden by herself, her life probably isn't in danger. It always helps to be prepared. It's probably all thanks to the life jacket. Without that, she might have drowned. What kind of girl was she? Older or younger than George? Jessica? She was younger than Jessica. She was wearing a life jacket and a swimsuit. Looked all tired out. Assuming she washed up somewhere near the harbor, that must have been a bit of luck amid a disaster. See, I can't read. It's okay. It would have been terrible if she'd landed on the opposite side of the island. Still, you have to feel sorry for her. With this weather, the boats won't be coming. I imagine she'll also be stuck on this island all day tomorrow. At that moment, the door clunked open and everyone looked in that direction. Would anyone like some tea? It was Goda and Cannon, with the latter pushing a serving cart laden with a tea set. Goda understood well that doing a little extra at times like this would earn him points. The relatives, hungry for information, crowded around Goda. Goda ordered Cannon to serve the tea and became the sole object of the relatives' attention. Goda, how's that kid doing? Does she seem well? Well, I don't know about that. But there's no need to worry. Dr. Nanjo's giving his full attention to taking care of her, and Kumasawa and Shannon are with him. Please, do not worry. Why not relax with some black tea for now? Come, Cannon. Quickly, serve it. Why do I have to? Oh my god, dude, he's so edgy. Cannon knew that this tea was just Goda's way of earning points, so he lined the cups up with a slightly sullen air. I'll help too. It's alright. You can just wait there, Maria. I want to serve tea too. Didn't you talk with Dr. Nanjo? Did he say anything? Yes. When I met him a short while ago, he said that there weren't any serious external wounds, and from what I could tell at a glance, just as Goda had successfully captured the gazes of all present and was about to start talking knowledgeably on the subject, Nanjo returned. Holy fuck, dude, he's gonna get his one line in this episode. Everybody, I want you to enjoy this, okay? Nanjo doesn't get many lines, and he doesn't do much when he's around. This is his fucking moment, and don't you dare ruin it. Of course, oh my god, of course Nanjo instantly became the center of attention. He's always the center of my attention. Kennen turned his back on Goto, who seemed downhearted. Dr. Nanjo. You know, I really don't want to talk shit, too, because I'm noticing this now, and I don't know why this never clicked in my mind, but you could probably line up like 2.5, almost 3 of Ava's sprites, and it would be the same width as Nanjo, but regardless, we'll continue. How is her condition? Does it look like she'll be alright? Not to worry, everyone. She is fine. She has no injuries at all. It seems that she is quite worn out, but there shouldn't be anything to worry about as long as she doesn't develop a fever tonight. Good to hear. We're lucky enough to have a doctor, but this is no hospital. Everyone was relieved to hear that the girl was in good health. Holy fuck, Nanjo, he cooked so hard there. When Nanjo gave the more detailed results of his examination, concluding by saying that she was young and should therefore be fine, everyone who no longer fell under this description nodded in assent. Ugh, boats really are scary. Gonna fall, gonna fall. Battler was right. Maria, let's not tell Battler about this. Oh, madam, Kraus. Goto, who was feeling sorry for himself and handing out cups, called out in an excessively loud voice. Apparently he was that desperate to get everyone's attention. How is the guest? Yes, sir. Her condition is not serious. I see. I'm glad to hear it. Where is she now? I believe Kumasawa and Shannon were showing her to the bath. And they said they would get her some clothes afterwards. Wait, are you serious? He actually only has 2? God, that's my goat. See, they knew he was so impactful, he didn't need to have that many sprites. He only needed 2. This is something that you learn early on, okay? Or that you should learn early on. The real high achievers do more with less. Look at Nanjo. That's all I'm saying. In that case, they will probably arrive here soon. Everyone, this may be the day of the family conference, but we have a guest brought here by an unfortunate accident. She wasn't invited, but I want you all to welcome her. Who could disagree with that? I'm all for it. Same here. Didn't Mom always tell us to be nice to girls? You take that line way too far. That's what I'm saying. He has aura. He doesn't need anything else. He doesn't need all these extra sprites. He doesn't need anything. He makes up for it. It's probably best if we call George and the rest over here too. Let's all greet her together. I'm not so sure. Wouldn't that just make her feel more timid? Ava stood up and made a phone call to the guest house. At that moment, they heard the sound of a knock, followed by Genji's voice. It is Genji. The guest has arrived. At those words, everyone fell into silence, and the people who had been sitting stood straight up. Genji came in first, opening the door slowly, then moved off to the side, bowing deeply and urging the guest forwards. Okay. Okay, bro. I mean, we already knew because we saw her earlier on, but... The guest had Shannon and Kumasawa following by her side, and though she looked at the large amount of relatives waiting for her in the parlor, she didn't seem overawed in the slightest. Just this single point showed that this girl possessed a dignity appropriate for a guest invited in by the Ushirimiya family. Okay, bro. One letter off of Furudo. Allow me to introduce you. This is Ushirimiya Kraus, the representative of the Ushirimiya family head. Welcome to Rockingjimmy. Though you arrived due to an accident, you are a guest of the family. We welcome you. Please, make yourself at home and relax however you please. Thank you very much. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh my... It's okay. It's literally... You drop the O off the end. If you drop the O off the end of Furudo and put the E at the start of her name, it is literally Rika. It is Rika Furudo. You ain't fooling me, game. I already knew that Burn Castle was Rika, and you're confirming it even more for me. My deepest apologies for disturbing you members of the Ushirimiya family like this. I am truly grateful for the warm welcome I have received despite my status as an uninvited guest. There was a general sigh of acceptance. The clothes she had been lent were probably Jessica's formal wear from long ago. Okay, so interesting that Jessica has... Okay, pause. This is an important line. It seems like it's a throwaway, but it's not. She is dressed up in some of Jessica's clothes. We know that Jessica has formal wear. What is it that's on Beatrice's silk gown that we always see? She has a big pink bow. This one does too. I'm fucking... Don't call me crazy. I know I'm fucking right. Jessica is fucking Beatrice. I get more and more convinced every goddamn line that passes in this game. That being said, let's continue. But the composure of her introduction gave her the impression of a dignity by no means inferior to the clothes she wore. The girl's name was Furudo Erika. She looked slightly younger than Battler and Jessica, but her composure and mannerisms were beyond what anyone would have expected from a high schooler, almost as though she was a well-to-do family's daughter. Wait a sec. Who is this person? With someone incompetent like you as the main character piece, the game wouldn't get anywhere. That's why I've placed myself in there as a piece. Well, it's just a bit of a bonus. Even in a closed circle, it'd get boring to see the same faces every single time, right? Quit messing around. This piece doesn't exist on Beato's game board. Beato and I won't acknowledge it. This is Beato's game board, right? If Beato refuses, then I'll think about it. And Beato's opinion... Look! Pink bow! Pink bow! Beato was unable to answer. Lambda Delta grinned as though in triumph. Want to try complaining about the rules and stepping down from the game? Isn't that the favorite move of you mystery people? If there's even a tiny element that goes against your expectations, you have a tantrum and totally stop thinking. Ugh. Don't worry. I'll make a detective proclamation about this piece. Detective proclamation? I proclaim that Furudo Erika's the— Are we playing fucking Trouble in Terrorist Town? What's going on? She rolled detective? I don't know what this means, but I'll put this down. My alt tab is all fucked. 1 second. There we go. Okay. I'm writing these down. In short, there's absolutely no need to suspect this girl. So the detective is not the culprit. No proof is needed to show this. I guess I didn't read the line. With this guarantee, you can theorize the same way as you always did, even now that she's appeared as a human piece, right? Not necessarily, because this girl could be... To what degree does aiding and abetting become being the culprit? I mean, like, you never actually are the culprit, but if you help them along 99% of the way, you know. It's hard to say, but regardless. That's Nox's 7th commandment. Hey, I read these at the start of the stream. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. There was an exception clause in the original, but for this game... Detective isn't the culprit has been proclaimed in red, so you don't need to consider the exception. I hate word games, so I'll say it in red too. Furudo Erika is not the culprit. Okay, so... I will also put this down, even though... It's basically exactly the same. Repetition requested. Furudo Erika had no influence on any of Beato's games before now. Sure, I'll respond. Okay, I'll also put this down. Had no influence on any of Beato's games before now. She's nothing more than an extra character who appears for the first time this round. She does not exist in the worlds before this one, nor does she influence them. Okay, we will also put that down. Sorry, I always hate when I have to write the red notes down because I feel stupid because I'm literally just typing shit that you guys can already see, but... In that case, what happens to the number of people on this island right now? Of course, it's +1 over the previous number, but don't worry. It has only increased by 1 person. Okay, this is important. In reference, I'll just pop this up so you... God, these... What's going on? Why is it... Okay, I think I held shift there. Besides her, the number of people on the island is exactly the same as it was in the previous games. At that time, the loud sound of people running through the corridor could be heard. It was Battler, George, and Jessica who had come from the guest house after being called here by Ava. They immediately spotted a guest they didn't recognize, and their eyes went wide. I mean, yeah, but we already know this character doesn't actually have anything to do with anything. We know she's not the culprit, we know she doesn't do anything, and furthermore, she didn't exist in any of the prior games, and we know that the two witches were going to do something that wasn't following Beato's rules, because they said at the start of this episode that they're going to do things that Beatrice wouldn't have done. But I can kind of understand where you're coming from, but... They immediately spotted a guest they didn't recognize and their eyes went wide. Whoa. Who are you? Ugh. Guest. She came by falling. Huh? Fall. Genji, who is this person? This is Furudo Erika, a guest. Furudo, this is the daughter of the family, Jessica, along with her cousins, George and Battler. Nice to meet you. I'm Ushirimiya Jessica. Hello, my name is Furudo Erika. I am very pleased to meet you. Though Battler, George, and Jessica didn't have a clue what was going on and were utterly bewildered, they each introduced themselves. Isn't that convenient? This way the number of people is clear. The people in the guest house have all joined up with the rest, and now all the pieces except for Kinzo, all of the humans, have gathered in the parlor. Looks like it. In other words, the number of people in this parlor is now equal to the total number of people on this island, okay? So... I'll also put this down even though it's exactly the same. There were supposedly 18 humans on this island, but since grandfather was actually dead, that became 17, and now that one piece of burned castles has been added, the number of humans on this island has returned to 18. In reality as well, this isn't really that different from Angie being around. Like, this character isn't really going to influence that much in terms of things that are happening. It's just like another observer. I glanced around at the humans in the parlor. The guest, Furudo Erika, and behind her, Kumasawa and Shannon. Off to the side was Genji. Uncle Krause and Aunt Natsui were welcoming the guest. Goda immediately started showing off, and Kennen was being unsociable, wearing his usual blank expression. There was Dad and Kiri, Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, Auntie Rosa and Maria, and Dr. Nanjo. And on either side of me, George and Jessica. This is everyone, the true number of people on the island at the moment. All of us are Ushirimiyas, so please don't feel obligated to call us by our family name. I'm George. I'm Battler. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much, George. Battler. I'd be pleased if you would call me Erika. Or Erika. Erika. I'm gonna say Erika because of... reality, I should just call her Rika. Nice to meet you, Erika. Erika was welcome like a guest, and it was decided that she could borrow the bedroom next to the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. In front of all the relatives, she had seemed dignified and a bit stiff. However, as she talked with George and Jessica, her expression began to soften gradually. And so, the detective, Furudo Erika, was placed on the game board. I'm surprised that Jessica's old clothes suit her so well. Kumasawa made the decision on her own to use Milady's old clothes. Please forgive her. Interesting. I'm gonna remember that. I don't know if I'll write that down, but interesting. The clothes Erika was wearing were Jessica's old formal attire. Though the guest possessed a dignity that would put many adults to shame, her body was still physically similar to a middle schooler's. Jessica's old clothes fit her perfectly. And again, the fact that they bring up the fact that it was Jessica's borrowed clothes again, to make a note of it, all I'm saying, I'm on to you motherfuckers. Not to worry, they match this guest perfectly. If she likes them, I should think it would be alright for her to keep them as a sign of friendship. Certainly. Thank you very much. Have you contacted the police and her family? Yes. They seem to have been quite distressed. So this is interesting too. At this time, which is sometime around noon on the 4th, so I'm gonna put this in brackets so you guys can see. It's a pretty important thing to note. To this point, they've been saying, oh, like, you know, the world has sunk into the witch world. so there was no way to in reality. This is another big thing that we probably didn't think about, but whoever was able to cut the phone lines, they have to be somebody that would have known where the phone lines were, or they ordered somebody who knew where the phone lines were to cut them, right? This is also somebody that we saw in the prior episode, in 4th episode, that they were smart enough to cut the external but leave the internal ahead of time, so they could also differentiate between the external and the internal phone lines if they were to look at like a breaker, like a circuit breaker. So again, I don't know how phone lines are wired, I'll be really honest with you. But whatever device they were looking at that controlled where everything was wired to, they were able to also distinguish between the two. So it's just of importance to know that they were still active at this time. Now, to be fair, that might not be true for all games, but it's just something of note that it means that the phone lines were operational to some degree. By the way, our guest really did have an accident, right? She said that she fell from a boat as it was returning to port. Is there anything to back up that claim? I checked with the Coast Guard. It seems that she fell from the rear of a pleasure boat, unnoticed by the others on board. We don't know the exact location she fell from, but it was probably somewhere near this island. How foolish, to be out boating with such a bad weather forecast. All the same, is it really conceivable that she nearly drowned in the nearby waters and drifted to this island? It is not impossible. Tales of drifters washing ashore exist on several of the islands around this area. I believe it likely that there was an accident. This is the middle of a typhoon. There is no place on this island where it would be possible to land a boat. Genji had already figured it out. Natsui almost certainly suspected that this mysterious guest, who had arrived during the already high-stress family conference, might be a pawn in someone's plot. Therefore, Genji had already checked to make sure that the accident was real, that Furudo Erika was her real name, and there was nothing suspicious going on. Very well. My husband has ordered you to roll out the red carpet for her. Make sure that there are no blunders. However, you understand, don't you? Yes. We will not allow her anywhere near the family conference. After dinner, I will see that she retires to the guest house. Make sure that they don't start talking about letting her meet father or anything like that either. Of course. I will keep that in mind. Oh. Furudo Erika, was it? It's rare for guests to come here to Rockingjimmy. She looks as though she'll be entertaining, don't you think? She is probably Lady Burncastle's piece. Though she will follow the rules of humans, the player is a witch. We can't underestimate her. There is no problem. Even if she were Lady Burncastle herself, she is a human, and so she is no match for us. After all, we have Gap with us. Humans certainly cannot win against Gap. Thanks. Still, it's not a good idea to overestimate yourself. The definition of a witch doesn't only imply the ability to use magic. True. A joker in the eye of a typhoon. That is what a witch is. I'm the one who gets to call herself a witch on this Rockingjimmy. Only I, the Golden Witch and Endless Witch, Beatrice. Let us see how good Lady Burncastle's next piece after Angie is. I intend to watch her very carefully. Now, this is very weird, too. We understand that, like, Beatrice doesn't necessarily exist, but it's pretty odd that the higher plane Beatrice is, like, catatonic, but the one that's in-universe, again, you know, asterisk if she's real or not, you know, we don't need to get into all that dog shit again, but interesting that this one is still, you know, acting as though normal. It's weird. Okay, perfect. I have to go pee. And I'm also going to refill my drink. And we will keep continuing. I think we're going to have like a relatively long stream. I think we're looking at like 6 to 8 hours. Okay, it showed the time there, so I'm going to note this back in the notes real quick. It was about 5 p.m.-ish. I'll add an addendum to this. Okay. Let me put the text up real quick and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Apologies. Let me get rid of this. Let's keep after it. What chapter are we on? We are on chapter 5, Witch of Miracles. Is this still chapter? I feel like we've had this chapter name before. Regardless. Erika's seat was the lowest one in rank. In other words, it was at the inferior end of the table. Since Kinzo's seat at the high end of the table was empty, if you turn the whole thing around, it sort of looked like Erika was the host of this dinner. Well then, everyone, I would like to begin tonight's dinner if I may. After Goda's announcement, dinner began with the almost customary applause. It was finally the beginning of the dinner orchestra conducted by Toshiro Goda. Now there is something that's also funny to note, is that normally, if this was in a regular chapter, it wouldn't have been Rika that would have met with, Maria in the Rose Garden. It would have been Kinzo / Beatrice. So it's just interesting to note that there is a little bit of a difference going on there. Whether or not that is of importance or not, TBD. But sitting at such a majestic dinner table was no everyday thing for these people by any means, except for those in Krause's immediate family. However, they were all used to it and acted as though this was completely normal. Again, if anyone was to be surprised, it should have been Erika, and yet she showed no surprise at this dinner, and acted with composure, blending in with everyone else. There wasn't even a sliver of the fear one might expect from someone who had wandered here like a lost puppy. What a mysterious child. She doesn't seem the least bit flustered over the Ushirimiya family's grandest dinner of the year. Kids these days have nerves of steel. Definitely not something I dislike. Oh, my goat. Furudo, are you accustomed to meals like this? I'm impressed that you look so composed. No kidding. She's a real pro. Heck, I still get confused about which fork I'm supposed to use next. Yeah, was it this one or this one? Bah, ha ha ha. Erika had been gracefully eating her, hors d'oeuvres. Sorry, my French. Sorry, we can say it with the full English. The hors d'oeuvres, without showing any confusion over the line of utensils in front of her. Hideyoshi started joking around with her, gripping a fork in each hand. Of course, a president of a company in the food service industry like Hideyoshi would obviously know his table manners. However, thinking that Erika must be nervous over this dinner, he had intentionally spoken with a comic tone of voice. You just have to start on the outside and work your way in. If that's too much trouble, then just ask for some chopsticks. Any self-respecting Japanese would use chopsticks. Chopsticks are wonderful, just a single pair and you can handle any kind of food. As soon as she began talking about chopsticks, her eyes started glittering. The smile she now showed for the first time was far different from the dignity she had shown before, and more like something you'd expect from someone her age. Hehehe. But you'd use a spoon for curry and rice at least, wouldn't you? Simply pour it into a bowl donburi style. Is there anyone else who eats gyudon with a spoon? Of course not. Or is there anyone who? We Japanese must unwaveringly, unfailingly, unflinchingly use chopsticks. So, Gota, if you please, I would like some chopsticks. I shall show everyone the proud and proper way for a Japanese person to eat. Incidentally, what is the next dish? Unfortunately, that would be soup. As she pretended to shrug, Erika winked at everyone. Ah ha ha ha, dude, look at this jokester. Of course, no one was laughing at her. She obviously knew that soup came after hors d'oeuvres and a full-course meal. Furthermore, Erika had even noticed that she had performed a little too perfectly, creating a sense of tension that led Hideyoshi to think that she was nervous herself, and that this was why he had tried to break the ice. That was why she'd started behaving a little childish and lighthearted, acting out the part of a guest enjoying a harmonious dinner. Pretty soon, not only Kiri but everyone else also caught on. Even though she was an uninvited guest, she was apparently worthy of participating in an Ushirimiya family dinner. Smart kid. Did she really just come here by coincidence? Are we sure she isn't an illegitimate child of Nii-san he's secretly invited to today's family conference? Oh, that's a nice thing to add when we were talking about Natsui's kid. It seems she's not only smart, but knows how to brighten the mood too, and her manners are simply wonderful. It wouldn't be bad to have this girl as a daughter. Hehehe, that's pretty cruel. Where does that leave Jessica? Hehehehe. That's mean, Rudolph. Rudolph, stop talking about Jessica, given if our theory is right. What's wrong, Jessica? Headache? I can feel my reputation dropping by the minute. Come on, as a daughter of the head family, you can't let this stand. Try fighting back with the table manners and dignity Aunt Natsui's always teaching you. Wanna see table manners. Ugh. Hey, making a fuss is bad manners. Come on, Jessica. Show us how it's done. Sure, no sweat. Look at that pained smile. Holy fuck. Sure, no sweat. Jessica straightened up so much it looked like someone had poked her in the back with a pole. She had good posture, but it somehow lacked elegance. She looked, well, kind of like a triangle ruler. She sat at attention with her gaze fixed straight ahead, tried to bring her food to her mouth despite this, and failed miserably. Dad, who was sitting next to her, suddenly realized that something was up. What is it, Jessica? Your stomach hurt? Jessica turned bright red. Sorry, I can't help myself. We laughed our heads off. Jessica protested, still bright red. Aunt Natsui scolded us for not behaving ourselves. In the end, no matter how much we tried to smooth it over, we were who we were. We are who we are. Sorry, we couldn't act like we were anything else. Still, that laughter really did help us to relax. We'd been so concerned about the guests getting nervous that we had grown even more nervous ourselves. The lively chatter spread from where we were sitting at the center of the long table to both ends, and ultimately the dinner went even more smoothly than usual. With some delicious cheese and coffee, our peaceful meal came to an end. Maybe I'm crazy, that combo sounds dastardly, bro. Your breath must have been putrid. Goda won unanimous acclaim and was praised for his skill by all present. After a short period of harmony following the meal, it was decided that we would return to the guest house. Normally, dinner tended to have a very dark atmosphere about it, and the adults would often move right on to the family conference with the same dark atmosphere. However, perhaps because this year's dinner had been oddly peaceful, everyone decided to take a break, the adults included. After eating, taking a bath, and relaxing while watching TV, I wonder if they'll gather again in the mansion in the middle of all this rain and resume their high-tension family conference. I'd rather not think about that. Auntie Ava seemed to get very worked up trying to convince the rest to start the family conference right away, but it didn't look like many people agreed with her. The meeting had probably come to a close for the night. Since they had guest house duty, Goda and Kumasawa were chosen to guide us to the guest house. So interesting that in this time, Goda and Kumasawa are both in the guest house. We'll keep note of this. Goda and Kumasawa on guest house duty in this game. I should say, on the night of the 4th going into the 5th. It must be tough for Goda. Even after making and cleaning up such an extravagant dinner, he also has the midnight shift at the guest house. I heard that Kumasawa, old as she was, would be going to sleep very soon. I can't read. Seemed that she had been assigned the servants' quarters in the guest house. Please allow me to guide all of you to the guest house. Erika, your room, blah blah blah, because I skipped too fast, has also been prepared. Thank you very much. Why not rest a bit? Are you sure you feel alright? That's right. I'd totally forgotten, but you nearly drowned and floated here, didn't you, Erika? It'd probably be best if you take it easy today and get to bed early. I'm perfectly fine. On the contrary, I'm so nervous and excited that I doubt I could get to sleep. Then let's play. Let's all play together. Play cards. Maria latched onto her, giggling. This lack of restraint particular to youth was very much like Maria, but for now, we really should be thinking about Erika's physical condition. Maria, why don't you play cards with us? Erika says she's tired. I like cards. Please let me join you after I've had a short rest. Hooray! Who is that? As she passed through the lobby of the entrance hall, Erika stopped walking. When she saw what she was looking at, the rest of us also stopped. Oh, that is the Golden Witch Beatrice. The Golden Witch. What are you doing, brats? Get your asses in gear. We're off back to the guest house. Dad, Kiri, Auntie Ava, Uncle Hideyoshi, and Auntie Rosa all came over. The guest house party had all gathered. However, Erika's gaze was captured by the portrait of the witch, and she simply stared at it for a while. Interesting. Ooh. This is new. We got a bunch of golf clubs. Interesting. Yeah. Supposedly Dad has a stash of hidden gold worth 20 billion yen, and the hiding place where that gold is written off on this epitaph. Perhaps because it was too early for them all to disappear into their individual rooms, the relatives who had returned to the guest house were all gathered downstairs continuing their chat. The topic was the witch's epitaph, which Erika had taken an interest in. It really is a fascinating riddle. He displayed it in a place where anyone could see it as a challenge to our intellect. I adore challenges like that. Whoa. I didn't expect you to be so into this, Erika. Do you like solving riddles or something? Well, they're interesting, don't you think? These kinds of challenges. I have no doubt that Kinzo intends to use that epitaph to choose his successor. When she said that, the adults froze, and slowly turned to face Erika. Why do you think that? Auntie Ava spoke with a coaxing voice. Though there had been whispering between the relatives every now and then that the person who solved the epitaph's riddle might inherit the family headship, that had been nothing more than wishful thinking, since such a thing had never been specifically stated. And yet, though she had only read it once, this outsider had already reached that conclusion. Also, it's of kind of an important note that normally if this was a regular loop, Maria would have read the letter from Beatrice, but because Erika was there and intercepted that regular, thing that would have normally happened, that letter never got written, never got read. So the succession being confirmed to be passed on by Beatrice was never confirmed by everybody. So it's interesting to note. The other thing that I'm wondering, I want to go through, although to be fair, I think this is true for most characters outside of the main cast. Is there characters that die in every single episode? No matter when, is there characters that die every time? Because part of my thinking is, well, if I'm really trying to pigeonhole this into being that Jessica is Beatrice, it could also make sense that if you want to talk about the literal line of succession, that if Kraus were to die in every chapter, Jessica would become the next leader of the family, and then she could choose how to change the succession in any way that she wanted as well. So if we're talking about that, she's also very close to the line of succession. And part of me is thinking, we know Kraus dies in episode 1, although we had the theory about him actually, maybe not being dead totally. So we'll asterisk on episode 1. He dies in 2, he dies in 3, and he dies in 4. Depending on the context of his death in episode 1, it would kind of make sense that Jessica would then be in a position, if Kraus died, that she could choose who the next successor would be, depending on the epitaph, if it is her. Now again, the motives of Jessica passing on to the next successor, because of that, it doesn't really fit with our theory earlier that we had about the fact that the current Beatrice may not also know where the gold is. That person may not be aware. But just to float that idea, just so that if this does come true and we find out that's the reasoning, then whenever that gets revealed, I can say I told you so, whenever it happened, even though I never staked my claim too hard on it. Just so you know. But we'll say, we'll continue. And yet, though she had only read it once, this outsider had already reached that conclusion. How had she come to it? No, that wasn't the problem. If you solve the epitaph, you can become the next head. She wanted to establish this not as wishful thinking, but an outright fact. So they closed in around Erika, asking why she was so sure. Jesus, can't read. It's somewhat common for extremely rich people to relinquish their wealth to the person who solves a riddle. Furthermore, Kenzo didn't publish this epitaph in a newspaper, but displayed it within the mansion. That means the riddle is intended for the people in this mansion. You're right. Since it's inside the mansion, there's no way for someone who can't enter the mansion to solve it. So that means a grandfather has been challenging the people in this mansion. Good. Well thought. Just by the simple fact that the epitaph is inside this mansion, it's possible to figure out that much. Okay, obviously. At first, this Furudo Erika girl had seemed to be the fairly silent type, but apparently that wasn't the case. When she grew excited about being challenged to a game of wits, she became much more talkative than I had imagined. I see. Well, it does make sense that an epitaph inside a mansion would be there so the people in the mansion could read it, but can you really be so sure that the one who solves it will be given the headship too? If the treasure gained by solving the riddle has been something small, I would not have even considered it. That's right. The hidden gold is worth 20 billion. You could consider it the wealth of the Ushirimiya family itself. Inheriting that would be tantamount to inheriting the Ushirimiya family itself. In other words, the riddle contained within the epitaph that indicates the hiding place of the gold is nothing less than a way of selecting the practical successor of the Ushirimiya family. Sorry, the hiccups. The idea that the person who solved the epitaph would be chosen as the next head was something that had been floating around between a few of the relatives for a while now. However, since it had never been stated specifically, they thought of it as nothing more than an optimistic dream. And so they had abandoned all consideration of that aspect and left it as a gray area. Erika had declared in clear terms that this uncertain part was in fact true. If one of the relatives had said it, the others would have thought it to be merely an optimistic dream. However, when declared by Furudo Erika, a complete outsider, those words seemed more credible than they otherwise would have. Everyone remained silent for a while, slowly considering what those words implied. All it takes is the presence of that epitaph, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? Sorry to butt in, but my father is the successor to the head. It doesn't matter who finds the gold, because just finding it doesn't make someone the head, right? Jessica thought the treasure hunting part of the epitaph was really fun, however she couldn't help but let her expression grow bitter once they started talking about undermining her father's position. As far as I can deduce, Kinza does not seem to wish for Kraus to have a smooth transition to inheriting the headship. Why's that? Becoming the head of the Ushirimiya family with all the vast wealth it entails would mean gaining a great deal of influence in a political sense. Ordinarily, then, the succession should be rigorously conducted so that no element of doubt is permitted to creep into the equation. That's right. It happens a lot in those stories about Sengoku period military commanders that my husband loves. When there are multiple candidates for the successor, it usually results in a family dispute. That's right. That's why it's important to clearly specify a successor so you can avoid any trouble. Sometimes there's even a purge of all the competing successors. Even the Sengoku commander Hideyoshi admired, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, made his son-in-law Hidetsugu commit seppuku. But it was rumored that he might have done this to make Hideyori, who was his real son and born after Hidetsugu, his true heir. In other words, naming a successor was a way to make it known to the world that a given single, unique person would be acknowledged by everyone as a successor, and a way to remove any chance of another person becoming an opposing candidate. Good. That's exactly correct. The only purpose for an epitaph like that would be to cast doubt on Kraus's position as successor to the head. In other words, if Kinzo wished for Kraus to become the head without any trouble, he would have no reason to go out of his way to display something so dangerous for all to see. Yes. If you flip over the chessboard, you certainly could say that. It would be odd if he handed over the position of the head normally, but wouldn't hand over the 20 billion yen in gold except to the person who solved the riddle. Giving up the title of the head, but only giving the 20 billion in gold to the person who solved the epitaph, you really couldn't call that passing on the headship in the truest sense. So there you have it. With this logic, I can cast doubt upon whether Kinzo truly acknowledged Kraus as his successor. All it takes is the presence of that epitaph, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika. Your thoughts, Jessica? What the hell is that? That's not logic, that's bullshit, you're just making it all up. Jessica let her emotions bear and glared at Erika. Erika, on the other hand, looked exceedingly calm with an expression that said the truth is the truth. I see. It looks like table manners aren't the only way this Erika girl is fitting for the Ushirimiya family. It seems she really is like the family, even in ways that it would have been better if she wasn't. Okay. Take it easy, Jessica. And, Erika, let's leave it at that for now. Well, we can put all this about the successor to the side for now. Any way you slice it, there's no doubt that it's father's big question for us. Ha. It's 20 billion yen. Maria, what would you use it for if you found it? Ha. The Golden Land isn't just gold, it's a sacred place. Uncle Hideyoshi persisted with his fake laughter, attempting to force the mood to improve. Everyone else tried to go along with him, but Jessica's mood didn't get any better. So, Erika, would you like to have a go at the epitaph's riddle? Yes. My little gray cells are itching to get started, so I'd like to start solving at once if I may. George skillfully turned the conversation around. Just like the time she had made everyone laugh in the dining hall, Erika looked about with gleeful eyes and jumped at the chance. I like it. Well, since Erika seems so interested, let's all try and solve it together just like last year. I'll make some coffee. Raise your hand if you want some. Me. Not for you, Maria. You won't be able to sleep. Want to drink black coffee. Is it? I wonder if that thing, I don't know if you guys ever heard this, like, folktale, or this story, or maybe I should say, like, old wives' tale. That drinking coffee when you're young stops you growing. Is there, like, any proof to that, or is that just, like, a total, like, bullshit talking point that was made up? You know what I mean? I don't know if this is, like, a thing that only I heard, but I heard this before. Is it, I'm Googling this real quick, is it true that drinking coffee when you're young stops you from growing? No valid evidence to suggest it can stunt growth. Okay, thank you. And so we continue. Don't they get you excited, riddles like this? I adore them. Erika said that and smiled, even though she must have known that she'd ticked Jessica off, I thought it said tricked, and made the atmosphere sour. She just smiled nonchalantly. So she's saying there's two mysteries that you can solve before October 5th. You can solve not only what the purpose of the epitaph being put forward was, but you can also just solve the epitaph itself, because the epitaph itself doesn't really have any time-sensitive nature to it, you know? Which is interesting to think about, but I'm not entirely sure how I feel about this, but we'll see. We tried to put it together a little bit in episode 3, but at the end of or in the theory stream, I kind of just stated that it felt like the theory, that the answer behind everything was probably going to be like very difficult, because I thought it was going to be like a Japanese language meme. So we'll see. I'm assuming they're going to reveal it to us here. One second. My girlfriend is messaging me. Give me a second. It shouldn't take more than a minute. I apologize for the stall. Okay, apologies. Let's continue. I did try to solve it a bunch of times, but you didn't have a clue, so you gave up and stopped thinking, right? It pissed me off, but I didn't have a good counter for that. After all, I don't get the epitaph at all. I don't even know what the beloved home of old means, much less the parts about the Sweetfish River and the key. Thinking that a few more hints would show up if I waited, I kept on waiting and just stopped thinking. Have you figured out an answer on your own? Because I'm about to solve it. What? This is where Burns solved the riddle of the epitaph. I'd expect no less from the Witch of Miracles. If a riddle is solvable, she can solve it without fail, regardless of the difficulty. So, I'm gonna make an early prediction. I initially had said that I thought that the gold was under the chapel. I'm not entirely convinced of that, although I wouldn't be too surprised. I think that the gold is in one of two locations. The thing that surprises me is that when Ava went down, there was like a spiral staircase that went down when she went to go find wherever it was, number one. And the area was like constructed with stone. It looked kind of like a wartime bunker or like a storm shelter, something like that. But the more interesting thing was when it showed Ava going up to the door when she was reading that, like, on the 10th twilight, the land of the gold will open or whatever. That exact same CG got shown when they were under Kuwadorian. So it's one of two things. The gold is either under Kuwadorian or it is under the chapel. Given the CG that we saw in episode 4, I would wager that it is probably Kuwadorian, but in spite of it all, I'm going to stick to it being under the chapel. I have absolutely no clue how to solve the epitaph because, like I said, I don't speak Japanese and I have a kind of sinking feeling that it will be a language meme. Alas, we will see. How many years did it take to solve this one? How rude. I only fished through a few hundred fragments. You really are terrifying. You better not have cheated by suddenly saying the answer in red or something like that. Don't worry. Just like you, I followed the rules as a player. Well, shall we begin? It's cramped here. Why don't we talk at sea? Okay. Don't get queasy, Battler. What do you mean, sea? Right after I thought the world had turned pitch black, I was struck by a strange floating sensation. It must have felt like suddenly having the floor drop from under you, sending you into a bottomless pitfall. Okay, we're transporting all over the place, but when I looked, I saw the two witches and I had been thrown into a pitch-black universe. The space was cloaked in an endless darkness in every direction, and it felt like an infinite expanse filled with countless glittering objects. Instead of a universe, some people might have likened it to the depths of an ocean where countless glittering fragments drifted. Whoa! Didn't she tell you not to get queasy? If you want the concept of gravity, just create it yourself, okay? Come on, calm down and look at us. Come on, don't we look like we're just fine? Believe that your feet are on the ground and that you're being controlled by gravity. If you do that, you'll find your equilibrium. She's right. The two witches were standing normally as though their feet were planted on a transparent piece of glass. I was the only one floating about like someone in a rapidly plummeting elevator. When I saw that they were just fine, I started calming down, figuring that there was no need to be scared. Then, just as Lambda Delta said, I gritted my teeth and kept telling myself that there was a place to stand here and that I had to calm down. Whoa, oh. Very good, very good. What's your name? Ushirmi Battler. Who else do I look like? Okay. No matter what, you mustn't lose your will, emotions, or form. After all, this is the ocean. If you lose your purpose, you'll fall into the depths of eternity and become a scrap of ocean seaweed. Be careful. I didn't get what Lambda Delta was saying, but I tried to calm down for the time being. I seemed to be regaining my balance the more I calmed down. Gradually, that weird floating feeling like I was falling forever began to disappear. It still felt strange, like struggling to stand upright at the bottom of a deep pool, but it was much better than before. Then, let's begin. I'll weave a fragment for solving the riddle of the epitaph. Okay. Berncastle opened both of her hands. Then, like a planetarium, all of the fragments throughout this empty space began to spin, leaving tails behind them. The expression planetarium might have been even more fitting than I thought. Multiple fragments were tied together by gold lines, and what looked like constellations zoomed by us rapidly one after another. It felt almost as though we were dashing through space at an incredible speed. Then, with the tails of light drifting behind them, several brightly glowing fragments swirled around Berncastle. It looked almost like she had created her own solar system with her as the sun. That solar system surrounding Berncastle grew to a radius large enough to swallow us up. And every once in a while, one of the satellite fragments zoomed right past me. This isn't... Oh, I see. Those were the games that we just played. It was Ken in the boiler room, it was Rose at the end of the second game. And it was in the fourth game with Angie and Maria, I believe. Angie, Maria, and, you know, all the people. When the fragments passed right by me, it felt as though some kind of memory welled up inside me. I could feel it in my gut. These fragments were probably like crystals of memories. They aren't memories, they're fragments of worlds. Well, I guess they might feel like memories to you. Then let's begin. Let's start with this fragment. One of the satellites in the solar system was slowly sucked in towards Berncastle as its orbit around her decayed. It drew a spiral as it approached her and came to a rest on the palm of her outstretched hand. Then it shone brightly, painting over the world with pure white. Okay, yeah, I remember this. The beloved home of old definitely won't betray our expectations. The only past that Father held dear was his years as a boy. I remember that. This is when in the third game Auntie Ava was just about to solve the riddle of the epitaph and was thinking it over with this witch inside of her or whatever. And then we know that Ava ran away to the archive and started reading some fucking book and came to the hint. And Rosa also came to the hint despite not running to the archive. So interesting that those two were the ones that solved it. That's right. And from these thoughts, she made her way to the correct answer. In other words, this fragment shows a vital hint for reaching the truth. In other words, it means that this theory is not mistaken. So you're saying we should assume this beloved home of old isn't a metaphor or anything like that, but the play's grandfather actually spent his youth. That's right. And at the very least, it isn't Odawara. Yes, because I remember they reasoned through that and they were like, oh, Odawara doesn't make sense. Odawara is definitely where he was born, but I don't think this home father loved was Odawara. I believe all of us siblings are thinking of the same place. Yes. This probably isn't Odawara. From what I've heard, he had a very fun time as a youth. That's right. Auntie Ava and her siblings said that it wasn't Odawara, and not only that, it looks like everyone had a good idea where grandfather's home was. Right. And annoyingly, the actual location isn't spoken of in any of these fragments. Of course. If I told you that, there'd be too many hints. If a riddle isn't hard, there's just no point to it. Uh-oh. There's a hint. That's a hint too. If a riddle isn't hard, just no point to it. I don't know if that's a meme about the point of something or like the literal action of pointing to something. Just where is this home of grandfathers? We can't even start if we don't know that. You mean you couldn't start, so you stopped thinking? Since it had to be a place where he could have lived, the number of possibilities is limited. Well, this is the toughest part. You were the witch who could certainly solve any riddle that can be solved, weren't you? So you took those limited possibilities, in other words, everywhere on the earth, and considered every single piece of land that grandfather might have lived on? That would work too, but that way no amount of time would be enough. So I needed to take some more hints into consideration to wring out the answer. Didn't you say it yourself? You said it didn't have to be a river with water flowing down it. Yeah, they were talking about... I think the way that we had theorized was that the actual place was on the island, that it was rockingjimmy. They were talking about how the Sweetfish River wasn't literally a river with water, but that it could be a river like a family tree or like a branching out of, and they talked about how Hideyoshi brought up the point of how Sweetfish, you know, they have their kids, they go out to sea, and then they return back home. And so the return back home is what happens every single year. The only thing that's confusing about it is we don't really know too much. Again, we know that somehow this riddle has to point to somewhere on the island. We could say that the beloved home of old is just rockingjimmy. It could also be in reference literally like to something in Kinzo's study, because we know the books were related to Kinzo's study because the books were taken out of his study and then put into the archive because they didn't fit. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. The two is a very interesting thing. We know rockingjimmy... No, actually, no, we don't. I'm not sure. This might be the one mystery, like I said, that I'm just going to have the game give it to me, because I don't think I'm going to be able to put this one together. Didn't you say it yourself? You said it didn't have to be a river with water flowing down it. If the word Sweetfish is too complicated, why not forget it forever? Think of a river. A river. Linking it with a family tree wasn't a bad idea. Try thinking about how to link a river with something else along those lines. A Sweetfish River running through his home of old. However, this river isn't truly a river. Ava thought of something else, something that could be linked with a river. Sure. But if it isn't a river, then why the Sweetfish? Think. A river that runs through the home of old. But it isn't a river with water running down it, something that can be likened to a river. A river that runs through the home of old. It isn't a river with water running down it, something that can be likened to a river. You could say like a path through trees of some kind. All it would have to be would be something that was a path, or an area that was distinct from the rest of the surroundings that you could travel on. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved home of old. Ava knew where his old home was, so she ignored the Sweetfish hint. However, since we don't know where that is, this could be a hint for us. Yeah, we know that both of them arrived at the same spot. I racked my brain too much over the Sweetfish River. The Sweetfish part really didn't matter, or didn't really matter that much at all, did it? That isn't true. It was an excellent hint if you ask me. Well, of course, maybe there was no need for it to be Sweetfish. What are these sweet fish? It's them themselves. It's the kids. It's them. If the river isn't a literal river, then of course Sweetfish probably doesn't mean the kind of fish that swims. Yeah. And on top of that, Rosa tossed it aside, saying that Sweetfish weren't that significant. And on the other hand, Ava said that it wasn't important for them to be Sweetfish, but that it was still an excellent hint. In other words, the Sweetfish is a key to make you think of something else. If that something is a different word, but a word that Sweetfish makes you think of, then Ava's line how it probably didn't have to be Sweetfish makes sense. From these thoughts, Auntie Ava formed some theory, went to the archive, looked through some kind of book, and verified that she was right. In short, Auntie Ava found some theory about the true nature of this Sweetfish River running through his home of old. Again, we talked about this, that it had to relate to something on the island. Was there like a path that the kids all walked down? I'm not sure. She opened a certain book to determine whether that theory was correct or not. In other words, this theory was something that could be verified through some kind of book. Also, she figured out what the Sweetfish River was. Also, after she figured out what the Sweetfish River was, she figured out the rest of the riddle very quickly, so that's like the hard part. The epitaph continues on, saying as you travel down it, you see a village. At that point in time, Ava hadn't yet solved the 3 lines starting with this one. What is village? What does it mean? Is there a village if you go down this river? Village if you go down this river. What is a village at its core? It is a place where people live. It's where people are grouped up together. And a river is often connected to these places. Meaning that it could be a path which connects... Okay, dude, it's 100% Kuwadorian. I think I get it now. The only thing is, you would have to have already believed that there was knowledge of Kuwadorian existing, and then there has to be like something that could pass between it. Because a river links bodies of water. Villages are often built alongside rivers. That was where the first humans lived. Was alongside like riverbeds and things of the sort. I'm just trying to see how you could link this, because more and more I'm thinking that the passage that's in between Kuwadorian and the main mansion, I don't know how to make the pieces fit together, but I really hope it's not like a language meme. I'll be kind of sad. All those pieces that I hadn't been able to understand at all were right before my eyes starting to snap. Snap into place all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really alright for this to be the answer? Really? Really? But to be fair, then that doesn't make sense for my theory of it being under the chapel. So, if we figure out what the Sweetfish River running through my beloved home of old is, that leads us directly to understanding as you travel down it, you will see a village stuff. And then we get to the key to the Golden Land. And we know that because even Ava didn't know what the village meant until she checked the book. So that's interesting. I think I have an idea of what it might be. I think that what the book that she opened up was, I think it may have been like a blueprint layout of the mansion, or of the island. I don't think it necessarily had anything to do with it, because if we already, like, let's work backwards, right? Because we have some stuff in the game that we didn't really have, that we probably couldn't have known just from the riddle, but we know that the spot that Ava went to was by Kuadorian, right? Or I shouldn't say that, sorry. The same CG was used as under Kuadorian as where Ava went to, I should say, to be more correct. But at the time that Ava went there, she probably didn't know that Kuadorian even existed. There was just the rumors of it, and she definitely wouldn't have known about the passage between the well in the mansion and where Kuadorian was. We know that both Rosa and Thing went to it, and they were able to get back to the mansion relatively quickly after going there. So I think what Ava actually did, it could be that the two speak of, when it says the two speak of, the only thing that is confusing about that, it could mean the two mansions, because the passage is what connects the two mansions. And the river is just a passageway. A river is a passageway through land, to an ocean, to something that you care about, you know? And I'm thinking that what Ava read was probably a blueprint or something of when the island was being constructed, because Kinzo was the one that was most intimate with the knowledge of how the island was constructed, because it was all made at his discretion. I'm gonna pull up my notes here real quick, and we're gonna go, because I'm having a hard time remembering all the steps of the epitaph. It's somewhere near the top here. It might not be at the very, very top. Okay, here. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved home of old. So beloved home of old is Rockingjimmy, we're going to assume, right? And there's a river that runs through Rockingjimmy. The river in this case, river is just a euphemism for a passage. If we don't care about the Sweetfish, it doesn't really mean anything. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. Again, downstream is a little bit odd. This line is kind of pointless. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. So the only thing is, my theory, like, it feels like it makes sense, but I don't think it really makes... I don't really know if it fits too much. Because, like, this... Who cares about this? This line is pointless. If we think of a river as a passage, we think of the two as the two mansions. The only thing is, I don't necessarily know what shore means. Holy fuck, what are my roommates doing? That was a loud-ass fucking bang, my god. We don't know necessarily what it means by shore. We know that a shore is going to be at the bank of an ocean, or at some body of water. The key to the Golden Land sleeps. A village is very simply just a place where people lived. So where did they live? They lived at the main mansion. In the village, look for the shore. The shore is like the edge of a body of water, or it's the edge of something. So if we think about it as though we have two ponds, which what are the two mansions? The two mansions, the two initially I had said in one of the previous streams, if we think about it like Yosemite, I was thinking, I'm going to turn the game volume down a little bit here while I talk, because the game volume is a lot quieter for you guys than it is for me, just because of how I have the audio level set, and I feel like I'm yelling, so I'm going to turn it down so I don't talk as loud. I had initially thought that it was going to be referring to, like, some location that the grandfather lived in, and that key of knowing where grandfather lived in would be able to help you unlock everything. In reality, we heard the whole anecdote that Hideyoshi talked about with Sweetfish, that Sweetfish with, you know, it has something to do that Sweetfish probably are in reference to Kinzo's children. And when it talks about the two, I was thinking about it before, that, like, two things would be pointing to a specific location. if it says in the shore the two speak of, the bank that the two bodies of water speak of. This is it. The shore is the part that confuses me. I don't really know, because the thing is, I don't think I really have like solved the puzzle through the epitaph. I think I'm kind of like working backwards from like where I think it is, which is somewhere in Kuwadorian, or like in the connection between the two in the passageway. So if you travel down the passage, you see a village. Again, village being euphemism for like a place where people live. They lived in the main mansion. So as you travel down the passage, you'll eventually see it. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. The shore would be like where it ends, you know, where the body of water meets land. So the shore, I think, could be in reference to the passageway, which could be the well, right? It also makes sense that the well is also accessing water, right? But we find out that that well wasn't actually had anything to do with water, and that the well connected to the passage, which even more so kind of makes sense because what is stored in a well is water. It's referring to a river. The river is the passage that's between the mansion and Kuwadorian. Okay, I think that's what it is. I think that's how it all makes sense. We're gonna play through the rest of this now, but my understanding is that the Sweetfish River, the river is the passage between the two mansions. The two are the two mansions. The shore is the well, and the village is just referencing the place where they lived. The village is in reference to the main mansion where everybody lived, because nobody except for maybe, you know, one person lived in Kuwadorian. This is my current understanding. If it's deal or no deal, we're locking it in. I didn't mean to do that. Let me do that rather instead. Turn the game audio back to the proper level, and let's continue. And I think that the book that Ava read was a blueprint for the construction of the island that Kenzo kept. And it probably showed the location of the passage of the well between the two mansions. And it was only then that she put it together, because prior to that point, she didn't even know that the passage existed. Nobody did. Okay. Damn it. Just what is this book? That is my theory, we're locking it in. But this isn't 6 characters at all. I'm absolutely sure that this is the answer, but this doesn't reach 6 characters at all. Did you stop thinking again? In that case, think of a way you could read it with 6 characters. If you can't think of one, then research it. There has to be an answer. You must not doubt that. If you can't believe that, why don't you cry yourself to sleep and then just give up and die forever? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. 6 characters. I found it. See, that's the only thing as well, is we never put anything together to do with 6 characters. This is the Golden Lands. Key. Kuwadorian. I'm assuming, my guess is going to be that this has something to do with the name Kuwadorian, because they would know about Kuwadorian, and we also know that the guest house, I don't remember how to say its name, but it ends with the same motif. It ends with the IAN. It's like Tarayan. I fuck it up every time I see it, because it's a word, too many consonants and too many vowels smashed too close to each other. I don't know. It's confusing to me. So there's something to do with the name Kuwadorian, if my theory is correct. And we also don't know the name of the main mansion. We know that the guest house was called Torayan, again, however you say it, it was Toraian, I believe. I think that's how it was. I might have spelled that wrong, but it was something like that for the guest house. I imagine that the main mansion also has a name that we haven't actually heard before at some point in the game, so then that even more so makes me wonder. But then Ava found the key to the Golden Land. Yeah, and this key was some kind of word, number, or string of characters. 6 characters long. That's it. If we know that the key's true identity is 6 characters, the meaning of the first twilight changes drastically. On the first twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. Kuwadorian. if we cut off D-O-R-I-A-N. Again, I think this is gonna be like a language meme, which is why I'm confused. I have to pee again, too. Holy fuck, I have a child's bladder. I'm gonna check if my audio is very quick, because this music, or if my audio is good very quick, because this audio is kind of loud, and I don't know if my voice is making it over it. It's the only thing that I'm a little bit worried about. Of course, I'm now having a stroke trying to navigate to my channel to see what my voice sounds like compared to the audio. Now it won't play. Thank you, Twitch. I think it's okay, but I'm not sure. Also, the music is not at its loudest point. Okay, thank you. The 6 chosen by the key. 6 characters. Because the only thing that I can imagine is you have Kuwadorian, Tororian. I could go back to the first episode. I don't remember exactly how it was spelled, but Kuwadorian. Torian, if we assume that it was Toraian. We don't know the main mansion's name, we just know they call it the main mansion. Interesting. I don't know. Again, we'll see. And Kiri gave a hint in some way that passed towards this. This key points towards a certain specific group of 6 people. No, we should say it points to a certain specific group of 6 things. If this doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifices, for example, it could be an anagram. An anagram? Do you mean a word game? That's right. Kiri theorized this way back then. On the second twilight, it says those who remain, which means that at the very least that something has a finite number of characters. You could read it like it's telling you to continue with the remaining characters after the 6 characters are removed. And was there any consistency in the group of people that were killed? Was there any consistency in... See, that's the thing that's really confusing to me, is that in the second episode it was all the siblings. So it's not as clear. In other words, on the first twilight, we take a list of characters that's longer than 6, kill the 6 that are the key, and then do something with the characters that remain. That's right. But like Kiri said, what should we kill the characters from? We don't know this longer string of characters that we're supposed to be killing from. On the first twilight, kill the 6 characters that are the key. On the first twilight. In other words, by the time we reach the first twilight, some string of characters already exists, but the first twilight only has 4 characters. Okay, yeah, this is a fucking language meme. Are we meant to read it differently? If we read it in English like grandfather would, maybe the first twilight, or something else like... First night? First night. Good. The idea of yours is quite insightful, Battler. We can interpret the 6 sacrifices chosen by the key as a string of 6 characters. I think that's a clever way of thinking outside the box. Okay, I'm gonna go pee really fucking quick. I promise I'll fucking sprint. Because I don't know how much longer this is gonna go, and I'm like riding in my seat. 1 second. Okay. Jesus. Sorry, I'm back. Good lord. Get everything back in position. Oh, okay. After all, key-shaped objects are not only types of keys. I also thought of the possibility that it's an anagram. Come to think of it, you did say something like that before in the other world, I remember it. But in that case, what do we remove the 6 characters from? If it's first night... Does it mean it in the literal? Because in the first, we know in the first twilight, on the first night, 6 people are removed. But that doesn't really answer the question of, like, being removed from what, if it just means from, like, the killing game or something, or from the epitaph. I don't know. I feel like this is one of those things where it's like I have the final answer, but I don't know. This is like the typical, like, show your work problem in, like, math class, where it's like I can't show my work of how I got to my answer, but I have my answer. And I have some, like, backwards way that I've got to it, but I don't think it's what the game is intending me to. Sorry, I'm raising my mic a little bit. Since we're removing 6 characters from it, whatever it is must be at least 6 characters long. How could we read it in a way that gives us more than 6 characters? If we follow Father's sensibilities, I guess it's probably... Jesus. Reset, I can't read. If we follow Father's sensibilities, I guess it probably is English after all. If it looks like we're getting stuck, why don't we move on to the second Twilight and look for hints? Those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. We can probably think of 2 who remain, or those who remain, as the remaining characters after the first 6 have been removed. First night. Again, see, the same thing that I was thinking is if you consider, like, the first letter of everybody's name, you could remove shit, but it has to be removed from something where there's a better... like, a better mashup of characters' names, because the problem that we had when we were looking at rockingjimmy, when we were looking at other things, was that there were certain characters that when they were killed, it literally didn't even mean anything if they were killed. In that case, what does it mean by 2 characters that are close? I'm assuming it means 2 characters that are side by side, in the word that you're removing it from. Right, so that's what this is about. For example, let's take the following list of 9 characters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then let's say the 6 characters offered as sacrifices are 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9. We erase the aforementioned 6 characters from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and get 2, 4, yeah, so he's saying then you would remove 4 and 5. So 2, 4, and 5 are left, so what? Oh, 4 and 5 are close. Okay, which kind of adds up with, like, how the killing game has progressed so far, because we know that no matter what, there has always been a pair of people that have been left alive, regardless of who has been killed, regardless of whether it was siblings or not, or whether the siblings had died or not. Like, Maria and Rosa got left alive. Natsui and Jessica, George and Shannon, things like these, they always exist. So, no matter what you kill in the first 6, you have to make sure that there are 2 that are close that remain. So by the 2 who are close, it means 4 and 5. There's a gap between 2 and 4, but 4 and 5 are right next to each other. They're the 2 who are close. See, this is weird because we're not only solving a literal, like, answer key, but also, like, a metaphorical one at the same time. Good. Well done, Badler. I can't tell whether to tear apart means to eliminate 4 and 5, or to put a gap between them, but I think that's a good observation. Then what do you think about the third Twilight? Who remains shall praise my noble name. Since there's a good chance that the epitaph is a word game, there's a possibility that this part is also a word game of sorts. The characters that remain shall praise my noble name. Noble name is a weird way to phrase that. What could it mean? If any of you figured it out, I think I have. Those who remain shall praise my noble name. Praise my noble name. Fuck, it doesn't... What chapter is this, by the way? Still Witch of Miracles, good lord. I wish I knew how long the chapters of these were. Or how long these episodes were in chapters. It would be very nice. Fuck, let me think here. Those who remain shall praise my noble name. So a noble name means that it's probably a title. Like king, queen, lord, lady, something like that. I don't think it's gonna be... I don't know, we'll see. What is it? Tell me. Is this also an anagram? Good, once again. Badler, you're a pretty flexible thinker. By anagram you mean playing with letters, right? That means... I would guess that they mean that you can make some kind of word by changing the order of the remaining letters. Yeah, if so. I might be getting ahead of myself a bit with this theory, but I'm going to assume the original list of characters of the first Twilight is taken out of as 11 characters long. I don't think that makes sense for Kuwadorian, right? Let me... Because that's only 10. Well done again. I reached the same conclusion. Why's that? How can you be so sure there are 11 characters? Killing a single sacrifice appears to mean eliminating a single character. If we have 18 people, we remove 6 and Kinzo was already dead, that would leave us with 11, right? Because if we pretend that there was 18 people normally, and 1 was removed, we would have 17 total. 17 minus 6 leaves us with 11 at this point. If we interpret the terror part of the second Twilight to mean adding a gap between 2 characters, then we would expect there to be 11 characters in total. Add a gap between 2 characters. What? What is this fucking... First night. That would be 10. We interpret it as first night. You have the space in between. I don't know. I'm gonna let this keep going. I feel like I'm lost here. If terror part means to eliminate those 2 characters, then we would expect 13. The reason for this is that from the 4th Twilight to the 6th, the word kill appears 5 times, and then on the 9th Twilight it's written that none will be left alive. I see what he's saying. So he's saying that if you reason from what is left, that on 4 through 8, you kill 5 times, because 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and on the 9th, that none are left alive, which means that you would have to be down to 0 at that point. If we ignore that, so 6 plus the 5, and then the 2 who are close, yeah. Okay, I guess I get that. I figured it meant after eliminating 6 characters in the first Twilight, separating the characters that are close, and then eliminating 5 more, there should be exactly none left. So that makes 6, yeah, okay. So I follow that. If tearing apart the 2 who are close means to kill both of them, that makes 13. There's a chance the word symbolizing the first Twilight has 11 or 13 characters. Wonderfully done, exactly my logic. It looks like you were gifted with the same little gray cell as I was, Battler. Hey, quit it. Just doing what comes naturally. So they're saying that plus or minus depending, and of course we know the 13 sacrifices are what is actually true, given from the previous games. My piece is pretty damn clever, isn't he? There's no room left for me to make theories. Sorry about that. You weren't around at this point, so I just controlled your piece for you. Okay. Isn't it nice how sharp I made you seem? Giggle, giggle, giggle. You look so much smarter when Burn's playing as you. Why not step down as the player and concentrate on being the piece instead? I joined in on this game on October 5th after the first few murders, so up until that point the piece called me was being controlled by Burncastle, the player. Which makes it possible for Burncastle to present her reasoning through my mouth. She's literally just playing like... she's volleying to herself. The game I'm watching now is nothing more than a replay of a part that's already ended. However, that's probably good enough for now. This Burncastle has gone out of her way to solve the epitaph for me, so I'll watch closely for now, and I'll try to find out what it means. Lambda Delta let it slip herself just a second ago. Of course, if I told you that, there'd be too many hints. If a riddle isn't hard, there's just no point to it. No point to it is such a weird thing to italicize here. It means that something is round. Like, quite literally. If something isn't hard, there's no points to it. Which means it's probably circular in some way. Is what I'm guessing. That also doesn't really help me in anything at all. His theory about grandfather creating the epitaph in order to choose a successor isn't bad at all. Erika and Burncastle's logic is extremely reasonable, but that's only if we assume grandfather was the one to create it. I already said that I don't think that he was. I think it was Beatrice. He was probably alive at the time the epitaph was displayed, but of course he's already dead by 1986. And in the games up until now, Beatrice threatened us repeatedly with letters, saying that the only way to survive was to solve the epitaph and trying to force us to solve the riddle. In other words, it was Beatrice's intention, her hope, that we would try to solve the riddle of the epitaph. The epitaph is so confusing that, in most cases, the relatives never seriously tried solving it until the threatening letters started to arrive. That's why Beatrice fired the starting pistol, which made us take a go at it. Why is Beatrice carrying out grandfather's last wishes? Like the theory proposed in the first game, is she really grandfather's confidant, following his orders even after his death and trying to select a successor with the riddle of the epitaph in his stead? This would mean that Beatrice really is grandfather's trusted underling, and exactly the family alchemist she called herself in that letter. After grandfather's death, Beatrice would have managed the 10 tons of gold and taken the title of alchemist, Without ever embezzling the gold, she entrusted it all to the epitaph's riddle and waited for a human fitting to be the successor to appear and solve it. And if that human didn't appear within a set time limit, that meant game over. Certainly when Auntie Ava solved the riddle in the third game, she became the only survivor and automatically the final head of the Ushirimiya family, inheriting everything. Up to this moment, no one has ever survived past October 5th except Auntie Ava, the one who solved the epitaph. That was the only case where Beatrice let anyone survive. Is Beatrice's loyalty to Grandfather the thing that drives her? Did Grandfather give her some terrible order to kill everyone if the epitaph isn't solved, and she's so loyal that she faithfully carries that out? I must not stop thinking. Don't stop thinking. Don't just think of the riddle itself, think about why it's significant. Why is Beatrice telling us to solve the epitaph? Why did she create such a confusing epitaph for us? If Beatrice makes us try and solve this epitaph that we have no real chance of solving, and by some lucky chance a miracle occurs and someone is able to solve it, what significance does that have to her? Able to solve it. So I was talking about this in one of the earlier episodes that it feels a little odd at times. I mentioned that if Beatrice wanted to keep the gold in her possession, the epitaph would never present it forward. It's kind of like a very basic business deal, right? Like if somebody is selling something at a really good price, you often wonder is it too good to be true? You wonder if there's maybe something more that's behind that. And I think that's kind of what Battler's getting at, is what is in it for Beatrice? If you're Kinzo's underling, does that mean that you have someone that you know was smart enough to prove that they were capable? Because that's kind of what it sounds like. The way they described it initially is that the epitaph was set up as some meritocratic thing, and that if the person who could solve it, that would kind of prove that they had what it takes to be the leader of the Ushirimiyas. But if you look at it from a very self-interested perspective for Beatrice, it feels really fucking stupid. Because we assume that Beatrice is already in possession of the gold, such that she's the one that hands it over to the next person. But all that means for Beatrice is that she loses her gold? It seems odd, which is why I posited the theory that whoever Beatrice is doesn't actually know where the gold is, and she's trying to get somebody to find it for her. But then the really interesting thing about that doesn't really make sense is that, well, when Ava found it, Ava was fine. Ava didn't get killed, nothing happened. So, I don't know what this miracle would be worth to Beato. Anyway, until we figure out the first Twilight, we'll have to give up on the rest. We tried looking at it from several angles, but in the end we got stuck there and made no further advances. Maria let out an extra large yawn. This caused several other people to yawn. We had been using our heads so much that everyone had gotten a little sleepy. Jessica, who had been silent and looking displeased the whole time, quickly stood up. I'm going upstairs with Maria. We'll watch TV or something. Alright, I'll go up too. Hey, why don't we all play cards upstairs? When George proposed this, Maria completely forgot about that big yawn of hers and started jumping around, insisting that she wanted to play cards. Judging by the clock, it would soon be 10 at night. It was already about the time you normally take a bath and get ready for sleep. Even the adults seemed pretty weary from traveling. We decided to continue this later and went our separate ways. Will you play with us too, Erika? Cards? I appreciate the sentiment. I overstepped my bounds a little, forgetting that I'm a simple guest. I'd like to take it easy and rest for the night. I'd almost forgotten that I was just in an accident. Seriously, you're in such high spirits it's hard to believe you almost drowned. Hee 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 hee. That's youth for you. Still, I enjoyed it. I think we've taken a big step in our reasoning thanks to you. If I find the gold, I'll let you have about 1,000,000 yen's worth. Ah ha 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 ha. Can't you at least offer the poor girl 100 million? Ah ha ha ha. There's really no need. I'm only interested in solving the riddle. Well then, if you'll excuse me. Good night. Yeah, night. The fact that he had night in quotes there. You aren't going upstairs, Battler? I'm getting a bit interested here. I'll think things through here just a little bit longer. If I can figure out how the list of characters that marks the first Twilight... I'll bet the road before me will open up all at once. Everyone went up to the second floor one by one. Only Auntie Rosa remained behind, cleaning up the coffee cups everyone had been drinking out of. And we know that Rosa has the brain power to be able to solve this, right? Kiri and some others had offered to help, but since Auntie Rosa had refused this, she was washing them all alone. Since I'd just been treated to such delicious coffee, I decided to help too. I wasn't just doing it because I felt obligated. I wanted to keep discussing the epitaph with someone. And we know that Rosa's one of the people that's smart enough to solve it, so this is good. We're with someone that, you know, we're in good company. The first twilight. The first twilight. Auntie Rosa, have you thought of some list of characters or a word? Nope. I don't have a clue. But instead of the first twilight, it's the 10th twilight that bugs me. She did mention this earlier, that it was in the third as well. The Golden Land was spelt a different way in the 10th twilight than compared to the others. It was like Ogan no Kyo or something versus like Ogan Kyo or something. That it was like very weird that it was split up. What about it? Well, the word Golden Land, Ogan Kyo, appears several times, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's 9 characters. Yes, it does. For some reason, on the 10th twilight alone, when the journey ends, it says we reach the home of the gold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You fucker. Home of the gold. Ogan no Sato. Read Ogan no Kyo. No, sorry, Ogan no Sato. Home of the gold. Okay, wait. I'm opening up my notes now. So, if we take it as being that that is the key, because it's 13 letters. $11 or 13 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 13 characters, okay? The only thing... Okay. We know the starting phrase is 13. What I'm trying to think is if we look at the characters that were killed in the previous episodes, and we think about... Because the thing that I'm thinking is there a character that is in every single person's name that is unique to their name, that is not shared with any other character? We're going to write out everybody's name. We're not going to write out the Ushiromiya names, because what the fuck is the point? They all have the same last name. Let me write their parents first, actually. I think I'm onto something here. Kiri... Ava. I swear to God, if this actually ends up being like a fucking name meme. Canon Shannon. One, two, three. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Is this everybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm missing one person. Who am I missing? Hideyoshi, Ava, Kraus, Natsui. Did I not write Rosa? Yes, I removed Rosa and I didn't rewrite her. Rosa. Okay. These are everybody's names. If we think that home of the gold is the phrase that we're trying to remove from, if we look through the characters, if we look through everybody's names, is there certain characters that are only contained in their names that are not contained anywhere else? Because I think that's what it's going to be. The only thing that's weird to me about that is that we're going to get, because I had the same problem when I tried to do this the last time, is that there's some people whose names are like not going to matter because they're going to give us characters that don't end up with anything. And then there's also certain people that don't have any uniqueness in their name, so they could be red herrings as a part of the Twilight. So let's just go through. First of all, Battler, I'm pretty sure, judging by everybody's name, I think B. But that doesn't really mean anything because he never dies. Jessica, I was going to say there was one. I think it's C. I think the letter C is unique to Jessica, right? Hideyoshi, Ava Kraus, Natsui Nanjo, Shannon Kumasawa. I was going to say G for George, but obviously it's not. I don't think there's anything unique in George's name. Maria, it could be M. Rosa, I don't believe has anything. I think I'm on to nothing here. Someone put up the image. Bro's on to nothing. Rudolph. I think he's the only person that has an F in his name. The other thing, too, is it might not be compared to the whole list. It might only be of the people in the first Twilight. Curie has nothing. Bro's on to nothing! Ava's the only one with a V. The problem is, again, you look at Home of the Gold, like, this doesn't mean anything. Like, this character is useless, this character is, like, all of these. They mean nothing. Because I think the last time I did this, I was looking at, like, the first character of everybody's name. The only thing that I wonder is if the first 6 don't matter, because if we think that there's 17 people on the island, the 6 would take us down to 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I think, I'll hide my notes for a second. I think she said that it, if I go back here, Oga no Sato, the home kanji is separated out. I can't help but wonder why this is the one place where it's written like that. Okay. So now if we look at this statement that Rosa made, and it can be read 2 different ways, which is also kind of important. Because it might be, it's also of note that they're the same characters in length. So if we look then in the notes, let's use the first Twilight of the first game as an example. It was not Kumasawa. And Rosa. So these were the people that died on the first game's Twilight. And then the second Twilight in this game was Ava and Hideyoshi. Now I think this should give us enough that we can be able to start to strike characters out. Because when you remove 13, none shall be left, meaning no characters, not actually that people were dead. So then let's say that we took Ogan no Kyo, Ogan no Sato. The only thing that starts to get weird, because this is the same problem I ran into the last time when I did this, was that you look at certain characters like Rudolph, and you think like, well, Rudolph, if you look at like the first letter of his name, because that would be maybe the first thing, you notice that in neither of these phrases is there an R. So that seems like a little bit of a red herring, but then the question would be, is there anything else that's a part of Rudolph's name that is not contained in the other 6? Because Rosa also contains an R, so that doesn't really mean too much. Kiri has a K, but that's not unique to her. But she does have a Y, and that is unique to her name in everybody in this list. So let me delete this, and we're gonna theorize here a bit, okay? I apologize for anybody who actually wants to see the reading, but this is the Crackpot Theory stream. So if we look at these first 6, if we look at Kiri, the characters that are unique to her name are Y and I. Nobody else has that in their name. R is in other names. Also E. Now, to be fair, this doesn't mean that these are all being removed, but it means that one of these are going to be taken. Unless I can't read, yeah, no. So, Y-I-E. We look at these, Goda's, his is going to be G. O-H-D-A. D is not unique. A is not unique, obviously. There's a lot of A's. And O is not unique. Is H unique? It's not unique because of Shannon. I think it's only G. O is not, yeah. So only G for him. For Shannon, Rudolph, Kiri, Goda, Shan, I think it's N, is the only character that's unique to her name. For Kraus, I don't think there's anything. Because Shannon has S, you have S. U is in a bunch of other names, aka 2 names. A is not, okay, so for Kraus there's nothing. Which is interesting. When it says nothing, does this mean that we could strike one from Kiri? Because Kiri has 3 that are unique, right? And for Rosa, Rosa also has nothing. Which means that if we look at Rudolph, the only character that is unique to Rudolph is F. And L, right? I think I thought I was cooking, and now I think I've burnt. I don't think this makes any sense again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because if we look at Oga no Kyo, Oga no Sato. Because you have to remove a character every time. It might just be that you, even if there's nothing unique, you would still remove something from those other characters that's contained in their names. So let's write out up here if we had Ogan no Kyo. I'm going to rock with this because I think it's going to switch which reading depending on the episode. So let's look at Kiri's first. For Kiri, the most obvious would be K or Y. I'm going to remove the Y because it's not unique. Or sorry, it is unique to her. You can get K from somewhere else. Now we look at this, and we look at Goda is G. Well, we'll get rid of this. Now the only thing that gets interesting is I assume you only remove one character per killing. So for Shannon, if we look at her name, she could remove an A or she could remove an N. This will probably depend on the other killings later on. Let's say we get rid of one N. For Rosa, let's say we get rid of an O. I don't know if it necessarily matters. I think it would have to be from here or here, because there's also going to be a process. Oh my god, my brain is melting. There's also going to be a process by which you remove them, because there has to be 2 who are close that are contained in the next victim's names. So we're going to remove the U from here, because I think this works for this setup here. So we remove this, and then it's just Rudolph. So for Rudolph, we have to remove something from this name. I really should write down... Again, I also noted this, that there's something interesting that the fourth Twilight is never... There is no third Twilight, rather. Fuck. I have to go somewhere and find where the fourth Twilight... I guess it doesn't really... I can remember who died. I guess the order doesn't necessarily matter as long as we consider them all together. I know the 7th and 8th were Kumasawa and Nanjo. Kanon got killed on one of these. I don't remember which it was. Kinzo, I believe, was also one of them, because I found his body. Who the fuck was the other person that died in this chapter? Because I know at the end it was all the kids. It was Natsui was one of them, right? But I don't know if Natsui was a part of one of the Twilights. I don't think she was, because she wasn't gouged. Natsui's was outside of the ritual. Fuck, who was the other person that got stabbed? Eva Hideyoshi, Kanon, Kinzo, Kumasawa, Nanjo. Look at the character list. Who was the... Who the fuck was the victim, the other victim in the first Twilight? Let me open up the thing. I think I have it on the one website. Episode 1, The Golden Witch, Chapter 26. Let's see here. All the way to the bottom. Okay. Kanon, Kinzo, Genji. It was Genji that I missed. Genji. I think I have these orders wrong, but like I said, it doesn't particularly matter. So if we look at this, this was the order of all the people that got removed. So we have to take one character out of their name in a way that makes sense. Is this order correct? 6. I think I had these backwards. Technically it was Nanjo here. And then it was Kumasawa here. Kinzo was the 4th, Kanon was the 5th. I remember that Kanon was the 5th. And then the rest were all the 1st. Okay. So we have our list that makes sense for the first episode. So if we're trying to find a way for this now, so for Eva and Hideyoshi, the two who are close, so we want two characters that are next to each other, which would have to either be N and O or O and A. And I said it like O and A because Eva, you have the A in Eva, and then you have the O in Hideyoshi. So let's say that we got rid of this. And now we have Kinzo, Kanon, Genji, Nanjo, Kumasawa. Somebody here has to have a U in their name, which is Kumasawa. So she has a U. So we remove that from her. And then with Kinzo, Kanon, Genji. See, Genji is weird though. Is this going to use his first name though? Oh, sorry. It's technically Ronoue, not Ronove. Because Genji is his last name. But then that also wouldn't work for Kumasawa because her first name is Chiyo. If we're actually going by... Okay. I fucked up somewhere here. All this to be said, I don't even know why I'm doing this. The phrase is almost certainly this. If you were to remove from Home of the Gold, you could do the exact same thing. Because if it, the only reason why I didn't include the last name of the Ushirami is it doesn't mean anything. Okay, regardless, look. I'm tired of wasting time on this. I'm sure people are also tired of me stalling on this, so... Okay. Turn the game audio back up. Oh, it's already at the right volume. Let me hide my notes, we'll just continue reading. My guess is that it's being cut out from this, and it's depending on the characters that are killed that you're removing from that. You're right. No mistake. Everywhere else it says Golden Land, Ogankyo. Even though all the rest are written Golden Land, the 10th Twilight is the only one where it's different, and Home of the Gold is written instead. I wonder if the word home has some kind of special meaning. Still, you and that Erika girl are incredible. The way you think really is flexible. I'm already an old lady and my mind just doesn't work that fast. That theory about the 6 chosen by the key signifying 6 characters to be removed was very impressive. After hearing that, I can't see it as being any other way, but before then I didn't think it was like that at all. It's frustrating how thick-headed I am. It's not true. You have a very flexible mind, Auntie Rosa. That home discovery might be really important somewhere down the line. Not at all. My mind's very stiff. Because now I think that she's going to be kind of throwing a little bit of misdirection in the way, because we know that Rosa is capable of solving this. So she's totally capping here, but not at all. My mind's very stiff. Until a few moments ago, I was thinking of the first Twilight as a place, not a place 1/10 of the way to the Golden Land. What's that? Sounds interesting. Mind telling me about it? Music cut. Hee hee hee. After all, in the line before the first Twilight, it says you must journey to the Golden Land, right? The next part describes a journey that lasts 10 days, so I saw the first Twilight. Jesus, I can't speak. So I thought the first Twilight would be part of the way through that journey. A journey. I see. So you start the journey, and on the first Twilight, you set up camp and sacrifice the 6. So I thought, where is that place? How many kilometers from the starting point? Things like that. Don't tell anyone this, okay? I'm not very clever, so for a long time I read home kanji as Kyo when it's probably Sato. And Kyo reminds you of Kyoto, right? It's often shortened to Kyo. So I thought the 10-day trip might be between Father's home and Kyoto, and there might be something hidden 1/10 of the way there. Are you kidding? That's a brilliant idea. The first Twilight is the first stop on a 10-day journey. The name of that place might be the key. For my 10-day theory to work, you'd have to know both the start point and the end point. I know the start point. I know the home Father would call beloved. Father really did spend his youth a long way away. But the problem is the goal. The Golden Land. What does that really mean? If we don't know that, my theory gets us nowhere. I've been stuck at this spot for a long time, but after listening to your reasoning today, I've realized what an embarrassing mistake I've been making. This is like such a Japanese language meme then, too. If it's talking about between Kyoto and some location, I guess it could be rockingjimmy, but if it was a 10-day trip, that sounds a bit odd. I think that's still an interesting idea. A start and a goal, a 10-day journey. In that place reached at the very first Twilight. Believe it or not, I think you might solve this one easily, Badler. If you do solve it with your auntie's hint, share a little with me, okay? Even 5% would be great. Promise me. She gave me a wink and a smile, which almost made my heart jump a little, even though she was my aunt. As I helped her wash the coffee cups, I kept pondering the epitaph's riddle silently. After I finished helping Auntie Rosa and went into the corridor on my way to the bathroom, I saw Erika unlocking the door to a room on the way there. Your room is on the 2nd floor, right? I was sure you'd gone upstairs and fallen asleep by now. I was just searching for something. I thought it might be here. Searching for something. Erika unlocked the door and opened it. A dusty smell drifted out. It was the archive, so we're gonna find out what was in the book. So I think my theory about it being Kuwadorian and all that shit, I think I was totally smoking dope. I don't think I was anywhere right. It was the archive. The distance between the bookshelves was too small for this to be called a library room. This was obviously a room made for storing books, not reading them. So you're searching for a book. Not necessarily a book, but, well, a reference material. There's something I simply have to look up. You're probably gonna look at a map of some kind, I would imagine. Even more so. Oh my god, wait! It kind of makes sense. Do you think the location has anything to do with Hokkaido and with Ribbon Island that the letters were sent to? Because I mentioned earlier that it was very odd that the letters were sent to those locations. There had to be some significance to those locations. They weren't just sent to random places. There was intention with where they were sent, because you could send them to any location if the address was one that didn't exist and it would get returned to the shipper. So there was something important about those locations. You're looking for something having to do with the epitaph's riddle? Pretty admirable that you haven't given up yet. I guess 20 billion yen is pretty enticing. I hadn't given up either. Apparently we were both bad at giving up. You're joking. I'm only interested in riddle solving. I'm only looking for the gold because I want proof that my reasoning was correct. Even if I found it, I wouldn't pocket it for myself, so don't worry. She immediately dismissed the idea, saying that she just liked solving riddles and had no interest at all in the gold. My first impression of her had been that she was a bit of a weird one, and it looked like I hadn't been wrong. Erika started searching for the book she was after, slowly going around the bookshelves. I'm also in the middle of trying to solve the epitaph. Oh yeah, just a second ago I heard something interesting from Auntie Rosa, which might be a hint about the first Twilight. May I ask what it was? Erika asked this without stopping her search or even turning to face me. In the line before the first Twilight, it says something like, whoever obtains the key must do so and so, right? You who laid a hand upon the key must journey as follows to the Golden Land. Whoa, you've already got it memorized. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. And what about that line? Right. Must journey to the Golden Land, it says. Apparently this made Aunt Rosa picture off on a journey from the beloved home of old to the Golden Land, a journey lasting until the 10th Twilight. Or in other words, 10 days. I thought I was wrong about this. I feel like I looked this up early on, and the reason why I thought it was 5 days was because twilight could be used to describe dawn or dusk. Even though initially I thought that twilight was only a very specific time, but whatever, 10 days. Actually, I already noticed that myself. The place you reach on the first day of the 10-day journey, that's where you offer the sacrifices from. So if you know what the name of the first place is, you can tell. The other thing, too, is that I imagine you could probably make an anagram out of the characters, out of some character. I don't even know if you... It's not really an anagram. You could probably spell the location of the first place that you stop with the names of the characters that were killed in the first Twilight. If that was the case... The problem is I don't know what the word that we're trying to spell is, because I don't know Japanese town names, so there's not really a point to try and theorize about it, but... Yeah, that's exactly what Aunt Rosa thought of. I also think it's an interesting theory. The place you reach on the first day of the 10-day journey, that bit of land or else the place's name might be the key. I also have been speculating that the name of a place might be the key. That's why I'm looking for a reference book. I want to turn this from speculation to certainty. Is she going to try and find a map from the time period that he was, like, growing up or, you know, whatnot, things like that? What is it you're looking for? Then Erika's hand suddenly stopped and she slowly pulled it out. Then as she dusted it off, she finally looked at me and spoke. An atlas. I fucking knew it was gonna be a fucking map. Okay. She's gonna open up something. She's gonna try and find a location that's related to that thing. Oh, okay. So I was wrong, it wasn't blueprints, it was an atlas. And it is going to have to do with a literal journey from point A to point B. So we went forward, it's 10 p.m. Those who reach it. Okay, I have to go pee real bad again. I don't know what's going on. Why I have to pee so bad. Let me grab a drink. I'll be like, not that long. Love you, sorry. Okay, my apologies, I'm back. That's what happens when I'm fucking sucking back water while playing this. Okay. We managed to make it through the first day, and I hit space because I'm still apparently tapped out. Natsui could be seen in the study. When she muttered as though to herself, gold butterflies appeared and formed into the shape of a person. We can't afford optimism. I doubt that we will be able to make it through tomorrow by sitting around here. So you don't think that saying father is in a bad mood and refuses to come out would be enough to fool them? It seems they were already quite suspicious last year. Because of that, the toxin has expanded and is coiling itself around this study, growing ever tighter. I expect that the suspicion they have harbored since last year is not the only cause. That's right. The toxin has grown too thick to be explained away by that alone. I have no doubt that after suspecting Kinzo's death last year, they have come with a strong determination to expose it at this year's conference. Of course, Virgilia just pops up. Isn't this the first time that Natsui has met Virgilia? Or am I misremembering? Who cares? Even last year, we didn't succeed in fully deceiving them. Unfortunately, it might be best to assume that, in the current situation, the typhoon will remain here tomorrow and the boat will not come for them until the day after. In short, we must endure for another 36 hours at the very least. It's of interest, too, to note that none of these demons are talking about, like, starting the ritual or completing the twilights or, anything of the sort. Probably because these are the witches and everything that are conjured up from Natsui's visions, not so much from everybody else's, or from whoever the actual culprit is, but... Your eyes may not be able to see it, Natsuhi, but the locked room barrier sealing this room was once very firm. In the span of a single night, it has been worn ragged like wilted leaves and now only awaits a storm. No, the storm is already here. Natsuhi, I propose that we switch from the locked room barrier to something else. What do you mean by something else? Do you mean change our plan? That is correct. Virgilia and I will reconstruct a barrier similar to last year's. In other words, we'll take Kinzo out of the study and have him tightrope walk from shadow to shadow where the toxin can't reach, just like last year. It will be dangerous, but I would like to propose the same thing. What did you say? You want to change the plan this far in? When you learn that you cannot withstand a siege, you must consider abandoning the castle. Right now, this room is like a castle surrounded by enemy troops with its walls about to crumble. If staying put means certain death, then you still have the ability to ride out one last stand and an honorable defeat. After all, surrender doesn't seem to be an option in this fight. I'll protect Father's secret until the very end. If it's discovered, there will be no chance for us to talk our way out of it. My husband's embezzlement will be exposed to the light of day, and the Ushiramiya family's honor will be destroyed. We must remain firm and prevent them no matter what. Calm down. I understand that. Krause's alchemy will soon see great results. If we can make it through this year, we'll be able to manage, so don't get flustered. Excuse me. But we planned this barricade strategy because using the same trick as last year wouldn't work. Isn't it the height of stupidity to return to a plan you previously abandoned because it was impossible? Just what kind of story do you suggest we create at this point? Ronove and I will prepare that. Leave it to us, as creating the illusions is what witches do. All you have to do is give us your permission, Natsuhi. Master and Ronove are very reliable at times like these. Also, the servants of the One-Winged Eagle are excellent furniture. If Master and Ronove reconstruct the magic, they will work to protect it. It still isn't too late by any means. Let's take Kinzo out of the study and have his illusion walk around. Did you forget that we chose our current strategy because we considered those kinds of plans at length and couldn't find anything that would work? To get flustered in an emergency and carelessly throw away the primary plan is simply foolish. But Natsuhi, you right there amidst the toxin must realize better than anyone else that our barricade cannot endure any longer. I propose that we try and think of another plan without changing our objective or holding the fort. In any event, as long as we can keep this room sealed, no one will be able to deny Father's existence. After all, you can't determine the contents of a cat box that can't be opened no matter how many people you have with you. Well, that is true. However, humans are unreasonable. It's possible for them to eat into an airtight cat box and go inside like black ants swarming a box of cake. And Lady Burncastle's piece also concerns me. It was fortunate that Erika stole the show at tonight's dinner. By doing that, she created an atmosphere where it was possible for tonight's family conference to come to a close. If you had gone straight back to the family conference afterwards like usual, the barrier might have broken tonight, and it seems like the barrier is what's stopping the killings from happening. Because that alone... Okay. But because of that, the toxin has grown even thicker. After thickening all night, the toxin may be able to corrode the locked room barrier easily. Whether we continue holding the fort or give up that plan, we will not be able to make it through tomorrow unless we prepare a new strategy and a new barrier. Lady Burncastle may have some plan for breaking the locked room barrier. We can't take that piece called Erika lightly. Come to think of it, that man who said something about taking revenge for the events of 19 years ago might also be Lady Burncastle's piece. This board, which achieved equilibrium with 18 pieces, has had 2 undesired pieces added to it. There are too many irregularities this year. Lady Burncastle is a fan of Eastern things. They say that in shogi, Japanese chess, you are allowed to drop pieces onto the board in the middle of a game, do they not? I thought shogi was Chinese. I'm not going to pretend that I know either way. So, we'll take it. I wish I knew how to play shogi just for the fact that every time I see somebody play shogi, it literally destroys my brain. That shit seems so complex. Yes, that is possible. In shogi, even dropping a queen from the captured pile right in front of the enemy king is a permissible move that can serve as a trump card. Oh no, I'm not thinking of shogi, sorry. I'm thinking of mahjong. I'm not thinking of shogi, I'm thinking of mahjong. I take it back. Shogi might be Japanese, I was thinking of mahjong. What is that man who spoke of 19 years ago doing right now? Is he already hiding somewhere on this island? That girl called Erika was able to appear, claiming to have drifted here. That man might also have landed somewhere on this island despite the typhoon, and he might be hiding somewhere. And it's going to be hard to fully deceive the relatives any longer. Why? Why must there be so many irregularities? How can you explain this miracle of nightmares and coincidences? Natsui slammed the desk hard, held her head and cringed at the pain from her overwhelming headache. Lady Berncastle controls miracles. There's no point being surprised at irregularities or miracles when that person is around. It may be true that shogi is a game where an enemy piece can suddenly appear right in front of a king. However, that is why you build up a perfect formation, so that doesn't allow for that kind of weakness, artistically constructing a castle to protect your king. Then holding the fort is what we should be doing, isn't it? If we had a fort that we could hold, then perhaps, but we cannot hope for such a thing right now. It is difficult to corner a king without a wall to his back, and even more difficult to corner one with open spaces in all directions. Think of a mouse. You can catch a mouse that's shut in a cage, however catching a mouse in a field is like trying to catch a cloud. Natsuhi, please allow us to explore this option, of Kinzo leaving his study and wandering around the mansion on a whim, avoiding the gazes of the relatives. We will think of a story that makes it appear natural before morning. Don't you see the danger? If we're willing to consider such a dangerous option, wouldn't it be better to continue acting as though father is in his room in a bad mood? Tomorrow the relatives will again crowd in front of the study. They will crowd right on the other side of that door. How many hours do you think you will be able to stand there keeping up the charade of a yelling match with Kinzo? It's impossible. And it falls to me to resist that impossibility for 36 hours. If you tell me to do it, I will. I am Ushirimiya Natsui, the wife of the Ushirimiya family head. If you tell me to do that, I will act out a shouting match with father for as many days as it takes. Even Natsui understood that there was no way she could manage it. But she could no longer see any chance of victory from a plan which involved making an illusion of Kinzo walking around. Banging on the desk several times, with tears of intense emotion streaming down her face, Natsui alternated between groaning from her headache and placing the blame on one thing or another. It was enough to make one feel there was a curse which had made anyone who sat in that chair do the same. This is a game of mating shogi where you are on the defensive. In mating shogi, the opponent has no king, and you have no way of winning other than avoiding a checkmate for a predetermined number of moves. And to think that I must escape for a whole day and a half's worth of moves. That's just too many. Do not stop thinking. Do not surrender. I am here to listen to your woes, but do not admit defeat. Your absolute determination to overcome this trial no matter what will produce results with certainty. That is the power of the Witch of Certainty. Oh, I see. The reason why that this is Beatrice and everything? Oh wait, never mind, I think I might be smoking crack. I was gonna say that this could be because Lambda's running the game. And that's where we see all these people, because this is Lambda's thing, because mentioning the Witch of Certainty, but the only reason why I counter to what I was just saying is that in the Arbor scene earlier on, we know that Beatrice, air quote, Beatrice, had said that Natsuhi was like a Witch of Certainty, I believe. You must not lose that magical power. Believe that you will overcome this no matter what. I am sure a brilliant plan will come to mind. You must not give up and stop thinking. You're right. I understand. If I can't overcome this hardship, then no one can. That is correct. Didn't Kinzo entrust you with the job of overcoming all of this? Kinzo acknowledged that you were worthy of this responsibility. Father. Father. Master and Ronove will think of a move. Of course, I will think as well. However, we cannot do even that without our master's permission. Your permission. So the least you can do is not abandon the will to fight. Do not give in. I know that, I know. But I'm so very tired, and the headaches are unbearable. Why am I here? In this freezing cold study, crying alone? Why? Why isn't my husband here for me now? This is good. This drives a stake between Kraus and Natsui. I should say a wedge rather, not a steak. Steak is maybe a little bit too on the nose. Back when dinner ended, Kraus claimed to be dizzy and went to bed early. Of course, he had done this to get enough rest to ready himself for the long day ahead, but to Natsuhi right now, it felt as though he had just gone straight to sleep and pushed all of the burden onto her. However, complaining about such a thing would mean that she had failed as a wife. Wasn't it a good wife's duty to work hard and think of the family first, even when her husband was resting? Regretting even her anger at her husband, and unable to determine whom she should be angry at, Natsuhi continued to sob. If only Kinzo could just speak to her kindly at times like this. Okay, let's conjure up his soul real quick, come on. Bieto searched for him, but Kinzo had been nowhere to be seen in the study for some time now. Perhaps Natsui had noticed this as well. Though she took pride in fighting alone and supporting from behind, thinking of those as responsibilities for a good wife, or of a good wife, without anyone to validate what she was doing and say it was needed, she was now so frail that she couldn't even stop her own tears. Just as Byato was thinking of words she could use to console Natsuhi, Vergilia tapped her lightly on the shoulder. If words of consolation don't come from the mouth of the right person, they can sometimes do more harm than good. Therefore, Vergilia silently urged Byato that saying nothing was the best course of action for now. Okay, interesting. I mean, we're not really... Oh, my goat! Hi. Sorry to interrupt. I know I'm an outsider, but I wonder if you'd let me speak. Gap, please restrain yourself for the time being. No. As long as you're here, there's no distinction between outsiders or guests and the rest of us. You may speak. Thank you. Ronove said it himself a while ago. This is mating shogi with you on the defensive. How does one lose in mating shogi? It's because their king is checkmated, right? That goes without saying, and the opponent has no king, therefore all Natsui can do is have her king run away constantly. I see. So you're thinking of that move. Has that time already come? What do you mean? Are you saying we have some sort of move? It's the first thing you suggested to conceal Goldsmith's death. I'm trying to say that the time has come for us to use it. You mean having him go missing? You mean to make that move right now during the family conference? That's too dangerous, and that is true. They did say that Kinzo disappeared in the night. That was something that happened during the first game because he went missing before we found him in the furnace. After successfully resolving all of their problems, they would have to lay Kinzo to rest. And the way to do that was to make him disappear. One day, Kinzo would go out into the forest and never return. They wouldn't be able to find him no matter how much they searched, so he would be declared missing. You said to yourself a second ago, Ricci. You can't catch a mouse that's escaped to a field, and you can't catch a goldsmith who's disappeared into the forest. Do you honestly think that we could talk our way out of this using that? Using such a move now when the suspicion against us is greatest would be no better than committing suicide. They will suspect, yes. It is a move fully deserving of being called suspicious. However, even if they set foot in this study, such suspicions will be unprovable. It will be impossible for them to capture Kinzo forever after, and no matter how much they suspect him to be dead, they will be unable to prove it. Forget about 36 hours, you could protect Kinzo's secret forever this way, couldn't you? Of course, it'll mean taking on that much risk as well. If you make this move, you may be able to overcome this particular challenge, but I cannot even guess at how much prestige you might lose for it. Even so, this move can definitely get you through this. Of course, you'll be treated with an even greater suspicion, but it won't be fatal. Yes. That may be true, but the Ushirimiya family should have collapsed after the Great Kanto earthquake, but the mad genius goldsmith revived it, and he rebuilt it into something so magnificent that you want to protect it. So this time, it is up to you and your husband, the new head and his wife, to do the same. Oh, is that how you intend to stir her up? I'm not stirring her up. I'm asking if she's prepared to be the wife of the head. Are you prepared to protect the Ushirimiya family, even if you end up getting dragged through the dirt to do it? I am. Then now is the time. If you can survive by being dragged through the dirt, then crawl with all your might. You'll drag yourself through a world of suffering, and you'll eventually regain your glory. I, Gap, the 33rd in rank, promise you this. Gap? The fact that I dropped in at a time like this must be guidance from the gods of happenstance. I'll keep that promise, Ushirimiya Natsui. I don't need anything in return. Ricci, the one who serves you, has already paid me plenty in advance. Gap seemed quite cavalier, but she was actually possessed by a strong sense of duty. She was the kind of person who couldn't just leave someone in trouble alone. Payment in advance? Now when did I do that? I can't recall. Hehehehe. Just the various magical items that you couldn't remember where you put. I made off with quite a few of those. What? So it really was your fault that I could never find those. Give them back! Give them back my Phantom Silver Crystal and Moonstick. I still haven't played around by sticking them together yet. This is the sort of magic or plan that I can give you. I can hide Goldsmith away in a world where no one will be able to find him. Let me know the instant you need this magic. Until then, you may think of another, safer plan. True. Having an option open to you leaves you with a little peace of mind. Without any peace of mind, you cannot think up a brilliant plan. Natsuhi, the night is not short. Let's leave Gap's plan as a final trump card and iron out our plan for the time being. Please give us permission. Furthermore, please give us the trust, magical power, and certain conviction needed to succeed without fail. If you believe, I will make that come true. If you doubt, I will make that come true. You must make your own future. Having Kinzo go missing, and doing it right in the middle of this family conference, that was truly a last resort. hiding this final trump card in her heart, Natsui decided that she would grope around for a different plan until the last second. After all, this long, long night had only just begun. And it was long not only for her. Burn Castle and her pieces had just as much time. Put some chapstick on, my fucking lips are bothering me. Gouge the leg and kill. Now it's complete. I see. So that was what gouge meant after all. Once again my reasoning was correct, and note this is the path on the way to Kuwadorian. The feel of the last one was clearly different from all the ones before, making the two of them almost certain they had activated some sort of mechanism. However, as far as a quick glance could tell, there was no dramatic change, such as an entrance of some sort opening. I see. It's all steps to unlock. And the thing that they heard is they're probably walking over top of the passage between the two. And we know from the previous episode that's where it was. Or at least that's where we presumed it was, just from the CG being the same. But apparently they would need to do just a little more before they could find it. You're something else. If this really does lead us to the gold, we'll have to split it between us. Enjoying the intellectual stimulation is enough for me. The only thing I like is solving riddles. Proof that I was right is all I need for a reward. She shrugged it off, saying that just seeing the gold would be enough. Then she crouched down, I just punched my fucking mic, peering fixedly at the gimmick that made up the key. It was no exaggeration at all to say that this girl really loves solving riddles. Her fondness for treasure hunting is fueled by a romanticism regarding the process of finding hidden things, and she has no interest whatsoever in getting the treasure for herself and becoming a billionaire or whatever. I see. You really thought such a gimmick would fool me. The mistake you all made was welcoming me onto the island in the first place. All it takes is the presence of that epitaph, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? As she said this to the mechanism she had exposed, she grinned at it. That smile had a bit of a triumph on it, but it was more fully characterized by the small bit of unpleasant disdain it contained. After solving the riddle, she was probably reveling in the pleasure of having won against the one person who had proposed it, as well as the way she could now scoff at this person. If we find the gold now, the successor to the head won't be Kraus, but you. Huh. Well, I wonder. Kraus is a little bit arrogant, isn't he? A braggart, you might say. The thought of him waking up in the morning to find that both the gold and his position as a successor to the head have been snatched away from him by his nephew kinda makes you smile, doesn't it? Erika was crouched down as she spoke, but her back to Battler, sorry, I added but there for no reason. Her back to Battler, she toyed around with the mechanism. Jessica was her name, right? The girl who spoke up against me. Yeah. She really was acting big about her father being successor to the head. When she wakes up tomorrow and learns that you've inherited all the gold, and that her father is no longer the successor, I wonder what kind of expression she'll have on her face. I don't intend to keep all 20 billion for myself, you know. I mean, even 10% would be great. I wouldn't want any more than that. We can split up the rest fairly among the family. I'm even less interested in being the successor to the head. I'd be glad to let Uncle Kraus deal with that. Will it really be so simple, I wonder? Hee. Instead of trying to predict that, I have a feeling that it will be much more fun to puzzle out what kind of expression Jessica will have on her face tomorrow, and what kind of sad excuse she'll try to make. You have a real twisted mind. Oh? Couldn't you deduce that from the moment I said I like solving riddles? I'm an intellectual rapist who enjoys exposing things that other people hide. It was the same for solving the epitaph. That was a crazy fucking line to... Jesus. I don't know why that line is... Jesus. He probably wanted to expose the gold grandfather had done everything he could to hide. Yes, that's how it was at first, but my goal changed halfway through. Halfway through? Changed to what? Jessica. She cast doubt on my deductions and contaminated my sublime and noble moment. I changed my goal into solving the riddle so that I could get even with this Jessica girl. Are you being serious? I can bring any opponent to their knees no matter who they are. That is my one and only pleasure. Perhaps you still need some time to reason. Ushirimiya Jessica irritated me, so I decided to solve the epitaph to put her in her place. From this, you should be able to deduce how I'm feeling at this very moment. Can you work it out? This time I turned my back on her in earnest. Did I get so caught up in the fun of this riddle-solving game that I allowed her to lead me into making a terrible mistake? That's right. I could have worked out that this would happen. With the riddle solved, the relatives will probably get into an uproar about who will be the successor to the head. Dad and Kiri will probably make a fuss about how I, the discoverer, should be the successor, and the other relatives not thrilled with that prospect will probably oppose them. Despite how adamant Erika was about it, it wasn't written anywhere that the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph becomes the successor. Because of this, it'll lead to a fight between those who are willing to accept that, and those who aren't. To reason out what will happen next, as Erika suggested, it will probably turn into an ugly fight between Uncle Kraus and the rest of the relatives. When Jessica finds out I've solved the riddle, will she admire me, or curse me? I don't want to think about that now. Erika was still mumbling. Apparently she had already started trying to reason it out. As I began to feel very bad, I lazily gazed out into the black night. Like the chess piece, you mean? Then, I looked at a dimly lit outdoor light, and saw the silhouette of a person in front of it. I thought I must be seeing— I just got a chill up my spine, Jesus. After all, it was unthinkable that someone would have been standing there the whole time, pounded upon by the rain without even an umbrella. However, the silhouette didn't move an inch, and maybe— no, it couldn't be. It was looking at me. Jessica or Rosa has to be, right? And it was— oh, Kenzo. Never mind. Okay, well, we don't care about any of all this shit. Fake. Fake. Grandfather. In that instant, I understood. Grandfather had probably been watching us solve the riddle the whole time, and he had seen us, and we spectacularly solved the entire riddle of the epitaph. Heh. Without a doubt, Grandfather smiled faintly. Grandfather, who had never worn any expression that wasn't moody or frightening, looked me in the face and smiled at me for the first time. Almost as though to say he was saying, "Too smart for your own good." Or else, "I never thought it would be you." However, this was the result, chosen by Grandfather's epitaph, so I was sure that he had accepted that result. He grinned one final time. Of course he didn't use words. His smile seemed to be a silent expression of a single word. Superb. I didn't know how I should respond. I couldn't do anything but stand there in shock, ignoring Erika as she crouched down, mumbling with her back towards me. Then Grandfather stretched a hand out from the folds of his cloak and pointed at something. When I looked in that direction, what I saw there, the thing he was pointing at, was probably the mansion. The guidepost to the Golden Land. Go. Grandfather had undoubtedly said that one word. I nodded, to show that I understood. Seeing this, Grandfather nodded back, satisfied, and then faded out into the ether. Then, with a spin of his cloak, he disappeared, seeming to melt into the darkness. The expression on his face at the end was a truly and finally satisfied smile. Are you listening, Battler? To my deductions? I've found it. That's the guidepost to the Golden Land. Huh? Ah, it's facing a different direction than it used to. I see. So it means go that way. You're very observant. Grandfather showed me that way, or the way. Huh? Kinzo? Where? Let's go. It's time we gotta look at this Golden Land. We started to walk. The entrance to the Golden Land was right there. So the question is whether or not it's in Kuadorian or if this opens up like an access way or something. So my epitaph has finally been solved, and it was Battler. Entertaining beyond compare. When I think about it, I was also the head that no one saw coming. How interesting that the one who will succeed me as head is also a person no one saw coming. I now have no regrets remaining in my life. Beatrice, I am coming to join you, along with the present, the miracle chosen by my epitaph. Battler of all people. That Battler. Of course, yeah. At the very end of my life, I have witnessed a true miracle. Beatrice! I've won this bet! Interesting. So it opens up like, this is the same thing. It looks like a bomb shelter again, and this was the same CG that was under Kuadorian. This once again opens the same thing to be here. And of course, the gold. We saw this in episode 3, yep. Ha ha. Yahoo! My favorite search engine. Ha. I can't see anything convenient about using gold as a store of value except for its non-corrosive properties. I imagine it'd take a lot of work to liquidate all of this. At the end of a crude underground tunnel, in a VIP room which was so beautiful that it seemed out of place, there was a pile of gold so large that there could be no doubting its 20 billion yen worth. Erika was calm, but Battler couldn't suppress his excitement. As for which of the two was the correct reaction to show after seeing a mountain of gold, only those who saw the scene with their own eyes could say for sure. In this day and age, it's said that an average salaryman earns about 200 million yen in wages over his life, and this is 20 billion yen worth of gold. With even one 1/100th of this gold mountain, a single human could live their entire life without working. What is labor? Okay, we're about to get the Communist Manifesto here, I see you. Isn't it the very point of a human's life, since a person who doesn't work cannot eat? If so, then 200 million yen is enough to make a single person's life complete. And this is 20 billion yen. This would account for the labors of 100 humans. No, a single human life, 100 times over. Of course, if you still wanted to work, you could. Any money you gained as a result could all be used to play with. After all, you would already have enough money to live for your entire life. No, for eternity. No, wait, I mustn't keep it all to myself. I can split it up among 100 people. If I could create a world where a full 100 humans wouldn't have to work for their whole lives, just what kind of world would that be? Yeah, there's no doubt at all. I'm gonna make my own commune. This is the Golden Land. And so, Burn Battler masterfully discovered the gold. The end. I kept the really critical parts hidden, but nothing wrong with just a little bit of teasing, right? Sure, do what you want with that. I'm not interested in the micro details about what kind of puzzle it was or what kind of answer it had. The important thing is that as a result, 10 tons of gold were discovered. The gold was discovered in the third game as well by Auntie Ava. Auntie Rosa had also witnessed it. However, the two of them hadn't spoken of the gold's discovery to anyone. In other words, there was a chance that the gold's discovery was a cat box truth kept between the two of them, which meant that it was possible that the gold didn't exist and was just an illusion. However, I, air quote, have finally found it. The cat box has been opened. It'd be a waste of time to do that repetition game, so I'll give you a little bonus. The mountain of gold is this mountain of gold is the real thing. I'll put these down. This is sort of pointless to put down, but hey, you know, we'll do it anyways. This mountain of gold is the real thing. Of course, I alt-tab and it doesn't tab me into the game. There we go. All of the ingots piled up here are real pure gold. All the ingots piled up here are real pure gold. There are absolutely no tricks such as replicas or fakes. Replicas or fakes. Alright, got it. I'll accept that the gold exists. However, there are still some things I can't accept. Of course. After all, you met with him, didn't you? With Kinzo. Hehehehe. Even though Kinzo's supposedly an illusion, you met with him just a second ago, didn't you? Hehehehe. I guess that really was magic, wasn't it? Ridiculous. I didn't exchange a single word with Grandfather. I only felt as though Grandfather and I had exchanged words. Give it a rest. The same move won't work again. In that case, your blue truth, if you please. I was probably in a state of euphoria after solving the epitaph's riddle, and that caused me to mistake something for Grandfather. For example, maybe there was some kind of sheet or cover that had gotten caught in a dark grove of trees, which looked like Grandfather wearing a pitch black cloak. As a result, I mistakenly thought that it had some sort of conversation with Grandfather. Blue truth valid? Well, I did say the exact same thing in blue. And did it work? Was there a counter with the red truth? Nope. Not for now, at least. Okay. Saying not for now is very interesting, but the me who had let out a strange yell in front of the golden mountain was finally starting to regain his cool. Now that we'd found it, there was no covering it up. I faintly thought about keeping this discovery a secret. However, Erika wanted to prove that her own reasoning was correct by announcing this fact to everyone. She really is an intellectual rapist, just as she says. The puzzle-solving game is what's important to her, and she doesn't intend to take any responsibility for what happens after the riddle is solved. A riddle is sort of like a lock. Locks exist to be locked, and whenever a lock is locked, there is a meaning behind locking it. Therefore, there should also always be a meaning behind breaking one open and exposing what it protects. However, this girl has made the exposure itself her final goal, and she doesn't plan on taking responsibility for anything that happens later. Maybe the true storm to hit rockingjimmy isn't the typhoon, but her. She won't keep this discovery secret. She'll definitely announce it to brag about her success. And then she'll call a real storm down upon this island. I won't be able to keep this covered up. Then in that case, there's nothing to do except announce this fact fairly. I can't imagine what will happen after that. As she grinned, Erika muttered to herself. She must have been predicting the uproar the relatives would soon bring about. To her, imagining that was much sweeter than 20 billion yen in gold. All it takes is the presence of that epitaph, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? Ah! That was kind of a short chapter. At least it felt like it. Maybe I was wrong. I felt like we were kind of moving on that one. Oh, God, cracking my... Jesus. The Frantic Golden Drama. We're still on the 4th, okay. 2247, so we're approaching 11. Coming! The sudden sound of someone banging fiercely on the door brought Natsui to her senses. She'd probably nodded off in the study while planning how they would overcome the next day. But what could it be? At a time like this? More importantly, the knock itself was strange. If someone had wanted to contact her, they could have just used the internal phone line. She had told them that she would be here. Realizing that something strange was going on, Natsui shook her head one more time, completely throwing off her drowsiness. Father, it's Ava. I have something urgent and vital to talk to you about. It was Ava's voice. What is this? I thought I told him to lock the doors and windows of the mansion tightly after everyone left for the guest house. So why is Ava here? Natsui ran up to the door, responded with a small knock, and spoke through the door in a quiet voice. What do you want? Keep your voice down. Natsuhi? Why are you in Father's study at this hour? I told you to be quiet. Have you forgotten that the head treasures peace and silence above all else? Now's not the time to be saying that. Stop harping on that and open up quickly. Bring Father out. The head just went to sleep. I don't know what business you have, but I will listen to it tomorrow. I don't have any business with you. Just open up right now. Sometimes all one's schemes and assumptions can fall apart due to the most direct, simple, and emotional of strategies. This is bad. If I open the door, Ava will probably throw herself forwards and rush into the study. Now I can't even open this door. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. It's alright. Both of the keys to the study are here. No one can open this door. Natsui inched away from the door and grabbed the receiver. Hello, it's Natsuhi. It's me. Things are bad. I want you to come down to the parlor quickly. It was from Kraus. His tone was strained. What in the world happened? It seems that Battler and the guest called Erika solved the witch's epitaph and found the gold. Huh? Is that true? Rudolph and the rest have forced their way in. They're saying that Battler is going to show us all the way to the location of the hidden gold. Right now, Ava is outside the door yelling at me to open it. If I open it now, she might push her way into the study. I understand. I'll be there soon. Don't worry about Ava. Just stay there and don't do anything. I'll give you a signal once I've gotten Ava away from the door, so leave as soon as you hear that. Be ready. Okay. What chapter are we on here? We're on 7, the Frantic Golden Drama. Right after that, Kraus came up the staircase accompanied by Genji. A heated debate started between him and Ava. Open up! No, calm down. In the middle of that, there was a small knock as a signal. Kraus had skillfully pushed Ava away from the door and distracted her. During that gap, Natsui slipped out of the study and quickly shut the door. Excuse me. Ava noticed this and her face twisted in disappointment, but the heavy sound of the auto lock had already rung out and the door had been sealed. The gold of the epitaph has been found. It's only natural that we should inform Father. Or else what? Is there some reason you can't tell Father about this? We have strict orders from Father not to wake him after he goes to bed under any circumstances. Following those orders is the duty of the head's representative. Isn't that right, Genji? Yes. The Master's sleep must not be disturbed no matter the circumstances. There's a time and place for everything, isn't there? I mean, the epitaph was solved. Father has a right to know straight away. Of course, the two of us will report on everything to the head tomorrow. That's our duty as the head's representatives. I don't care about that. Just open this door. Let me see Father. Father, can you hear me? It's Ava. Please open up. Ow, let go of me. That hurts. We will bring this to his attention. Now stop knocking the door so loudly. Ouch, ow, let go of me. Kraus, Ava, you've been told that the Master is sleeping. Please refrain from disturbing him any further. When Genji spoke firmly, the two finally ceased their scuffle. It seemed that Genji, the one who had spoken for Kinzo since they were very young, still possessed an air of dignity strong enough to handle both Kraus and Ava. Ava put her argument aside for the time being. She could worry about that after seeing the gold with her own eyes. After all, not even she had seen it for herself. Natsui and the others had managed to deal with this crisis somehow. However, the demon's move, which would sneer upon their efforts, was already in motion. Battler solved the riddle of the epitaph, you say? Though he had a lot of help from that Erika girl, Battler was the one who reached the answer. Erika has proclaimed that she will renounce her right to the Golden Land. Therefore, Battler is the one who reached the Golden Land. Fate can be truly interesting. To think that Battler should be the one to reach that place. What will you do, Beato? You made a promise to stop the ritual if anyone solved the epitaph's riddle. That was the agreement. That is the agreement, yes. Apparently Battler does not intend to become the master of the Golden Land. It now seems that no one will become our master. That is also fate. It has been several decades since we first manifested in the human world through our bond with Lord Goldsmith. It was all very fun. Come on, Leah, you sound like an old lady. So what are we gonna do? According to Ricci and Goldsmith's rule, now that Battler solved the epitaph and decided not to become our master, we've been relieved from duty, right? That's true. I have no regrets at all. I've been prepared to be kicked down into Cocytus all this time. Cocytus? Cocytus? Wait, we can't let that happen. You might not have any regrets, but I still serve Natsui. To let ourselves be relieved from duty just because Battler solved the epitaph would be quite irresponsible. Witches aren't allowed to break contracts, but they also must not fail to show gratitude. True. We should serve her until the family conference ends. In that case, you won't be relieved from duty for a while either, Lord Goldsmith. Perhaps you should wait until you've overcome this family conference safely, said goodbye to Natsui at the very least, and if possible rewarded her for all her efforts. She has done well supporting my foolish son. Aren't you a fallen angel with one of its wings plucked off? Just leave the other wing as a parting gift and go. That is also fitting. Natsui might be worthy to bear my wing. However, we are approaching the critical moment. Your reward is waiting for you. Try and overcome this test safely, Natsui. So I'm assuming this is Battler leading the way or whatever, as was described. The mountain of gold left everyone speechless. Regardless of how strongly they had believed in its existence, no one could look at this much real gold and not be shocked. To think that a place like this existed. I can't believe it. That Dad... Everyone was stunned by the gold. The first one to break the silence and jump around in ecstasy was Hideyoshi. Letting out an excited laugh, he clung to the wall of gold, and he felt the cold, hard touch of it all over his cheek. This is incredible. It's the real thing. Damn you, old man, stockpiling all this gold in a crazy place like this. If we have all this, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Anything life throws at us, we can overcome. Rosa! Nei-san, we'll be able to find happiness with this, right? Ava and Rosa started walking towards each other at the same time and hugged each other as they broke down crying. Ecstasy and shock, wonder and sighs. After stepping forward in front of the pile of gold that caused these mixed emotions, Erika spoke as though she were an announcer in some show. If money is everything in this world, then this gold is the embodiment of happiness. Congratulations, everyone. I pray with all my heart that this discovery enriches your lives. I take my hat off to you, to think that you would solve the epitaph within a single day of coming to this island. If it wasn't solvable in a single day, then it wouldn't have been solvable no matter how many days I spent on it. After all, it doesn't take more than an instant for your little gray cells to give you a flash of intuition. Also, I wouldn't have been able to solve this riddle on my own. I ask that you praise Battler's achievement as well, everyone. I renounce any rights to this discovery. My reasoning was proven correct, and that alone is enough to satisfy me. Therefore, I want to give Battler the full credit for discovering the gold. I may be here, but please continue your discussion as though I am not. Battler called all the adults here, making sure that none of his cousins would notice. That can only mean one thing. He must wish for you all to conduct a true family conference. Uh-oh. Erika, quit trying to run the show. Oh, how rude of me. In that case, I'll step down as the facilitator of these proceedings. So, who will take my place? Shrugging, Erika looked around at everyone. After a short period of silence, Ava made the first move. I assume none of us have forgotten the deal we made earlier today. Yeah, we divided between the four of us, 2.5 billion each. And then, the successor to the head gets another 10 billion. Wait just a moment. Who decided that the one who discovers the gold becomes the successor? Hold your horses, you're not getting away with that, Natsuhi. That's been the basis of all our talk in this whole time. Saying that now is shameful, don't you think? That's right. Weren't you the one worrying about how if one of the servants solved the riddle, they might consider themselves the successor to the head? But nowhere is it explicitly written that that's the truth. You miserable coward. That was the way every single one of us interpreted it. She's right, Aniki. Are you really going to do a 180 on that now? Though it was never written down, I believe it was most definitely common understanding between us. I don't see how you can say it's completely irrelevant. You can't just interpret the head's epitaph however you like. Where is it written that the one who finds the gold becomes the successor? The epitaph was decided upon by the head. You have no right to decide these things for yourselves. Calm down, Natsui. How can I possibly calm down? I certainly find it very impressive that Battler solved the epitaph. I do think it would be fair to him to receive some kind of a reward. However, saying that reward should be half of everything here is clearly over the line, and the argument that the discoverer automatically becomes the successor is one that I absolutely will not permit to go unchallenged. That's low, Natsuhi. This is completely different from what you were saying earlier today. I agree. It may not have been written down, but the fact that the guy who solves the epitaph becomes the successor has always been our greatest unwritten assumption. It's not exactly fair to start complaining about that at the last second, is it? Yeah, not fair at all. At any rate, the gold belongs to Father. We are not to decide how it will be split up without Father's permission. No way. That's real low, Natsuhi. We were talking about this on and on earlier. Are you saying that the whole conversation today was a bunch of bull? That's not right. Why don't we just vote on it? Battler, the one who found the gold, is the successor to the head. My husband and I have no objections. What about you, Rudolph and Kiri? Rosa? No objections here. Nice going, Battler. I have no objections either. Battler is the true successor chosen by the epitaph. If you aren't satisfied, then why don't we just ask Father directly? That's right. Just like you said, Nazi, Father is the one who wrote the riddle of the epitaph, and he's also the proper owner of this gold. In that case, we should raise the matter with him, wouldn't you say? What kind of treatment should Battler receive as the person who discovered the gold? I believe Father is the only one with the right to determine that. But... I told you to calm down. Rosa and Kiri are right. Let's ask Father. It's time for you two to step aside. Darn right. Bring Father down to us. We won't get anywhere with just you two. Let's get the real family conference started. You think this looks like something you can put off because he's tired? We don't do this properly, and we'll have a massive problem on our hands. Hey, you listening to me? I'm saying we're through with you two. Get off your asses and bring Father down right now. Hideyoshi also getting excited that he gets his first fucking lines in the episode. Our family conference is always like this. How the hell I know? They're probably always feeling like this on the inside. Looks like they won't be able to get this figured out right now without Kinzo. To think he's still being called out to settle his children's fights even though he's been told he only has a short while to live. I wonder how he feels about it right now. I wonder how he feels right about now. Hehehe. Imagining that? No. Deducing that will be a treat. The parents ignored Battler and Erika and kept yelling at each other on and on. Even though Battler had more or less imagined that this sort of thing happened behind the scenes, this was the first time he had seen it. He had suspected it since 6 years ago, and he'd been able to get a pretty good idea of what this was like by the darkening expressions on his parents' faces when this time of year drew near. However, this argument his relatives were having before his very eyes was much more ugly than he had imagined. He was very glad that he'd called the adults out here without letting the cousins catch wind of anything. Until we find out that one of the cousins now discovers it. Perhaps because everyone was tired out from this seemingly endless argument, they took a short break. It was decided that this family conference inside the Golden Land should be moved over to the mansion. This place may have been gorgeous, like a VIP room, but there was no ventilation, and it was a little cold. It wasn't well suited for a long conversation. They thought of the possibility that someone might carry the gold away while their backs were turned, but it wasn't as if anyone could manage with just a human hand, or with just human hands in a small amount of time when they had 10 tons of gold to deal with. In fact, it even seemed as though having the mountain of gold in the background was robbing them of the ability to make sound decisions. So, they agreed to return to the mansion, in part so that they could regain their composure and continue the conference more ruthlessly. Okay. Well then, I will retire for the night. I imagine I would just get in the way if I remained any longer. Yeah, sorry about this. Did we bother you too much? Please, let us show our gratitude again tomorrow. Sorry for letting you see such an embarrassing side of us. I know you said you were turning it down, but we'll still prepare a fitting share, out of gratitude, for you as the one to first discover the gold. Right, Nissan? We know what you're capable of. I think you can grasp our current circumstances. 20 billion yen in gold wasn't something they wanted out in the open. They didn't want an outsider like Erika telling people about it. Of course, Erika had already deduced that much. She wore an unpleasant smile on her face as though she understood all too well. It's quite unnecessary for you to worry about me. I have no intention of telling anyone about this, of course. And even if I did, no one would believe me without proof. I had the pleasure of witnessing something very interesting tonight. It was truly a feast for the eyes, so let me assure you that I'm more than satisfied. I see. It's not every day you get to see 10 tons of gold. Getting to see the gold was the feast for the eyes? Of course not. She meant the argument, bro. From Erika's dark nature, it was easy to guess what she was so happy about seeing. I thought about telling her to get the hell out of here already, but I wanted out myself. I tried to head back to the guest house along with Erika. However, Kiri grabbed my shoulder. Not you as well, Battler. You come with us, please. Darn right. You're a real successor to the head now. You gotta go see Father and make it all official. Father is the only one who gets to decide that. Don't make things up on your own. Battler, I know it's a pain, but you're gonna have to stick around with us for a little while longer. Don't say a word. Just keep quiet, keep your head down. Got it? Just do whatever you want. It would have been easy to say that I had no interest in being successor to the head, but I was sure that would only add more oil to the fire. Even if I hadn't been ordered to keep quiet, I was certain that staying shut up like a clam was the wisest thing to do. In that case, would it really be so bad if they just let me go back to the guest house? Dad put his arm firmly around my shoulder, and I told him to quit crowding me. But it didn't really make any difference. We solved the epitaph, just like you wanted. When you were the game master, we'd always get those letters. Try and solve the epitaph. If you don't, I'll kill you all. Why did she want to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph? By solving it, we found a mountain of gold. Yippee for us. And what about Beato? Does she gain anything by having us find the gold? Or does she lose something? As far as chessboard thinking tells us, people don't make moves which cause them to lose something. That means you have something to gain by having us solve the epitaph. No. Interesting. This child has nothing to gain from having someone solve it. Okay, that's interesting. Are you sure that's alright? Using the red truth like that without her permission? It is what she would want. Virgilia, who had suddenly appeared there, gave me an immediate answer to my question with the red truth. In the past, I sometimes guessed that the reason Beato was trying to make us solve the epitaph was she wanted to make us find the gold's hiding place for her so that she could snatch it away. So they're basically knocking down the idea that I said earlier that the real Beatrice doesn't know about the location. But that doesn't mean she still has something to lose. Is that wrong too? Yes. In the first place, the gold of the Golden Lamb belongs to her from the start. She has absolutely no need to make anyone find it for her or snatch it away herself. But that doesn't really... Saying it belongs to her doesn't mean that she's in possession of it. That doesn't really mean anything at all, but... I'll still put this down in my notes, but... Welcome back. I don't... So it means I have to adapt some new thinking on... for what reason the epitaph was put forward. When it says she has nothing to gain, it probably means personally. It's interesting that... The question is this a situation where we could say there's an addition by subtraction? Like, is it that Beatrice loses something is actually a benefit to her? So in, like, the truest sense of the word, you could say, yeah, she's not gaining anything, she's losing the gold, but it's like an addition by subtraction. She gains something from losing something. I'm not sure. Of course. Bito is Beatrice the Golden. She's the master of the Golden Land and the Ushirimiya family alchemist. That makes total sense. However, if that's true, that makes me even more confused. Even if someone exposes the answer to the epitaph's riddle, Bito gains nothing. To the contrary, she might get her own gold stolen away. In that case, I'm understanding this less and less. I understand the epitaph murders. It could be revenge against the Ushirimiya family, or else a ritual to revive her powers as a witch. She probably got some reason or goal of her own for it. Or she's probably got. But what's the point of her telling us to solve the epitaph? I guess this could still technically be true of what I was saying earlier, that the person that was sending the letters wasn't her. But even then, that also doesn't make sense, because it would have to be who was in possession of, like, the head's ring at the time. There's still something that, like, doesn't fit cleanly here. Whether we solve it or not, she gains nothing. In other words, the whole issue of whether the epitaph is solved or not is immaterial in Bito's eyes. You could say that. Whether the epitaph's riddle is solved or not, she has nothing at all to gain from it. Interesting. I'm not going to write that one down because we kind of already have that note written. It doesn't matter whether it's... Jesus. Sorry, I just had a stroke. It doesn't matter whether it's solved or not. Doesn't that mean that the epitaph's riddle itself has no value to Bito? I suppose. The epitaph's riddle doesn't have any meaning for her. So even if you take the extreme position that it's immaterial and has no value, it may not be possible to argue against your claim. Bito, why are you making us solve the riddle of the epitaph? If we liken the witch you are to a pair of scales, the epitaph murders lie on one plate, and the riddle of the epitaph lies on the other plate. Because she's saying that she'll stop the epitaph murders if the epitaph is solved, in other words, the epitaph murders and the epitaph's riddle are worth the same to Bito. Like two sides of a balanced scale. That means that the epitaph's riddle and massacring the entire family have equal significance from Bito's point of view. The epitaph's riddle and massacring the family have equal significance. The question could be that she wants the destruction of the Ushirimiya family. And it works in both ways, right? If you have the murders, it destroys the whole family. And if you have whatever's happening right now among all the family members, you have this big falling out that tears everybody apart, like destroys the family in the process, that the family is never really the same after the gold is found. It's sort of hard to know exactly, I guess. I guess that's still a question that I'm raising my mic. It's sort of a question I'm still wondering to myself, is I just don't see the motive for why Beatrice would urge people to solve it. Of course, that is a motive. It also could be that she wants to remove herself from the game. Maybe finding the gold and transferring to another Beatrice truly and totally means that she could, like, exit stage left and she'd be done. But Virgilia responded with the red text. Regardless of whether the epitaph is solved or not, Bito has nothing to gain. Again, that's another thing, like, is it a word game? Is it, like, nothing to gain in the sense of, like, by what do you mean gain, you know? But if she has nothing to gain, then this epitaph's riddle is meaningless and immaterial to Bito. In that case, how much are the epitaph murders, which lie on the other side of the scales, and are equal to the epitaph's riddle in value? Worth to her. Think, don't stop thinking. The epitaph murders and solving the riddle of the epitaph have equal worth. As long as the epitaph murders, which are Bito's goal each time, have the single way they can be stopped, a way that she decided on herself, both are worth the same thing to her. I feel like the only thing that I can think of is what I said earlier, the destruction of the family. Because it kind of seems like either way what happens, either you murder the whole family and the family is destroyed, or you find the gold and then the gold causes turmoil within the family which splits the family up. But why would she want that? X equals Y. Thank you. And whether the epitaph's riddle is solved or not, Bito gains nothing. But they wouldn't really be getting something. Again, that's where I mean that it comes down to the definition of what you mean gain. Is it monetarily? Is it something? Is this addition by subtraction? I was saying this, I think, literally right before you came in. The problem is we don't really know what they mean by gain. Technically, if you think about it from a weird thing, like, y equals 0, so in this case, what is x? Well, I mean, anything multiplied by 0 is equal to 0, so... Wait a sec. That means the epitaph murders are also meaningless and immaterial. Beginning with politely sending us an advance notice, she's been willing to spend an incredible amount of effort killing us one by one, following the epitaph's steps in order without getting exposed, every time she performs that bizarre serial murder. So all of that is meaningless to her. I've flipped over the chessboard many times exploring Beato's moves. This was always the first place I stumbled. The significance of the epitaph murders. Why did she have to commit serial murders in a way that reproduced the witch's epitaph? If she wanted to kill the whole Ushirimiya family for revenge, it would be much simpler, safer, and more reliable if she put poison into their dinner, or else went around killing people one by one. This is a very fair point to make, because if you wanted to just destroy the family, there was obviously much quicker ways to do it. Why did you have to do it in the way that you did it? However, on the first evening, Beato sends us a letter that sounds like an advance notice, and then carries out what would be broadly described as a 3-part serial murder. Killing 6 people in the first twilight, 2 on the second, and 5 on the fourth and later. We aren't fools. Once the first murder occurs, we barricade ourselves in somewhere to stave off any further murders. Furthermore, we quickly suspect a culprit among us and start analyzing each other's alibis. As the victims increase, the number of suspects decreases automatically, and Beato's chances of completing the serial murder drops closer and closer to 0. Everything about the epitaph murders is full of useless ornament and empty decoration. That only seems to make it harder for her to carry out the serial murder. She's raising the difficulty of completing her own objective. That does follow. She's a strange child, isn't she? I mean, we could also say this is once again in service to the goal of proving that witches exist. Did you know? In mystery novels, there are sometimes murders that follow the events of a poem or a nursery rhyme, just like the epitaph murders. I think you can split the reasons these nursery rhyme murders occur into 3 major groups. And what are those? The first would be it benefits the culprit to follow the epitaph and thereby confuse the evidence and the alibis. The classic technique of pretending to be dead and mixing yourself in with the victims is an example of this, as is committing murders in an order that doesn't follow the epitaph so that you can cause the others to mistake the order and give yourself an alibi. I see. So she could make it look as though she was carrying out the murders in accordance with the epitaph when she was actually guiding everyone's thinking in a manner that benefited her. That sounds interesting. However, in our games, the dead are truly down for the count thanks to the red. She might be able to trick everyone in the world of the game board, but she can't trick us up here in the same way. In other words, the most traditional purpose for this kind of murder isn't what we're dealing with here. In that case, what are the other 2 reasons for carrying out a nursery rhyme murder? One is coincidence. It just happens to overlap. The culprit carries out a serial murder which just happens to look similar to the epitaph without being intended to, and the witnesses mistakenly think it's a nursery rhyme murder. We humans try to find cause and effect in everything we see. I would say patterns, not cause and effect, but you could abstract and say the same thing. If we think we know what something is, then that's how it looks to us. I see. That's also interesting. However, I'm not sure it's convincing. In this child's games, there's always an advance notice of the crime given before the murders of the first twilight. Also, I believe you find letters and circumstantial evidence one after another that clearly show the culprit is carrying out epitaph murders. That's right. It isn't coincidence. From the very beginning, Beato has been intentionally shoving the epitaph murders in our faces as she carries them out. We aren't just misunderstanding. These murders clearly follow the epitaph, so this can't be the reason either. In that case, it must be your final reason, or it's the 4th unknown reason that doesn't fit. The last one is to show the murders to someone. In other words, to make them feel fear. By following the epitaph, she gives the others clear notice in advance that the murders will continue. The survivors are in constant fear of the murders, which they're certain will continue. In other words, this child performed these epitaph murders to create a feeling of mortal terror. At least putting it that way, everything makes a surprising amount of sense. The grotesque mutilation of the bodies and the disturbing displays were all a show to terrify us. To terrify whom? Well, it's probably going to be you, right? Because we know that you have some sin that you committed that Beatrice is trying to, get her get back for. It's obviously to you. Like I said, us. After hearing that one line Virgilia spoke so casually, my thoughts clouded over once again. Is it really enough to just use the vague word us? Among us? There are a lot of people in the Ushirimiya family. There's the head and the one who holds the rank of his successor, grandfather and Uncle Kraus. Our parents who have some pull in the business world. On the other side you have the young cousins who usually visit at most once a year, and the unfortunate servants who just happen to be on duty. Even if the culprit hated all of us, they probably didn't hate all of us equally. In other words, they might have made it clear which of those among us they particularly wanted to take revenge against and terrify. Among us? If we liken this to a kid eating dessert, isn't the strawberry on top of a shortcake the part you should eat last? No one tells you that you shouldn't eat it first, but our mentality leads us into saving it for later. In that case, the culprit would want to leave the person they hated most until the end. Which is you, which is why you live every time, bro. Yeah, similar to what was said by my favorite character in this novel I like. Something about how if you start by killing the people closest to someone, make them feel that, okay. And kill that person last of all, that's the worst way to kill someone. Hey, I wonder what game he's referencing. Oh my, that must have been quite a terrifying novel. How frightening. In that case, you could argue that the people who stay alive until the end are the ones Byato hates the most. But the order people are killed in gets totally changed every single time. I mean, we all die in the end. But if you go through looking for someone who lives at least until the last twilight every time, there's only one person, bro. It's you. There's only me. Let me first speak with the red. Battler, you are not the culprit. We already knew this. We already had another thing, but I'll write all these down anyways that we're about to get hit with. We basically got, I'm probably have a funny feeling she's going to rehash exactly what we heard at the end of episode 4. You haven't killed anyone. This can be said of all games. Then that just makes it even more likely that it's about me. It means the sole reason she had for bringing about the epitaph murders was to show them to me. Byato's always making out that she chooses who to kill next by roulette, but I'm an exception. The only exception. Yeah, you're not on the roulette board. Though she does kill me in the end, she always leaves me be until the very last moment. In all these supposedly random games, there's only this one unchanging constant. She wants revenge against me. So is she performing the epitaph murders to make me feel fear? That's wrong. Her goal is not to make someone experience fear, and it isn't to have revenge on someone either. Okay. Just writing this down in my notes. In that case, that means the epitaph murders really don't mean anything to her. The riddle of the epitaph is meaningless, and the corresponding epitaph murders are also meaningless. X equals Y equals 0, but even so, she's clearly trying to show these meaningless things to me. What could she want from me, which is worth the same to her as something meaningless? Well, I don't know if I'm like smoking dope on this one, but the thing that I would think here is, if she wants something from you which is meaningless, clearly she thinks that the lives of the Ushiromiyas are meaningless, because she's able to kill them without fail every time. Seems like she kind of wants your life. But I'm not sure. I don't get it. The more I think about it, the less I understand what she's thinking. Beatrice, the fickle witch who committed a meaningless, worthless serial murder, even the riddle of the epitaph, which she made into a condition to suspend the serial murders, is meaningless, immaterial. And she is thrusting this meaningless, immaterial thing in front of my face. What is it that you want from me? Or else, what is it that you want to give me? My idea that Byato must have been taking revenge on me has already been refuted and read by Virgilia. Both X and Y, both the epitaph murders and the epitaph riddle mean nothing to Byato. X equals Y equals 0. However, since she's thrusting that in front of me, it must have some meaning. Yeah, it means that it must have some meaning to somebody who the message is sent to. It might not have any meaning to Beatrice, but it must have meaning to you. Which then also makes me wonder... He says that it's him. Could the message also be... I don't know. We'll see. Could it also be to somebody else? She presents us a pair of scales representing if you don't solve the epitaph, I'll carry out the epitaph murders. Neither the epitaph murders nor the epitaph's riddle have any significance by themselves. However, it becomes meaningful when she puts both halves on the scale and thrusts it out before us. No, before me. In other words, it should be like this. X equals 0, Y equals 0, X plus Y is greater than 0. A scale with meaningless, weightless things on both sides, however, it has weight itself, and it gives the rest meaning. Well, it's a contradiction, but it's almost like playing, like kids playing rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors is the most immediate method of randomly determining a winner and loser. You usually bet some sort of privilege on the outcome, but kids often do rock, paper, scissors just to play without betting anything in particular. Unless you bet something, nothing but a feeling of joy or disappointment will come from a win or loss. In other words, the two sides of the scale, winning and losing, are both valueless. However, the very act of seeing which way it will tip is the reason kids play rock, paper, scissors. After all, the kids are enjoying the communication that surrounds the game, and they aren't purely interested in the value of winning or losing. They aren't overly concerned about who wins and who loses. That would mean that it doesn't matter to Beato whether the epitaph murders succeed or not. It almost feels like she's just enjoying the process, but that means that there is meaning that somebody else has. She might not have any meaning to it, but you might have meaning in it. Someone else might. In the past, I would have cursed her, deciding that she was a heartless witch who kept murdering people for no reason. But now I can't imagine that's true. Thank you. In that case, I'll give you one more red. Beato never committed murder for the sake of pleasure. Okay. She didn't do it for pleasure, and she didn't do it to make anyone feel fear. She has nothing to gain from the epitaph murders, and she doesn't care whether they succeed or fail. It's almost like a random game kids would play. No. It must have meaning. To her. And what is this meaning? I don't know. Even though neither side of the scales has any value, the scale itself has some weight to it in her eyes. So the whole setup of the game has meaning to it, even if the outcome of the game doesn't. Of course, it isn't meaningless. Some meaning definitely exists. In the previous game, she urged me to remember my sin of 6 years ago. Yes, this is probably what this is going to be related to. Was that meaningless too? No. There's no way that's the case. I clearly remember the serious look in her eyes at that moment. Unfortunately, I didn't have a clue what she was talking about, and she was devastated. That's right. At that time, I'm sure she even went so far as to say that the crime wouldn't have occurred if I hadn't come. Exactly. Which means it is related to you. There is a meaning to her, and she wants me to provide it. I laughed softly and poked Beato lightly on the head, then patted her head. Next time you want to send a love letter, I suggest that you just write I love you. If you make it too roundabout and confusing, no one's going to be able to figure it out. Hehehehe. I still don't have a clue what she's thinking, but even so, I won't stop thinking. I've only just started flipping over the chessboard. I definitely won't give up on this journey through your thoughts. These chapters feel shorter. We still have barely moved any time. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Dude, I don't know what's going on. I gotta pee like crazy today. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So looking at the statements that they gave us there, which isn't really... It's mainly these three, but mainly these two, actually. I don't think there's really much point, like, waxing about what the fuck she means exactly, but what we can say is that the exact events of how the game play out doesn't really matter to her. So we can put this down, like... I don't think there's any point of putting anything past this. We can't know to what degree. We have a pretty large suspicion it probably has to do with Battler. It probably has to do with, you know, the sin of however long ago, etc., etc., etc. But until we get more info on that, there's not really much point in trying to pull shit out of thin air on exactly what it is. But it's something related to 6 years ago. It's something specifically related to Battler. And it's the game in the totality that matters, not so much the specific events of the game that matter. So there's not really an intention or a value set on certain exact things in the game because, like he mentioned, in the game, there isn't anything that's consistent within each episode, you know? They vary a lot from episode to episode. So, regardless, we'll continue. I want to try and get some more... This is the only thing I wish, is I wish I knew how long these were. The one thing that was nice about Higurashi is I was able to, what do you call it? I was able to kind of understand, or like cheese, I guess I could say, how much time there was that was left. Because you used to get an achievement whenever you completed a sub-chapter. And so you could look at the total achievements of the game on Steam and be like, oh, okay, so there's this many sub-chapters left. But I obviously don't have that benefit now, so I don't really know how long this total thing is, but we've had a lot happen, but we still are only on the first day. So, we'll see. We got probably about 2 hours left before I'm calling it. And then we will probably return tomorrow. We'll see. Ballard did nothing but gaze lazily out the window. The fighting between the relatives continued without end. At first, the relatives had crowded around the study. However, no matter how much they knocked, the master of the study did not even answer once. Eva and several others said they should open the door with the second key, the one Genji held. However, in a flash of brilliance, Natsui said that Kinzo had been in a particularly bad mood and had taken back the key he'd previously given to Genji, meaning that he now had both keys himself. She claimed that it was therefore impossible for them to open the door. After she promised to let them meet Kinzo tomorrow morning no matter what, they finally returned to the dining hall. But of course, the argument continued on even after they returned there. Ao's group wanted a lot of cash very soon, and they were trying to threaten Kraus somehow and make him pay up. Apparently Battler's solving of the epitaph, which threatened Kraus's position as the next head, had given the others a huge tailwind. On the other side, Kraus and Natsui denied the very basis of their argument, claiming that it had never been specified that the ownership of the gold would be handed over to the person who solved the epitaph. They asserted that it hadn't been hidden gold but just Kinzo's stockpile, and it was still Kinzo's property, which meant it was only natural for it to be distributed after Kinzo's death with the rest of the inheritance. After hearing this, Ava's group once again started demanding that they be allowed to see Kinzo. It had probably been clear as day from the beginning. The sibling fight could only be settled by Kinzo. It was obvious that this confrontation was between Ava's group, which wanted cash fast, and Kraus, who was hiding his lack of funds but still didn't need money right away. As Battler listened vaguely to this exchange, he marveled at how, despite their usual affluent airs, they were all surprisingly deep in debt. Didn't you already say that a short while ago? That's enough. Let's take a break. We're all repeating the same things over and over again. According to the clock, it was almost midnight. It certainly was a perfect time for a break. The atmosphere relaxed just a bit. I agree. It'd do both sides some good to take a breather. Listen, why don't we take a record down for the rest? I've had enough of fighting over what was or wasn't said. Seriously, we really can't do this without a record of proceedings, not when Nissan can so easily deny something he said before the words stopped bouncing off the walls. With a written record, just writing it would be a pain, and it'd be open to forgery. Right. Aniki, does this thing work? The tape set? I see. This way we can keep a record without bothering to write it down, and forgery will be impossible. Yeah, unless the tape overrides or gets damaged. Yeah, that's definitely... The real way would be to do both, but it's okay. It's fair for both sides. Make sure you don't mess anything up. Those are Father's precious music tapes. The dignified tape set had a sense of weight to it which matched this majestic dining hall perfectly. On pleasant Sunday mornings, it would sometimes be used to play famous tapes or records. However, right now it was the most neutral and impartial conference record keeper around. Rudolph fished randomly around the cassette rack, searching for a blank tape. And every time he found some tape with sophisticated music, he would chuckle at how pompous it was. Excuse me, you called. We're taking a break. Sorry, but could you make us something to drink? And maybe some biscuits would be nice too. Certainly. I will prepare it right away. Also, sorry. Do you have any cold medicine? I've been feeling a bit feverish. Then don't overstrain yourself. Get some sleep. If you really feel like it, why not get some sleep, Rosa? Though I wouldn't step out of such an important conference because of a simple cold. Notice, if we recall back to the people that were killed in the first Twilight, it was all the people in the guest house. And I believe Rosa does leave and goes to the guest house and sleeps. So it's interesting that there's an inverse this time. Outside of the meta-narrative of why Beatrice is doing this, I'm still viewing this as like a fucking mystery game, okay? I'm still trying to word out what the flippity flip is going on. You know? Because I think right now we're probably not going to be able to divine what's going on until we learn a little bit more about the sin of 6 years ago. So there's not really a lot to do with that. So now if we can think about the exact murders that are going on, we know that everybody in the guest house basically gets clapped. So that's going to be important to some degree. We know that Goda and Kumasawa are in the guest house. The best way to play Umineko is just to disregard the fucking meta-narrative and just focus on what's directly in front of me. Really. I would excuse myself without hesitation. Natsui, why don't we take a short rest too? Yes, dear. Because this is sort of... There's some parallels in this to episode 1, where Eva and Hideyoshi left the conference and then everybody else died. Right? Well, actually, yeah, because Natsui got shoot out by Kraus. So it's sort of an inverse of what happened in the first episode, where it was everybody that remained in the dining hall that died. It was everybody in the mansion. And now this time it's the total flip, that it was everybody that was in the guest house that died, and everybody in the mansion lived. So there's an interesting parallel there that's going on. Sensing that he meant to have a strategy meeting, Natsuhi stood up. Even if that wasn't the case, she was so desperate to get out of the room, even for a moment, that she'd have taken any excuse. Kraus and Natsui left the dining hall, and the tension in the room truly relaxed. Whew. You've been doing great, Battler. I imagine you feel just horrible. Think of this as a part of growing up and just accept it. Just how long am I gonna have to sit around doing nothing here? Who knows? After all, you're like our personal donation box. Sleepy? About the same as Japanese lit class. I'm pretty sure Father won't show up tonight anyway. When Kraus and the rest come back, I'll propose that we might as well let you go. I'd appreciate that. I guess that is the one thing that's sort of important, is we don't know where Battler was at the given time. We just, we had a lay of the land before we loaded in. And we saw, like, oh, well, people aren't dead, or these are the people that are dead, so. A light knock and the faint sound of china clinking together could be heard. Excuse us. We have brought tea. Shannon and Cannon had come by with a serving cart. The pleasant smell of black tea relieved their tension all the more. Hey, did you hear? What are you talking about? We didn't hear anything. Stop it, Rudolph. There's no reason to tell them. We are furniture, so we have no interest in the family conference. I see. That's a wise answer. You have the midnight shift. That must be tough. It is our job. We would be happy to receive your orders. You could be right there. It would probably be even more tiresome to sit around awake doing nothing. When I was still down in the bottom rungs, I once worked as a warehouse keeper. Even if you're just staying awake, it's still pretty tough. Right after the war, you had robberies all over the place, or robbers all over, whatever, fucking same shit. Plus, you couldn't rely on the police back then, so it was a pretty dangerous time. Hideyoshi was particularly proud of how he had started with nothing and built up assets by diverting goods from the American army. Once the subject came up, Hideyoshi tended to get pretty talkative. The relatives knew this and were greatly relieved to see that a perfect sacrifice had come up. That's a odd choice of verbiage on that one. If you got found out, you were in for it big time. Holy fuck, I'm having a seizure. Those Yanks are scary. Their strength's in another league, because of all that beef they eat. Get caught and that'd be the end of you. Firing squad or death by hanging. Do you know that one? Death by hanging. Wait. Pause. I'm putting a pause on the tape. We press pause on the tape right now. Interesting. He mentions death by hanging. We had 2 people in this game die by hanging in this overall in the whole thing. Only twice did this happen. And they actually didn't even die by hanging. It made it look like they died by hanging. And that was Goda and Kumasawa in episode 4. I'm not saying there's any link to that. I'm just saying. A little bit interesting. Oh yeah. And then I figured it out. It's all about the meat. The meat. Japanese people gotta eat more meat. And that's when I had the revelation. I had to start up a business to capture people's stomachs. I see. She's like, damn. He's got that off-putting riz. That must have been quite a difficult task. Stop it, darling. No matter how much you tell people born after the war, they'll never understand how hard it was back then. Oops. Looks like my bad habits jumped out again. Sorry. Wahahaha. You two should have some tea as well. I think it might help you if once in a while you use your own mouse to learn more about— Fuck me, guys, I don't know what's going on. I can't read today. You two should have some tea as well. I think it might help you if once in a while you use your own mouse to learn more about the tea you're brewing. No, we'll be fine. There's no need to be concerned for our sakes. Hang out with us for a bit. Being surrounded by only adults makes me feel like I'm gonna suffocate. Hear that? That's an order from Battler, successor to the head. Sit over there and have some tea with us. And tell us about what's been going on recently. Your hobbies, TV shows you're watching, and whatever it is that's popular with young folks these days. There's a lot we could learn. Hehehehe. It's a brilliant idea. Come on, sit down, both of you. And become our sacrifices now that we've starved of things to talk about. Okay, I don't like the verbiage. Ah ha 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 ha. That's right. The only way I'm getting to talk to young folk at this age is going to be a cabaret club. How long are you planning on standing around there? Rudolph told you to sit. Go on, sit down. I give you permission as well. After getting Ava's permission, Shannon and Kenan looked at each other and finally obeyed nervously. For a while, the two were pounded by questions and became the relatives' playthings. Okay. Tap tap. Another reserved knock could be heard. Genji? All the servants tended to knock in a similar manner, so no one noticed anything strange. However, Shannon and Kenan turned around with surprised looks on their faces. The servants here today included the two of them, Genji, Kumasawa, and Goda. Goda had the midnight shift at the guest house. Kumasawa had gone to bed in the servants' quarters in the guest house. And they were in here, so Genji was the only person left, but they knew very well that Genji wouldn't knock like that. Is this going to be Erika? Who is it? It's not locked, just come in. Rudolph didn't recognize the knock either. And when he asked who is it, everyone came to the same realization that they too had no idea who would knock like that. After that, the same knock repeated just once more. Could it be that someone had their hands full and was asking that the door be opened for them? Midnight. As a slightly odd feeling began to encompass the room, the sound of the large clock in the hall could be heard. It was a sign that October 4th had ended and October 5th had begun. Actually, it's the dark hour. We have one more hour and we really gotta go to Tartarus tonight. A short while earlier, Krause announced we were well away from the dining hall in a deserted corridor on the second floor. So we no longer have any other options. Yes, I do not think the same trick will work again tomorrow. If we hesitate any longer, there's a chance that Ava and the others will claim that we have Father locked up and call the police. This is as far as we can go. Battler finding the gold was completely unexpected. If only that hadn't happened, I'd thought of a plan which might have managed to get us through this somehow. Just like every other bet I've made, something unexpected always arises and the guaranteed outcome is thrown off course. We'll have Father's room be empty starting tomorrow morning. Let's plan it out with Genji and have him say that he saw Father heading out into the forest early in the morning. I doubt Ava and the others will swallow that story of his disappearance. I'm fully aware of that. However, we have no other options. If we do such a thing, Ava and the others will doubtlessly make a fuss about it being suspicious. They aren't worried about appearances as long as they can squeeze some money out of us. They might strike a deal with some odd magazine and cause serious damage to the confidence placed in me. We can live with damage. If by any chance Father's secret is discovered, it wouldn't be a matter of mere damage. There's nothing wrong with persisting until the last second tomorrow. If we're able to make it through safely, we won't have to lose anything. There's no need to get impatient and use up our trump card. You want to wait until after they start accusing us of locking Father up and then reply that he's gone missing? That is far more likely to draw suspicion. Ugh. Yeah, Krause, you're fucking slow, bro. Let's just put Father to rest now. To go any further would be impossible. Calm yourself. You just had too much exposure to the toxin from Ava and the others and have lost your composure. Only 2 keys exist which can let anyone into that study, and you have both of them right here. That means no one can go inside. That door is of a very special make. And this is where you find out that she got pickpocketed and she doesn't have them. No matter what kind of tools they bring out of the storehouse, it won't even budge. It isn't a physical problem like that. Look, stop panicking. Settle down. If you like, you can pretend to have gotten a fever and stay in bed. In the meantime, I will overcome all of this. I can't leave everything to you. I'll fight until the end, too. When Natsui could no longer hold back the tears brought on by her fierce emotions, Krause held her gently. Holy fuck, he's being a fucking husband for once. Holy shit. Is this the first time ever man discovers how to be nice to his wife after marriage of 40 years? Just how long had it been since she'd last felt warmth from her husband's embrace? That's what I'm saying. Your headache is killing you, isn't it? Whenever you get those creases between your eyebrows, I can tell. Dear. She had come to think that her husband could never understand the way she felt. But when it came to times like this, let's wait until the very last moment before using our disappearance trump card. It's like a last resort treasured sword. It's best when it remains in its sheath. The important thing is being ready to pull it out at any time, wouldn't you agree? I understand that. Another weird overlap there when they were talking about the red sword, that Kraus says that, about how a sword is most valuable when it's sheathed. You know, interesting, you know, just we're noticing some of the lines here. Why don't you leave that trump card with me? Of course. At the final moment I will take all of the responsibility. I won't get you and Jessica involved. What do you mean by that? If the Ushirimiya family is destroyed, it is enough that I alone am crushed under the rubble. After the typhoon passes, I will prepare divorce forms. He's actually a good man. He's a good man. He might be a douchebag and he might be stupid, but he's a good man. He's not saying he's gonna divorce her. He's saying that he would take the fucking blow. He'd say, I would let all this happen, but I'll make sure that you save face on it. He's actually a good man. It's unbelievable. Crow's stocks have never been higher. I will sign the papers for you to keep and use when you please. I have some assets hidden away in your name, and on the settlement, and it should be enough for you and Jessica to live in comfort. No! Ushirimiya Natsuhi is the name that should be engraved on my tombstone. Please let me be with you until the last moment, even if it turns out that you're the last head of the Ushirimiya family. Please, let Natsuhi be the name of his wife, your wife. I also think that there's something to be said. I want to know about Natsui's, like, maiden family. I just find it odd that it was mentioned at some point that she came from, like, a not prosperous maiden family and that it has never come up again since, so we'll see. Krause's existence was based solely upon the power of his assets and his trustworthiness as a financial fixer. If those were both undetermined, nothing would remain. Using the trump card of Kinzo's disappearance would mean losing one of these two essential supports. It was like offering your right arm to save your head from being cut off. It was probably better than losing your head, but you still might die from the blood loss. And even on the off chance that you did survive, you would have to bear a heavy wound that wouldn't heal for the rest of your life. Krause was prepared even for death. Natsui understood this, buried her face in Krause's chest, and cried. Babe, do you want to kill all these people? Yes, honey, I do, yes. My apologies for interrupting. Genji's sudden voice made Natsui jump back and hurriedly wipe the tears from her eyes. Krause stood in front of Natsui, shielding her. Ha, Genji. Please don't sneak up on us. Do you have some business? Yes. My apologies, but I have something to report to Madam. To me? Dear. I don't mind. Everyone in the guest house is fucking dead, Natsui. What should we do? Krause left Natsui's side, went to a window a short way off, and gazed at the windy and rainy rose garden. Natsui went with Genji to a place a short distance away. What is it? Well, the truth is another phone call has come for you, madam. At that moment, she was surprised by a sudden, eerie sound. It was a large clock in the hall announcing midnight. You don't mean that man again? Yes. What is to be done? Did he say what business he had with me? He would not answer. He kept insisting that he wanted to speak to you directly. Again, a phone call from the man who claimed to be taking revenge for what had happened 19 years ago. 19 years ago. That was just 1 year before Jessica and Battler were born. Okay, so Jessica and Battler are the same age. I thought Jessica was 16. Okay, so they're both 18. Are they twins? I thought there was an age gap, but if there's not an age gap, is it possible that theory we had earlier that they were twins? The only thing is, the person making the call is weird because you would imagine that the person who is calling would be Battler. But Battler is dead, apparently. The true Battler, that is. In Natsui's eyes, the gap between 19 years ago and 18 years ago was immense. For a long time, she was unable to fulfill her role of creating a successor for the Ushirimiya family and was treated very coldly. But then she finally gave birth. Okay, so we do have notice of them finally saying she gave birth to Jessica. And became able to call herself the wife to the Ushirimiya successor with her head held high. So in her eyes, Ushirimiya Natsui began 18 years ago. So everything before that, including 19 years ago, contained nothing but hateful memories. See, there's a very weird distinction here when they said the 18 and 19 year gap. The fact that she mentions Jessica being born 18 years ago, right? And that they mention... Part of this thinks like... God, I don't want to word it this way. It sounds like Natsui just had an affair. That's all this sounds like to me. It sounds like Krause maybe was infertile or something, and she had an affair. But again, the theory that we proposed was that it was Rudolph that made the pieces fit. But that doesn't really make sense if this person... I don't know. The only thing is this could be somebody that knew about what happened. It doesn't necessarily have to be that the person calling is, you know, her son or whatever. It could be that they are just somebody that has that knowledge and are blackmailing her in some way. Well, it could be an affair that resulted in both Battler and Jessica, because if they're the same age, or around the same age, the only thing is, we know that when they went to the... I'd have to go back and think about... I'd have to go back and I'd have to look at who was alive when they ran across the magic circle that had the code. Because I feel like the message is still to Rudolph, which then also feels like it starts to not include... It starts to maybe blot out the idea that Natsui is Battler's actual mom. That's what the theory is, but it's starting to seem more like it wouldn't make sense, because the only way that it could line up would be that Battler and Jessica would be twins of some kind, and that they were separated at birth for whatever reason. But then the only other thing that's confusing about this is that if it's not Battler, then it was somebody else. The same situation still could be true. It still could be that she had twins and one of them was, like, you know, sequestered off, and they only kept Jessica. Because the one thing that is of notice as well here too, which is kind of interesting, none of these families have multiple children. The line of succession all makes sense. And if you had two twins, it would be kind of odd. Like, let's say they were fraternal twins, or they were born, like, exactly at the same time. Identical twins, right? How would you be able to know which would be the next line in succession if they were both birthed at the same time? Normally you would go by age, right? But if they were the same age, it'd be hard to decide between the two. So you can get rid of that whole, like, succession crisis if you get rid of one of them. I'm starting to think it's not Battler, but I get more and more confused because this Battler is fake. Like, we know this Battler that we know in the game is not the real one. There's just something... The reason why I say it doesn't make sense is I was operating under the assumption that they weren't the same age. I was operating under the assumption that Jessica was 16. I don't know why I thought she was 16. And the Battler was 18. In reality, they're both 18, which makes this theory of mine a little bit less conceivable. Because I don't understand how you would be able to do this all the same. This person could be somebody that knows. The only thing that's possible is that there was still an affair. But if the other kid that got kicked out isn't Battler, it doesn't really change the thing. It's just that Natsui did have an affair, it just wasn't with Rudolph. The only reason why the theory that I had was the way that it was because I was trying to make the pieces fit as to how Battler could also be Natsui's kid. It would have to be that Rudolph had an affair with Thing. But the same theory could still hold. We just have an unknown identity of this person because Natsui had an affair, and in reality, Jessica isn't Krause's kid. This could also maybe explain some of the thing that happens later on. Maybe Krause takes a call at some point in episode 1 or whatever, right? And he finds out that Jessica isn't his kid or something. Maybe he, I don't know, he finds out in some way. It's like, that's, you know, that's a pretty big deal. It could give him cause to kill Natsui if we think that our theory in episode 1 that Krause was someone involved in the killings. The only thing that's odd to me is that how was this passed off? How did Krause not know about it? The thing is, because if she had an affair at the same time that she was with Krause, right, like, it's not... We don't need to get into, like, the dynamics of everything, but it doesn't really make sense how... Or, sorry, it makes sense that you wouldn't know. You know, if she got pregnant by another dude by way of another guy, and she was still with Krause, there's not really any way that he would know that it wasn't him that got her pregnant. And it seems like Natsui knows what happened in the past, and she's blocking it out. So I think right now the Battler being Natsui's son is potentially on pause until we get more knowledge of what happened. Because the only other way is that... Because this is the thing that I'm confused about, right? The person is not on the island that's calling in. the person who's calling in knows about what was going on. They know about whatever Natsui's past is, or whatever her secret is, whatever something is from 19 years ago. Genji has said multiple times that it's from an external line, and it sounds like it's a young person calling, so it sounds like the kid. The person was also referring to them as mother. Now, saying that, it doesn't necessarily mean that the person is calling is the child. It could just be somebody that has knowledge of what happened. But there's not really much that we can reason past that point. So I would say for the time being, the Battler being Natsuhi's kid theory is on pause, mainly because I made a discrepancy in the birth time of Jessica and Battler. I thought they were 2 years separated, and they're not. Which also adds more credence to what I was saying a while ago, that I thought that Jessica was Battler. Or, that Jessica was Beatrice, not Battler. That'd be a crazy plot twist. That Jessica was Beatrice, because now the age gap between being like early 20s and being like almost 19, you know, it's even shorter. The other thing too that wouldn't make sense, the reason why I was mentioning earlier, I would want to know what group of people were still alive when they went to see the magic circle. I know that Jessica was dead at that time, I believe, in episode 3. Because she died, I think she died early. Because episode 3 at the start was all the servants. And then I think it was it Cannon and Jessica that died in that? Or was it episode 2? No, episode 2 is when Cannon and Jessica died. Did Jessica die in episode 3? You're right, it was those 3. So now the only thing... You're right, it was those 3. So it even more blows up the theory that those 2 kids were Natsuhi and... It blows up the theory even more that Natsuhi and Battler would be like hidden siblings from each other, because unless our current Battler has been lied to about his birthday, him and Jessica would have the same birthday if Natsui had twins at that time and one of them was sent off, and we assume that that kid was Battler's. If we assume everything else to be the same as what I was saying prior, if we followed that train of logic, Jessica would have said like, oh, that's my birthday, one of those 2 days are my birthday. So something doesn't pass here, something is confusing. The Jessica bastard child theory, still in effect. The Battler being technically like a half-sister, or Jessica being a half-sister to Battler, on pause for the time being. Battler being Natsuhi's kid, on pause for the time being. Unless I have reasoned my way into a hole that I am not understanding this, but I think it's not possible, or it would take a very big coincidence or explanation. Let's continue. So everything before that, including 19 years ago, contained nothing but hateful memories. The last year of that hateful period was whispering of revenge from the other end of the phone. Once again, she heard the roar of the sea. What is to be done? Transfer it to my... Why would she still speak to them? Don't let my... Oh, Natsui, bro. She knows what happened. She cheated, bro. I love you, Natsui. What happened? Something happened here. Natsui did something. I don't want to say she cheated, okay? I don't want to distrust my goat, but... She did something. From the very beginning, Genji had understood that she wouldn't want Kraus hearing about this phone call. That was why he had told Natsui covertly. Natsui ordered that he transfer the call, told Kraus that she would turn in for the night, and left at a quick pace. She returned to her room and locked the door. There's nothing peculiar about that. In the Ushirimiya family, hallways are like public roads. There's no special meaning in locking the door when you enter your own room. That is what she told herself. Then, as though it had been waiting for her, the telephone rang. Genji must have transferred the call. She took a deep breath, readied herself, and picked up the receiver. Hello? Again, it started with silence. She realized that the person at the other end was trying to keep her in suspense and make her feel uncomfortable, and she got angry. Why are you silent? I'm hanging up. Don't hang up, Mother. I want to hear your voice a little longer. Again, that unpleasant voice. Are you trying to mock me? State your business. I want to play with you, Mother. What? What are you talking about? I have no desire to play with you. You're tired from the family conference, right? I'll bet that chronic headache of yours is giving you a bad time. That's none of your business. How does a person have knowledge of her chronic headaches? Person on the other... I think the call is coming from inside the house, no meme. Knows about Natsuhi's chronic headaches. Just the fact that he knew her headache was troubling her made a shiver run up her spine. Now, it is also of note, and I'm not going to 100% hitch my wagon to this, but we do know that early on when Natsui first picked it up, they said the voice was androgynous to the point where they wouldn't necessarily be able to tell if it was like a young man or a woman, that it was kind of hard to tell. Just, you know, keep that in the back of your mind, that I'm not 100% also bought into the theory that it's a man that's on the other end of the line, regardless. Just the fact that he knew her headache was troubling her made a shiver run up her spine. You get headaches because your head's all stiff. You won't have pleasant dreams if you go straight to bed like that. Haven't I told you that's none of your business? I'm hanging up. Natsui forcefully yelled that she was hanging up, but in actuality she couldn't. After all, this person was choosing to call her, and that was much better than the alternative. If she hung up violently, this person might choose to call someone else. Let's play a bit to help you relax. Don't worry, I won't take up much of your time. I have no intention of playing with you. Your name is Natsuhi, Mother. It has the kanji for a season in it. Pretty nice name. However, just because your name is Natsui, that doesn't necessarily mean that you like summer. Which season is your real favorite, Mother? You think I'll tell you? If you don't, I'll hang up. Are you sure you want that? It's gotta be autumn. She's my goat. Of course it's autumn. It clearly was a threat. It meant that if she forced him to hang up the phone, anything might happen. Humiliated that she was forced to give in to a threat made by a man whose name she didn't even know, she gave him the answer he wanted. I fucking knew it. Bro, I just know. Natsui, we're fucking mind melded. I know it's autumn. Autumn is, first of all, the best season. It's not close to begin with. If you live in the northern hemisphere, it's autumn. It's not even close. I just knew it. Mind melded. I have no clue what her name is in Japanese. Why? Because it's an easy season to pass the time in. There's no other reason in particular. Are you satisfied now? Yeah, I'm satisfied. It looks like your favorite season really is the same as mine. I like the fall too. Hee. Liar. You just made that up. This man would no doubt have done the same thing no matter which season I said I liked. What is he after? What's so fun about making me uncomfortable like this? It's not nice to call someone a liar. I didn't make it up. I was already certain that you liked the fall, Mother. I can even show you proof. Proof? Turn around in the drawer in your room. Is there a clock in your room, Mother? A clock? Yes, there is, but what's your point? In Natsui's room, there was a beautiful antique clock with an intricate design. Crows had bought it for her as a birthday present long ago. It's 7 minutes past midnight right now. I'm tired, so please get this farce over with quickly. Try lifting the clock up. Why? You just don't know when to shut up. Stop resisting every single time I say something. Just shut up and do as I say. The tone of the man's voice suddenly went low, turning into a threat. It indicated a clear displeasure. Outwardly, this man had a calm manner of speaking, but on the inside, things were completely different. If she angered this man even the slightest bit further, he would surely show his true nature right away. Are you really that eager to make me hang up? You'd better start realizing how lucky you are that I'm talking on the phone with you right now. I can tell your husband and daughter about what happened 19 years ago anytime I want to. I don't know what you're talking about. Please don't get my husband and daughter involved. I'm listening to everything you say. Then do what you're goddamn told. Once again, the man threatened me in a low voice, as though warning me never to talk back to him again. My head was filled with the pain from my headache, the sound of my beating heart, and the roar of the sea. I couldn't disobey him anymore. As the man had ordered, I lifted up the antique clock. Huh? There lay something that resembled a single playing card. Perhaps it was the warranty for the clock? Thinking this, she took and turned it over. Was there like a leaf attached to it? Like a pressed leaf or something? Are you wide awake now? Why? Why is this? Well, I'll be happy if your headache's gone down a bit. Tell me you're happy, Mother. How did you? Why? How? I want you to tell me you're happy, you murderer. How dare you act like a normal neat freak mother? You make me want to vomit. Do you want some of it to land on your husband and daughter as well? You don't, do you? You want me to keep quiet, don't you? Yeah, I'll keep quiet. See, aren't you happy? Called her a murderer, of note. Aren't you happy? I'm happy, so please stop. Don't burn my husband and daughter. What is it you want? Money? How much? I don't want money. My wounds couldn't be healed with any amount of money. But there is a medicine. Yes. It's like a kind of ointment. Thick, syrupy, and dribbling. And that is... my hatred. My resentment towards you, slathering myself with that, is the only way to hold back the pain. Natsui had never had anything so hateful said to her in her entire life, so she suspected many times that she must be having some sort of bad dream. However, this definitely wasn't a dream. You couldn't possibly be on this island right now, could you? I am. Didn't I promise you? I said I'd be at the family conference. That's impossible! There's no way you could have come during this typhoon. That's no problem if I came before the typhoon reached here, and I'm pretty sure this guest called Erika or whatever arrived even during the typhoon. So the person is on the island. Her blood froze. Furudo Erika had been brought here by coincidence. If he knew that name, he would have to be very close by. Where are you? He's got to stay in the guest house, right? I won't appear in front of anyone until you introduce me. Don't worry. Oh yeah, it's useless to try and search for me. Your mansion is huge, and you have phones all over the place. Besides, I'm sure you don't want to see me either, do you? Or are you offering to find me and introduce me to everyone? Introduce me to Jessica, too. Tell her I'm her older brother by 1 year. So there's a kid of 1 year prior. Hee. Just stop it. Stay away from Jessica. I guess I've scared you a bit too much. That's all from me for tonight. But don't forget, you cannot disobey me. Understand, Mother? Yes. I'm gonna hang up for the night, but I have an order to be followed up until tomorrow morning. What is that? You may no longer leave that room tonight, and you may not make any phone calls. If the phone rings, you aren't allowed to pick it up either. And you will turn the lights off right now, get in bed and sleep. Then you will wake up at your ordinary time. It sure is nice to live a healthy life. I really am such a good son, working so hard for the sake of my mother's body. I understand. I'll sleep right now. I won't leave my room, and I won't pick up the phone. So please don't tell my husband and daughter. As long as you follow my orders, I'll keep your secret, Mother. Don't disobey me. I'm already very close by. I can easily tell whether you've turned your lights off and whether you're on the phone. If I wish to, I could even kiss your sleeping face. Now, the one thing to note about this as well, too, is we do know... I'll save this to when this is over. I'll keep it. I'll keep my promise. So stop it. Just stop it. Stop it. As she screamed, Natsui crushed the card she had found under the clock into a little ball. It had a pattern on it like a tarot card, along with one single word. Autumn. We go back in time once again. The large clock in the hall was right in the middle of striking midnight. Wondering who the person who had now knocked twice was, the relatives in the dining hall stared at the door. Rudolph told them to come in, but there was no answer. Until the end of that long tone marking the coming of midnight, which had come from the large clock in the hall shortly after the knock, they were unable to move in the slightest. Maybe their hands are full and they can't open it. Maybe. But it's a little creepy that they won't say their name. Same deal, not being able to say their name. Should I open it? Do it. Kenan nodded back, then slowly opened the door. Probably won't be anybody there. What's that? It's one of Dad's envelopes. Okay, interesting. Right behind the open door on the floor of the hallway lay the envelope. There's no one in the hallway. Perhaps they placed this here and left. The adults flew out into the corridor as well, but they could find no trace of anyone who might have knocked on the door. Barely an hour ago, Shannon and Kenan had come in to serve tea. At that time, everyone had seen that nothing lay in that spot. Someone came, knocked, left an envelope with the mark of the one-winged eagle on it, and left. Could it have been the master? It's not unthinkable. Father's pretty much the only person in this mansion who would refuse to answer when asked who he was. That's not possible. If that's so, then why didn't Father come in here openly? That's right. Father would probably just come in here all of a sudden without knocking. The doors and windows of this mansion are locked now, right? In that case, the only people who could have left the letter there are Kraus, Natsui, and Genji. By this point, the mansion had been completely locked up. Therefore, those in the guest house, the cousins, Nanjo Goto Kumasawa, and Erika could not have come here. Furthermore, since Kraus, Natsui, and Genji were the only three who weren't in this room, of those three had to have been the one who sent that letter down in the corridor. In that case, it was very likely that Kraus and the others had placed the letter there to make it seem like a message from Kinzo. I see. It'll have something written on it which is supposedly in Father's name, saying that he won't accept Battler as the next head or something of the sort. Ridiculous. I can't believe you'd try to pull such a childish trick, Nissan. Not like I have any interest in being the next head. Give up. This is just your fate. Anyway, why don't we read what's inside? Rudolph set the letter on the dining hall table and showed everyone the front and back, almost like a magician does before performing his act to show that there are no tricks or hidden mechanisms. This envelope is without a doubt Father's. Yes, there's no doubt. Father liked to use these envelopes for handwritten letters. What do you think, Shannon? Yes, to my eyes as well, it looks like the type of envelope that the master uses. That doesn't mean Father was the one who wrote it. It'd be pitifully easy for Nissan to snatch one of these from a drawer in Father's study. Even Kraus cannot easily enter the study. It might be hard for him to steal an envelope. Let's try opening it. We can think about this later. There's something in it. I wonder what. Rudolph opened the envelope a bit roughly. Then a folded letter and a glittering object fell out. A key of some kind? It was a ring. The head's ring? Huh? Wait a second. That ring is... Ava noticed it immediately and grabbed it. This is... Father's ring. It's the head's ring. What the... Seriously? Are you sure it's Father's ring? Could it be a replica? No, this is the real thing. Oh, sorry. I've always dreamed about wearing this ring on my finger someday. Even though Father wore this on his finger, I know more about it than anyone else. This is Father's ring, no doubt about it. Why is it here? Then it really was Father who wrote this letter? The sender isn't Dad. It's someone much more interesting. Then who's the letter from? It's from the Ushirimiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch Beatrice. Rudolph showed everyone the part of the letter where that was written. It really did say that. It's from Beatrice? What's it say? I'll read it. Congratulations. I acknowledge that Battler has spectacularly solved the riddle of the epitaph and reached the Golden Land. The gold belongs to him in its entirety. Furthermore, he is also the new head of the Ushirimiya family. As proof, I send the head's ring, which Kinzo left in my charge. Battler, I beg that you put on this ring, become the new master of the gold, and lead the Ushirimiya family into the future. I pray with utmost sincerity that you flourish as the new head. What the hell? I see Dad just won't come out of his study, so Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest, has acknowledged Battler directly. Ha 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 ha. Battler, you should hold on to this ring. This is a special ring to be worn by the family head. I don't know who this Beatrice is, but she's watched the whole thing and sent you this ring after acknowledging you as the true successor. Is that alright? It's such an important ring. Yeah, it's fine. You should wear it proudly on your finger. Got it? Even if Aniki and Natsui tell you to take it off, you better not do it no matter what. With creepy smiles on their faces, all the relatives urged Battler to put the ring on his finger. It looked like things would get pretty nasty if he refused, so Battler reluctantly decided to put it on the middle finger of his left hand. The ring was heavy and stiff. At that moment, Kraus returned. Genji came back as well immediately afterwards. My apologies. It looks like my wife isn't feeling so well, so she's gone to bed early. Did something happen? You all seem incredibly flustered. Battler, that... Immediately Genji keenly spotted the thing that Battler had just put on his finger. Your eyesight's pretty good, Genji. Looks like you know whose ring this is. What? What are you talking about? From Kraus's questioning look, it was very difficult to imagine that he could have been the one who sent that letter there. Furthermore, his expression quickly changed into one of shock. Ehehehehe. That's right, it's the ring of the Ushirimiya family head. The family conference took up this new topic, and the storm came once again. Is that going to be the end of this chapter? No. Wow. "3 a.m. That's an interesting... a breaking noise. The rain was still pouring down as hard as ever. This weather was supposed to continue all day tomorrow as well, which was making me feel a bit depressed. Oh wait, given the time, that's today, not tomorrow. But that doesn't really matter now. I'm sleepy. With half-asleep eyes, I opened my umbrella. Large drops of rain pounded against it mercilessly. Technically, they had called an end to the family conference at 1 a.m., but the post-match scuffles were still dragging on. I was really jealous of Auntie Rosa, who managed to slip out of there at that time. So interesting again, too, to mention that this person is... whoever this is referring to Auntie Rosa, which means it's not Maria, because they would say Mom. She cleverly got away by saying that she'd check on Maria, who might have been staying up too late. Thanks to Dad constantly involving me, I missed my chance to escape, and they made me stick around until now, 3 a.m. So Battler. This is Battler. What on earth did they spend all that time deciding? Nothing got decided at all. They kept on arguing about who said what, like elementary school kids. They must be tired too. I'm sure that's why they keep dragging on with the same pointless questions. Sorry, I keep fucking yawning now. I no longer felt any shock or anger towards them. I guess no painkiller works better than drowsiness. I left them behind and finally returned to the guest house. New CG there. When I returned to the guest house, the lights were on in the lounge downstairs. Not only that, I could even hear people chatting inside. Apparently, some people were still awake even at this time of night. Despite the late hour, Goda and Dr. Nanjo were still awake and chatting. Plates and cups were lined up on the counter, and it looked almost like a bar with Goda as the bartender. After noticing I'd come back, it looked as though Dr. Nanjo finally realized how late it was. As Goda made to top off his glass, he declined with an exaggerated gesture. No, that's enough. It's already too late to be up, his first line in like 8 chapters. Look how late it's gotten. You were such a good person to chat with, I hardly noticed. No, it was your skill at entertaining that made the difference. We'll have to do this again sometime. Yes, gladly. Badler, welcome back, thank you, so we finally get the confirmation. He has the discussion with Kraus and the others still continuing. The way things were going, they'll probably drag it all the way out until dawn. None of my business. I spoke carelessly with a big yawn. You all have more stamina than I expected. That's quite a surprise. Oh, so you're here too. Yes, a humble little night gathering had begun to form quite naturally here, so I took it upon myself to join. Don't worry, I haven't said a word about you-know-what. Erika could be seen on the sofa. She had taken her shoes off and was lounging around as though she owned the place. And you too, Erika. You are very knowledgeable on a variety of subjects. I enjoyed listening to you immensely. Your knowledge truly is extensive. Very impressive for one so young. You're very welcome. It's merely the trivial knowledge of Furudo Erika. Erika posed by picking up the hem of her skirt. She was lounging on the sofa with her feet up, so it didn't look remotely elegant. Where's Auntie Rosa? She returned around 1 a.m., but she went straight upstairs to sleep. Okay, I'm gonna write this down in the notes that... Rosa returned to the guest house at 1 a.m. When Battler returned at 3 a.m., he met Nanjo, Goda, and Erika in the downstairs lounge. Okay. That was probably the right choice. She'd been going along with that conference for so long. I feel like flopping down in bed right away myself. I've had it. I'm tired enough that I might flop over right here. Well then, let's call it a night. Don't you have to get up early and skip the line because you're a dumb fuck? Get up early tomorrow morning to make breakfast, Goda? Preparations for breakfast have already been made. As always, I have full confidence that you will enjoy it greatly, so please look forward to it. In Goda's eyes, the family conference is an open stage on which to display his culinary skills. He's probably so pumped up he won't even get sleepy. As she laughed at how youthful Goda was, Erika stood up. This acted as the sign that it was time to disperse. I will clean up here. Please enjoy your sleep, everyone. Leaving the cleanup to Goda, I went to the bathroom and then climbed the stairs to the second floor. And found all the bodies of all my dead cousins. Good night, everyone. These old bones have stayed up a little too late. Good night, Dr. Nanjo. Good night, Battler. Yeah, night. Then in the upstairs hallway we split up. Dr. Nanjo went to his own room. Erika went to her room. And I returned to the cousin's room. They're fucking dead, bro. I couldn't hear any sound of playing coming from the cousin's room. Could they have already gone to sleep? Nope, they're already fucking dead. No surprise at this time of night. If they were still playing, they would have been staying up way too late. You ready for the music to cut in 3, 2, 1? When I opened the door quietly, as expected, the room was already pitch black except for a small nightlight. Everyone was already sleeping in their beds. I bet they all had a great time horsing around. Because remember, when we read the first Twilight's deaths this time around, all the deaths were insanely clean. It was like blade cut to the neck, that was it. They probably had a ton of fun staying up late and talking about their youth. If only I hadn't found the gold, I could have had fun spending time with them. I'm already tired. So tired. Forgetting even to change my clothes or brush my teeth, I crawled into bed and immediately started to sink into the marshes of sleep. Today's been so insane. I wonder if that old bastard is still in that family conference now. How does he not get tired? Come to think of it. What was it that old bastard said when we parted company? Tomorrow there's something important I want to talk about as a family. It's about you. Okay, interesting. Again, Rudolph says, before Battler left, Rudolph always just loves to have these little fucking teasers that he just drops. Says before Battler leaves, or I should say says to Battler before he leaves. Tomorrow, there's something important I want to talk about as a family. It's about you. Interesting. And the reason why this is an interesting line to drop here is because normally you would sit here and you would think, oh, well, He's just talking about because you found the gold. But little Dikembe Mutombo, There's something more going on to that. I'm sure it's more stuff about being this. I don't even want to hear about it. If I tell you about this, I'm probably gonna get murdered. Okay, so. So this is the interesting thing about this. I'll murder you whenever you want, you old bastard. And then, what was it he said next? It's about your birth. Dude, okay, again. We're getting somewhere. It's about your birth. My birth. Probably just something about the noble Ushirimiya lineage. Not interested. Just let me sleep. Why are the sheets wet? What's going on here? Okay, what I was going to say, that I said I would pause on until we were at the end of the chapter, was that there was a very interesting thing that was brought up that was pretty important, that we know that Battler at this point is not piloting himself. Battler doesn't join in until the 5th when they're in the lounge, and it's when Erika is accusing Natsui of being the culprit, because that was the start of this episode. Because of that, I'm not 100% inclined to trust the events of what has happened. Not like the whole events, but I'm not inclined to trust Battler's retelling of events. But what I will say, because I'm still trying to think about this 19th person, the only thing that doesn't make sense is that Rudolph and Battler, who were the two that I would expect if they were making the call from inside the house to Natsui, would be one of those two. The only thing is, if it's not them, then it would be one of the two people that was in the guest house. We already have read things that are said, that there's 18 people total including Rika. That was like one of the first things that was said in this episode. I'll find the exact... In other words, the number of people in this parlor is now equal to the total number of people on this island. And that was when everybody was in the parlor. Early on, when Rika first came back from the disaster. That was the number of people. So it has to be somebody. I'm not entirely sure we can trust the event, because what I was going to say is, I think that Battler, because Battler isn't the one that's piloting. We know that both these phone calls to Natsui are new, and we know that Rika showing up in the game board are new, in terms of this loop in particular. However, we know that these are only new since Lambda Delta has taken over as the game master, and I have some inkling that Erika is behind the phone call. One, we already know that there's no guarantee that the person on the other end is a man. We already know this. They're saying it's a man, but we don't have a guarantee of that. Natsui said when she first picked up the phone that it could be mistaken, that they couldn't even be sure that it was a man. She's assuming that it is. So I'm not going to entirely cut that out, but we know that for whoever it is, this person, when they say 19 years ago, they're probably relatively young, right? So I imagine it's one of the cousins, including Battler or Erika. Now, the only thing that's odd about this, and what I will say, I guess let me not beat around the bush. I don't necessarily trust that we're being shown the full, unabridged version of the events that are happening. And what I mean by that is that I don't know that there's not a possibility that Battler stepped out of the family conference that he was there with, because we assume that he was locked down with everybody. Or that Erika, or Erika, as I will call her because of Rika, that she wasn't the one that was also making the call on purpose to try and stir up Natsui. We know there's things that are going to happen in this game that don't go in accordance with the games that Beatrice would run. So I don't know how to word this, but I am less trying to divine the details behind every single murder, and more so this time trying to divine more meta-narrative things that are happening because of this. Because it feels like the same messages should remain, but it's hard to know for certain. Sorry, 1 second. My girlfriend has messaged me. But that's kind of my point that I'm being made, is that the reason why I was thinking it was Battler was because of the theory that I had before about Battler being like the bastard child. And that also confirms that in the very first episode, we had like the same thing going on with Rudolph, where it's like if he tells Battler, he'd be murdered. So, God, I don't know how to word this. Let me think if I can put this through in one consistent line in a way that's not a word jumble. I'm not 100% trustworthy of the retelling of the events of this story down to the T. I don't think that they're wrong broadly. I think most of what is being told to us is correct, but I don't think it's going to be 100% locked in, or I'll never 100% believe it without read statements or something or else to believe it, until Battler has joined the game as his own piece. Right now, Battler is not his own piece. He is not a part of this. So the reason why I'm not 100% convinced is because of that. Which means that I don't know if there was a potential that Battler stepped out of the conference with the family at some point, said something, yada yada. All of that was going on, the letter being dropped off is interesting, because there's only like a certain amount of people that could have done it. It wasn't anybody that was in the room, but that's not really too surprising. This, on the very same token, also means that I don't necessarily trust that anybody that was in the guest house didn't leave and then, you know, go back. Like, we don't... The problem is, like, there's an impossibility to know without getting, like, a further statement on alibis or anything of that sort. All I'm saying is that I'm generally suspicious of the retelling of events. I think the broad strokes of the story are true, that, like, you know, the gold was found by Battler, etc., etc., etc. But in terms of the minute-by-minute retelling of the events, I am not entirely confident in trusting, because of Lambda Delta, Erika, and because Battler is not truly, you know, a part of the game board as himself. Somebody else is piloting his piece. Which means that there are things that Battler may do in this episode that aren't necessarily 100% consistent with what our Battler would do. Now, this could be a little bit of a cope, but I find it hard to believe that there is now actually is like some secret 19th person all along. I find that very hard to believe. So somebody is, again, trying to make an image that there is a 19th person that has been hiding throughout the mansion. It is somebody that was able to make a call to Natsuhi, so we can't verify the alibi of anybody that was in the guest house. And what I'm saying is that I don't necessarily trust the alibi of Battler inside the conference hall, although his is a little bit stronger than everybody else's would be. I'll leave it at that. It'll probably be this chapter, depending on how quick this chapter is, maybe one more. 1 or 2 more chapters. And then we will probably be back tomorrow. But let us continue. This chapter is Chapter 9, Revenge for the 19 Years Ago. This is going to be interesting. We know that this is probably like going to involve the murders. And we know that the people that died this time were basically all of the siblings, or sorry, I shouldn't say all the siblings, all the grandchildren, save Battler, plus Rosa, and Hideyoshi. Those were the people that died in this episode on the first Twilight. So it's important to note that group of people. Everybody except Hideyoshi is the interesting one, because we know everybody else, at least by 1 a.m., was inside the guest house. We'll see. We'll see. The sound of crashing waves, the sound of the tide surging, the noise of the sea breeze. Whenever my headache torments me, these are the sounds that fill my head. And apparently flashbang. Apologies for anybody who it's nighttime at. My inability to bear a successor placed me in a very difficult position within the Ushirimiya family. I tried every medication that was said to promote fertility, every incense or herb, but nothing I tried had any effect, until I was blessed with Jessica 18 years ago. Now this is going to, again, be the very weird question that we're going to find out if there was an affair thing, which I think the affair angle is definitely what they're angling towards. The fact that she says she was blessed with Jessica 18 years ago, in her sin of 19 years ago, I already posited this earlier, that it was possible there was twins, because 19 years ago would still have been prior to... It would have been more than 18 years ago. However, the only thing that's a little bit sus with this explanation about this is how it would be able to be hidden, etc. But like I said, part of me wants to still believe in the Rudolph being the dad theory, but something is just off. The other thing I will say about this is the fact that she couldn't bear children isn't necessarily an indictment on her. It could also be an indictment on Kraus. And the fact that she did have birth maybe indicates that it was probably Kraus, not her. Or it could have just been a miracle. You never know. We'll find out. Until I was blessed with Jessica 18 years ago, I was ashamed to even call myself a wife. The creation of a child depends on the efforts of 2 people and the whims of heaven. It's not fair to place all the blame on yourself. I still don't know what caused my inability to become pregnant. I even went to see noted physicians. I underwent humiliating examinations, but I was always just told that they didn't understand the reason. Even though quite some time had passed since your marriage, you still couldn't bear a child. I see. It's only natural that Ava, who secretly aspired to become the next head, would start getting ideas. Okay, so I'm gonna note this because some of this stuff is gonna be important. Natsuhi went to physicians regarding infertility, but was never given any... Are they going to try and pass it off as though this isn't even her kid? Is there a chance she's not even the mom of Jessica? Is it just entirely like... Has she just been like memory hold? It could go both ways for me. I have no clue what to believe here. But was never given any clear answer. Other than... as to why she couldn't. Ava tried to convince father that I was a failure as a future head's wife. It was at a time when Kinzo was also very disappointed in my husband's repeated business failures. On the other hand, Ava's husband Hideyoshi's business was going well. Also, it is of note, too, that... Well, but then why wouldn't she kill Ava? Maybe it's because it causes more harm to Ava if you just kill Hideyoshi? Because the real outlier in that scenario is everybody in the guest house was killed save Hideyoshi. But Hideyoshi, I don't know if he was in the guest house. I think he was stake murdered. I think he had a stake drove into him, if I recall. I can't see it now at this point, but I think I wrote that in the notes. I think Hideyoshi had a stake stabbed through his back. So that one seems like it was a little bit more personal. So could it have been done that Natsuhi killed them to inflict the maximal amount of punishment onto Ava? But then why would she kill Jessica? I don't know. There's some fuck shit going on. We'll see. Ava's husband Hideyoshi's business was growing well, completely the opposite of my husband's business. He was the only person who could bring father good news. In that case, perhaps there could be no blame placed on father if he decided to lend an ear to Ava's words, or even accept them without question. It was all my fault, because I couldn't bear a child. You are sinless. Aren't babies of this country carried here by storks? If anyone is to be judged, it should be the stork. Thank you. However, even though he was still in good health then, the head was already well past his prime, and it's not hard to imagine that he wanted to see his grandchildren's faces as soon as possible. Who cares? If he wanted a grandchild, he could have just done what he wanted with that appalling amount of money he had. This is Kinzo, the man who always bragged about how money could create anything. If he wanted a grandchild, why couldn't he just manage something with the money he was so proud of? With that money. Yes, that's right. The head gave up on me when I couldn't bear a child, and did just that. Thinking it the duty of anyone in possession of large amounts of money, the head gave a lot to charities. So we're gonna find out that Jessica was not actually her kid? One among these, the facility known as the Gospel House, had been given an especially large donation, possibly because he had old ties with that place. So I wonder if there was a kid that they took in from the Gospel House, that once Natsuhi actually got pregnant, they then ejected that bitch back out. They said, nah, fuck that kid. They sent him back. The Gospel House. Furniture came from that place quite often. Well, then the question would be, it would have to be one of the servants, right? Wouldn't that implicate, like, canon? If you couldn't tell that it was a boy or a girl... But Cannon and Shannon were both also in the dining hall. I'm not sure. Furniture came from that place quite often. As part of their work training and public activity, the head employed Gospel House children with exceptional grades as servants. All of the servants in the mansion with the character in on non in their names, Shannon, Cannon, Lunan, Manon, Lennon, and more besides, were children from there. There were quite a lot of them, weren't there? Though most quit after just a few years. That's probably because a few years of wages from working here would earn them more than enough to live on their own. Experience as a servant for the Ushirimiya family is a wonderful thing to add to one's resume. I'm sure it was also the head's desire for them to gain this for themselves and then spread their wings in society. I see. So an adopted child... But father, what did you say? Except this infant is my grandchild. Oh, there. Apparently the baby Kumasawa was trying to soothe didn't like the air in the study at all. It kept on crying as if it hated it here. My apologies, father. I'm not sure what you want me... Accept this infant as my grandchild. You shall raise it to be the one who succeeds Kraus. In other words, you want my husband and I to raise this baby as our own child? That's right. It's clear by now that you are oh, that's so fucked up. Jesus. Your body must... Dude, what a douchebag. Oh, there. As though she couldn't hear our discussion in the slightest, Kumasawa kept on persistently trying to cuddle the baby. This made its crying get even louder. That's nonsense. If all the responsibility of giving birth rested with the woman, this world would have no need for men. I've never forgotten the bitter pain I felt that day. Of course I wanted a child, but no matter how much I prayed, I couldn't get pregnant. Thinking that something to do with my body might be the cause, I went to see several famous doctors, but even so, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't become pregnant. After all that, for this to be how you were treated, I understand. The baby had been picked up by the gospel house just recently. Of course, it wasn't that I didn't feel compassion for the child, who was so young and who had already lost its parents' affection. However, the pain and sadness I felt were far greater. It would have been another story if I had suffered to bear this child, but why did I have to cradle this baby, who not only shared none of my blood, but who was not related to my husband in the slightest either? I don't hate father. If anything, I only hated my own body. I detested it. I truly detested my own body for being unable to bear a child. So I prayed. I prayed to both angels and demons, and my wishes were granted by both. What did you pray to those angels? I prayed for a miracle in my body. If there was something wrong with my body, I could accept that, but I wanted to overcome that defect and somehow be granted the miracle of my husband's child. That wish came true. The next year you gave birth to Jessica. And what did you pray to the demons? I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand it. I cursed this body of mine, and I cursed this baby, who is a living reminder of my failure. What did you wish for? For the first time in my life, I prayed and wished to demons. I wished that this baby would simply disappear. Yeah? Of course, that wish was also granted by demons. On that day, I left the baby with one of the older servants and went to think about the future in the rose garden. That's a lie. I just wanted to clear my mind of everything. The baby's cries were aggravating, so I ordered the servant to take the baby to a place where I couldn't hear. By a place where I couldn't hear, I meant somewhere far away. Yes, I wished. I wished for the servant to take the baby far away and never return, so the servant ran off with the kid. We got some, Casey Anthony, but, the actual story, the fake story, not the actual one. So a passing demon heard your wish, Natsui. And then what happened next? After that was a bizarre accident that could only have been granted me by a demon. Sorry, I think I read that wrong. After that was a bizarre accident that could only have been granted me by a demon. The woodland path from the rose garden to the harbor is certainly well suited for a pleasant walk. And from time to time, if the mood took you, it would undoubtedly feel good to veer off the path and take a walk through the trees. However, wouldn't be venturing a little too far for a walk with the baby in your arms? I'm sorry, am I fucking misreading or am I being slow? Wouldn't that be venturing a little too far? Okay. There was a cliff on the other side. It was about 10 meters high, I think. It was rocky below. There was even a fence there. We suppose that servant deliberately walked all the way over there holding the baby, and then leaned against the fence. The only conceivable explanation is that she was lured there by the beckoning of a demon. So she was lured there. A demon who heard your wish lured that servant there. So then the servant and the baby fell off the cliff and died. I'm gonna write this in the notes. They died. Natsuhi says she prayed to both angels and demons. Angels granted her Jessica, and the demons washed away the other child Kinzo had put forward to serve as a grandchild. From the gospel house, I'll pop my notes up here. Who both fell off a cliff and died. Well, obviously they both didn't die, so they fell from the cliff down to the rocks below. No, they died because I wished it. I mean, that doesn't really sound like... You may have wished for it to happen, but you weren't the one that did it, you know? That means this is my... It isn't your fault. There's no need to think about it any further. But it happened because I wished it. No, that's wrong. No, you're wrong. 1 second. Okay. Making wishes is one thing, but it is only at the whims of gods, demons, and witches that they may be granted. You bear no sin. Humans bear no sin. You can even claim that I killed them if you so desire. No, I did kill them. I took pity upon your misery, and I lured the servant with the baby to the cliff and led them down it. It was simply an unfortunate accident. If you cannot accept that explanation, then blame it on us. That's why demons exist. That's right. We're here for your sake. It's not like you killed them. We killed them. So you're sinless. So please don't blame yourself, Natsui. Is that true? Am I truly sinless? Yeah, you are. Fa-ha-ha-ha-ha. Young one who claims revenge for 19 years ago. If you're going to curse someone, curse me. However, witches have a patent on curses. Let me take on this fight you're trying to pick with Natsui. I am the Ushirimiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. If anyone picks a fight with the master I serve, I will fight in my master's stead. Revenge for 19 years ago, you say? I'll make you learn that not even a blink of an eye, that's not even a blink of an eye for a witch who's lived 1,000 years. Do you hate Natsui for wishing your death 19 years ago? Let me make you remember just who it was that lured you off that cliff. As a middle-aged female servant cuddled the sobbing baby, she walked on a small path through the trees. Natsui had told her that the baby was too loud, so she tried to get as far from the rose garden as she could. She was completely unaware as to why she'd gone out of her way to head in this direction. However, the sobbing baby suddenly stopped crying. Something was reflected in its eyes, but the servant couldn't tell what. However, thinking that the baby had stopped because it had taken an interest in something, she headed in the direction of the baby's gaze. I mean, this is all, like, fugazi. I don't believe any of this shit that we're being shown right now. The baby had seen a group of gold butterflies disappearing off into the trees, and on the other side of the trees, the servant saw a woman. Who? It was someone she didn't recognize, someone who couldn't possibly have been there. The baby stopped crying and stared in that direction. Then the servant's legs started to automatically carry her that way. Come this way, woman. Bring that cursed baby with you. Ah! The woman couldn't disobey. She was completely overwhelmed by Beato's gold glowing eyes. She walked lightly as though through a demon world. At some point, the scenery around her had changed, but she did not notice. She could not notice. Though this should have been Rockingjimmy, at some point it had become the garden of a mansion she had never seen before. It was a garden she had never seen before, even grander than the great rose garden of the Ushirimiya family, a garden of golden roses. There stood an arbor, and a woman wearing an elegant dress beckoning her. There was a man who looked like a butler, and the tea he poured with a beautiful gesture had a very nice and enticing smell. This is all just like a lie to make Natsui feel better. This is a fake story. It was as though they were telling her to join their tea party. Not to say that, like, the events of what happened aren't true. It's potentially true that the servant and the baby fell off the cliff, but I don't know if I necessarily buy this explanation of it. She couldn't disobey. She had to go to the master of this golden rose garden and give this child as an offering. Forgive me, woman. Curse your bad luck for being entranced by a witch. And surrounded by these gold roses, which you should never be able to enjoy in this world. Sleep. You would never be able to. Gap. Yes, understood. When Gap snapped her fingers, a pitch black hole opened at the woman's feet, and she was swallowed up along with the baby. The sight that the woman and the baby witnessed in the very next moment probably burned itself into their eyes forever. Ooh. The two floated in the air and looked down at the gold rose garden spread out below them. Below their feet was not the ground, but an unobstructed view of a golden rose garden which stretched as far as the eye could see. If one could have seen, or if one could have this scene imprinted in their mind as their last memory, that would be such a merciful way to die. Then the woman and the baby were swallowed up by the golden sea. The thud was remarkably plain and remarkably quiet for the sound of two lives being taken. However, it was a perfect fit for the entertainment at a tea party of witches. Oh, the lies you tell, Beatrice. Oh, the lies you tell. Darkness swallowed the woman and the baby, and slowly expanded to engulf the entire rose garden. The sound of the wind grew stronger bit by bit. Was that TV static? What was that noise? It was the roar of the sea. The two who had died after falling from a great height into a thicket of golden roses were gradually engulfed by the roar of the sea, engulfed by the scenery of the beach below the cliff. Also, of a very interesting note that this would probably have been the same cliff that Rosa and Beatrice had gone down, right? I guarantee it. You are completely sinless. If someone wants revenge for 19 years ago, they need look no further than me. Ba 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 ba. Eek! When I spotted the two of them on the rocks below, I went pale. Then I dashed back to the mansion, and there was a great uproar. We urgently rushed them to hospital by boat, but from that height it was a miracle that they even avoided an instant death. Both the servant and the baby died. In less than 3 days from the time Father had entrusted me with the baby, I had killed it. My husband was on a business trip. Rosa, who still lived on the island at the time, was away traveling with her friends. Father and I were the only ones on Rockingjimmy. And before anyone except Father and I knew, a baby had appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared again. Okay, so this is interesting. So, the only two who knew of the baby that were on the island in 86, well, I guess Kinzo, technically not really, who knew of the baby from the cast we know, we'll say, was Kinzo, and Natsuhi. That's right, it was a dream, a nightmare. I was convinced that father would blame me, however his reaction was somehow strange. Is he gonna say this was like an offering that was required for her to have a kid? I saw this coming. I knew this would happen. How long must you struggle? To what lengths will you go to escape being mine? Wahahahaha. I have no interest in an empty cage. Throw it away. When father learned of the accident, he kept on laughing and laughing as though nothing could be more amusing, to the point that just listening to him disturbed me. Perhaps something had come loose in his mind. That was the day that changed him. Father shut himself up inside the world of the occult even more than he ever had before. When my husband came back, he was astonished to see how eccentric father had now become. However, he had already accepted that this would happen sooner or later. Of course, my husband had heard about the baby. However, he told me that it was surely just some whim of father's and to forget the whole episode. So I forgot it. It was an unfortunate accident? No, there wasn't an accident at all. I forgot everything, even that the baby had existed in the first place. After all, it was a twisted nightmare which lasted not even 3 days. That's right, it was all a nightmare. I don't want to remember any of it. The cliff, the broken fence, the roar of the sea, and the wailing of that baby. So, that baby is the baby of 19 years ago? Of course not. I killed that baby. It no longer exists in this world. Say it in red. However, there is no red truth in the human world. In the human world, nothing can be trusted. That's right. Bieto, you definitely killed that baby, but in the human world, it might still be considered alive. Whether it's really alive or not, catch my drift. So I think what they're saying is like the idea of the baby being alive, or somebody carrying the torch of the baby. So the baby is dead, but somebody may have subsumed the identity of whoever that baby was. Is my understanding of this statement. They could have killed the baby. In the human world, it might still be considered alive because, death never confirmed, or somebody taking on its identity, somebody carrying the torch, effectively, whether it's really alive or not. Catch my drift? Are you saying that it actually was alive after falling to the rocks from that height? I don't know, but calm down. No matter how much that person hates you, the truth is that it was an accident. If he does hate you, that hatred is completely unjustified. Wow, that's a... Hey man, I have a person that's stalking me and wants to kill me. Oh, well, their thoughts are totally unjustified and uncouth. Who cares, bro? I think I still care. But, even if I didn't lay a finger on him, inside my heart, calm down. No matter who the man from 19 years ago hates or what he yells, there's no way the sin he's after actually occurred. So calm down. Why don't I welcome the man from 19 years ago as my guest? Cackle, cackle, cackle. And just when the riddle was solved and I thought my job was finished, I've got to entertain this final guest of mine. It's getting interesting. Not only are you protecting Lord Goldsmith's secret, but you also have a 19th guest and a man from 19 years ago. That's right. To us who claim that Kinzo is alive, Erika is number 19. In addition to that 19th piece, we have a man from 19 years ago. How interesting. I'm getting all excited. We have no lack of opponents, and I was just thinking it a shame to have only one guest at my tea party. Come, you fools. Furudo Erika is Lady Burncastle's piece. In that case, whose piece is the man from 19 years ago? Could be Lambda Deltas. The voice, which could be faintly overheard through the receiver, was Natsui's. I understand. I'll sleep right now. I won't leave my room and I won't pick up the phone, so please, don't tell my husband and daughter. When heard through a receiver, even the begging screams, which would have shaken the heart of anyone who heard them, could be listened to with a heart of ice. As long as you keep our promise, I'll keep your secret, Mother. Don't break our promise. I'm already very close by. See, part of this makes me think now even more that this person doesn't actually exist, and that this has all been somebody subsuming the identity and blackmailing her with something that she doesn't know, Or like, Natsuhi is in such a state of mind that she can be convinced of it. It's somebody who knows this somehow. Somebody found this out, and they're using this against Natsuhi in some way. But it's not actually the person, because that person can't be alive. So the question is, which person would know about this and be faking this identity? Or is this actual identity? That could be both, but I would imagine it's not literally the person of 19 years ago, but who knows? We'll see. I can easily tell whether you've turned your lights off and whether you're on the phone. If I wish to, I could even kiss your sleeping face. I'll keep it. I'll keep my promise. So stop it. Just stop it. Stop it. The only person that... The problem is I don't even want to trust that it's a man. They already said earlier that they couldn't guarantee that it was a man. I'm not sure. The receiver was set down violently. Wait, what happened in the UFC fight? Why am I getting a message? What happened to Gilbert Burns? Did he get injured or something? Or did he lose? Gilbert Burns. I'm sorry for this little interlude here. I'm guessing he lost. I don't know how, but I'll look into it later. The receiver was set down violently. He knew very well how bad an aftertaste you could leave on the other side just by the way you hung up the phone. Look who it is. Okay, good night, mother. And there you go. Now Natsui won't come out of her room tonight. So it was all a setup. It's a clever trick. You can change your voice. Giggle. Anyone can change their voice. A sweet voice when begging Papa for a favor. A hoarse-sounding voice when taking the day off school. An apologetic voice when turning down a friend that you actually hate. Now, if we assume that the intention or that the actions really happened, it means that there's somebody here that still fucked with Natsui's head. Although, to be fair, we don't know if that's necessarily true of that episode. Natsui, I think she did just go because of the headache. We did learn about this event, though. This event is somewhat important. But, again, we'll see how much of importance it is. If you want, I can do any voice. Okay, we're gonna play this with the voices. Because I do kind of want to hear what this is. Turn the background music off. It's just us in here. They got her fucking voice actress, yo. Give her extra, man. They got her working. Got her working to the bone. Oh, actually, I did want to check one other thing, too. I want to see how different... Okay, so it's just like a more sweet voice for the same thing. Okay. So I never played her voice at any point. You should stop being a witch and become a voice actress. Did I not turn the background music back on? Because it should still come back. Am I slow? Yeah, I didn't turn it back on. I was like, it's a little bit quiet here. So, are all the pieces set up for both of us now? Furudo Erika, what a wonderful piece. She suits you so much more than Angie did, Burn. Your praise honors me, Lady Lambda Delta. The pleasure is mine. She really is wonderful. Super adorable. I'm dying to break her spirit with my witch illusions and see her face twist in humiliation. Hear that? Don't embarrass me, okay? Show me that you're a much more useful piece than Angie was. Yes, leave it to me. Lady Burncastle, my master. I'm nothing like that gloomy, dull, utterly charmless piece. Whoa, 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 you watch on my goat. Giggle, giggle, giggle. She's so right. The only useful thing that Angie did was get turned into meat chunks to fire Battler up. We have no interest at all in family love or sibling love. The game we want to see is more gruesome and sticky. A grotesque, pop, and cute murder case. If Natsui is the king, then I wonder if Bieto is the queen. Giggle. The pack of witches and furniture guarding Natsui is less like a set of chess pieces and more like... bowling pins, right? Illusions of Natsui and Bieto, Kinzo and the worthless furniture, entertain us a bit, will you? Especially Bieto. We're bored of you now. That Legend of the Witch murder game of yours is over, and your time is up too. This game board is Burns and mine's now. It'll suit you to be reduced to one of our pieces and toyed with for all eternity. Interesting. Both Natsui and Bieto are sacks of filthy, rotten truth. Just entrails wrapped up in a thin layer of skin. Tearing that to shreds and dragging the insides out will be one of my... no. One of our few pleasures. It's weird that they're aligned with each other because the entire point of Lambda Delta is that she hates Rika. Yes, you can have lots of fun with it. Hey, are you watching? Beatrice. Look at how much fun can be had playing with your board. I'll show you. A fifth game that's actually fun. Oh, hello, Miss Longhair. Hello. It's a bit sad if we're the only ones having a pleasant chat. Why don't you let Bieto talk too? Hear that? I'll give you special permission to talk. What do you hope to gain from this latest game? She actually gonna say something? Ah, ha 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 ha. Nothing, she says. That's right, that's right. You're the loser who got crushed by Battler. Leave it to me, okay? I'll put the witch side on top in a snap. But I'm gonna be sacrificing you as a piece in the process. What a dreadful loss of face for Beatrice, keeper of the gold to have her epitaph so easily solved before the first twilight. Hehehehe. Isn't it great that you've been left as a piece as part of Natsui's fantasy? Well, except that we're treating you as a pin now instead of a piece. The Golden Witch Beatrice is out of the picture now. In my game, you and your furniture only have a teeny tiny role. A loser's role. You can enjoy getting tossed and thrown around and made into toys for me and Burn. If that's not what you want, just tell us to stop, and we'll stop. Looked like she muttered something there. She doesn't mind. Pin confirmed. There's no need for a Golden Witch anymore. All that's needed is a sacrificial doll so that we two witches can enjoy some time playing. Die. Die. Disappear. Confess to your filthy past and your crimes. Pour out your sob story of regret and repentance as you throw yourself off a cliff and die. Interesting words there. There will be no more appearances for the Golden Witch. I trust in my goat that she has more to her. Beato. This will be a most horrible game. On the surface, it does look very similar to the usual tales. However, there is no respect given to the true main character of this tale. This is supposed to be the tale to which the Golden Witch Beatrice invited Ushirimiya Battler. However, the host has been lost and there is no longer a guest. With both inviter and invitee now gone, only the worst kind of tale remains. Ooh, I like this song. Welcome to the 5th game. End of the Golden Witch. Welcome to a party with neither host nor guest, hijacked by wicked witches. Ready, Battler? The second day is about to start. I hate Beato's kind of slow, plodding storytelling. Do your worst. No matter how much you mess things up, I'm still gonna reach the truth of this game. Giggle, as they must, for the sake of your little sister, if nothing else. Don't worry. Lady Lambda Delta may be a far more terrifying opponent than that fool Beatrice, but I'll be giving you plenty of support, so there won't be any problems. Let's work together, and this time we'll expose the witch illusions for what they really are. I don't give a damn about you. I won't accept anything or anyone that wasn't a part of Beato's games, and I don't need your help. Is now really the time to act tough? Oh well, let's both give it our all, okay? Together, let's tear the witch's illusions to shreds. Hehehe. Erika brazenly put her hand out for me to shake. Smacked it away. Instead of just passively ignoring this, I gave her an active and clear answer by knocking her hand aside. Looks like he hates shaking hands, just like Angie. Don't worry, I'm a far more useful piece than Angie. I'm nothing at all like shredded meat that couldn't accomplish anything beside restoring Battler's fighting spirit. Isn't it great that you've been blessed with such helpful-looking allies? In the past, it was Virgilia and Ronove. Then Angie came as well. And now you have Burn and Erika. There are so many pieces supporting you. And despite all of that, you still can't get even a glimpse of the truth. How does it feel to be that incompetent? How does it feel? It doesn't matter. This battle is between me and Beato. Everyone else besides us doesn't matter. Oh, is that true? Are you finally standing on your own? You've always had someone helping you or showing you mercy, so I wonder just how far you'll get on your own. I'm gonna enjoy watching this. Come on, my goat. I'm taking it back. This is our game. You two aren't invited. Hehehe, that's true. This is your game. Then show us you're capable of reclaiming it. You couldn't even win Beato's games when she went easy on you at every turn. Show us how far you can take Lambda's completely ruthless game without anyone's help. Now waken, Ushirimiya Battler. Welcome to the morning of October 5th. I think we're going to treat this game in isolation. Knew that was coming. Okay, we're going to call it here. Also, it's a good stopping point, feels like. Very enjoyable so far, although there's some fuckery going about. The morning of the tragedy. I will wait until it allows me to get to a spot where I can pause and save. So we didn't really get anywhere. I would imagine on the next stream we will probably try to finish this. I don't know if that will be tomorrow night or not. I cannot give a guarantee on that because I do have to drive home. I have a bunch of other shit to do and come back, yada 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 yada. But if it's not tomorrow, it'll be Monday. I want to try and keep a consistent pace with getting the game done at this point. I don't want to take too many long breaks. Plus, now that I've finally started to get a taste for the mystery being unraveled, I kind of want to be there for all of it. Yeah. Thank you for anybody that stopped by. Thank you for watching the VOD at this given time.